There we go. There we go. Whew. I'm dying. I'm gonna wait a bit for people to show up. Ah, drinking water. Prepping myself. Ba-ba-dum. Ba-ba-bum. I'm gonna Hop Burf! Hi! Hi, Preston! Good to see you. Boop, boop. But I, Preston, he'll be on and off, which I'm expecting lunch real soon. Hi! Thank you for the birthday wish. Hello! I'm in my Maroon Senpai outfit. I'm also gonna post a video to TikTok, so people on TikTok know I'm streaming. But yes, hello! It's birthday time.
So it's
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I really like how it turned out. You can't see the full model, but I also did the shoes. Maroon Senpai. I've been called that in like one of the other VTubers. Thank you. I can't do this makeup in real life. Let's be real. granted, if we're going by age, you're technically my kohai, but whatever's right. You're technically right. Yes, by all accounts, I am your kohai. But you know, I know a lot of stuff. Oh, Corpse is here, but she can't send a message because her thing's being weird. The camera's being a little odd. Keep having to reset it. I'm gonna give it a little bit longer before I start reading, just because, like, I usually want to give it about, like, 10 minutes. My hair is doing a thing. Hair, what are you doing? Get off of my arm. Fontaine Senpai. No! Don't call me that. I'm not Fontaine Senpai. Oh, hi, Mark. It keeps doing the shocked face, despite the only thing I'm doing is just me sticking out my tongue, just going bleh. I do that when I'm focusing. That shouldn't take too long. And hopefully that'll get me more people.
Factor, 140K a year. Furry artist on Patreon, 160K a year.
There we go. And water. So how is everybody today? Mike's off in Winnipeg right now getting me stuff for my birthday. He's getting me some bubble tea and some stuffed crust pizza. Ah! Happy birthday to me! If I was smart, I would have figured out how to put a birthday hat on my head. But I wasn't, so it's fine. Oh no! It made your browser crash. That's not good. I'm not streaming at that high of a quality, I don't think. But yes, hello! My hair is doing some crazy shit. Hair, what are you doing? I messed up the bones in my hair, I think. I have to fix that later. I'm sorry, Adrian! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. It goes back to neutral whenever I'm out of camera range. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to kill your browser. Oh, Artemis. I'm gonna sit here while I stream after I dyed my hair and you watched me do it for like 30 minutes. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill your browser. It just happens. My magnificence. Yeah, my magnificence, sure, we'll go with that. There we go. birthday wishes everywhere. Look, man, the phrase is you fake it till you make it, and I'm gonna fake it till I make it. Which means, yeah. I'm gonna fake it till I make it. It's fake it till you make it day. Also, I drew myself a chair. I'm in a chair. John, what are you doing? Probably have too many things open. I don't know. Freaking MacBooks. Yeah, I'm still surprised to kind of use one, considering. But you know, what do I know? Okay. I think that's enough time for me to wait. I think I'm gonna start reading. I need to open up my browser. So this is actually a very long. It's 288 pages. I feel that's important to mention. And there's only maybe like 5 pages that aren't like actual pages, quote unquote, of the book. But there's a lot of book. I just want to apologize. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish it before the end of the day because I'll have to take breaks because it's a lot of reading. Why did I just go to the angry face when I'm drinking? You don't have a choice? You know what? Fair. You probably don't. Right, yep, I think I'm gonna start reading. Gonna start reading. It's been a long time since I've done, like, on-stream reading. Last time I did it was for, sorry, I'm rubbing my eye. No, not 200 odd, 288. So it's actually close to like 200 and maybe 85, 84. So it's close to 300 pages. Right now, the second book is actually much longer. It's going. I'm at almost 200 pages on that one, and I'm not anywhere near done. All I gotta think is, you got money for a good laptop. You got good money for a laptop for me? Tell Claire to keep commissioning me, and we'll see. Then I might have a fantastic amount of money to buy you a laptop, but I'd have to get something in return, because that's a lot of money. Also, it's not your birthday. And I mean, I technically have enough money for a laptop, but, you know. I have a computer now. Why would I want a laptop again? My other laptop works just fine. It's up here. So you guys obviously can't see it because, like, yeah, but yeah, that's that. It's a going. It's a going. This music seems too bombastic for what I'm about to read. Wait, don't spend money on me. Hey, look, man. You asked. There we go. That's better. Alright. I have to actually... There we go. Okay. Time to read. Oh, God. Okay. The claim that the future is what we all strive for. I read that wrong. Fuck. I fuck up on the first line. The claim is that the future is what we all strive for. A paradise without issue and no longer requiring the constant fixing of mortal beings. For many, that is what the future became. The city of Winston, considered capital of humanity, was a world that ran itself, with humans simply existing alongside the machines that maintained the perfect lifestyle that humans of centuries before could only dream of. For Elia, however, this world was far from it. Automated and only vaguely touched by human hands now, much of it was left to machines. The brunette had spent much time contemplating the reason why humans strive for a world they no longer had direct touch in anymore.
A world where happiness and the search for ever-expanding knowledge walked hand in hand. That is what the High Chancellor would always tell people. Strive to ever learn. Elia found this world dull, a repetitious series of words and letters. Even the walk to and from school began to feel repeating. She longed for days when she took the train. Of course, even then she dealt with the sort of monotony that came with that as well. Of course, Winston suffered his own troubles. The lack of enthusiasm wasn't lost in the higher politics that ran the sciences of the city. Many students who slogged through the public system were pushed to aim for the Novalis Academy for Gifted Students, to aim even higher so that they too could become part of the mass of faceless people. Some, however, felt their fate was set in stone. Elia being one of those people. Her choices meant little. She was smart, but not outstanding. She was talented in certain things, but not overwhelmingly so. So they implored those with those innate abilities to try and boost the morale of those without it. Students tried to call on their considered lessers to keep pushing forward. More and more, it was becoming imperative to try and use other means as well. Did you get to hear her new song? Was a common question. A new pop idol, a new viral song, a new outcry for their popularity. All in all, it annoyed the heck out of the brunette. Her minor, unfocused violet eyes flickered away from the classmates she was walking with. This was a regular occurrence. They spent each day after school walking home in groups. With the anxiety of walking alone, of the PSAs that always warned against kidnappers and murderers that can happen, or on some slim chance. Even the future seemed rife with uncontrollable worry by parents. As long as the students lived within 2 doors of each other. I just look over and I'm just like, I wish this trip a very happy birthday, bitch! I've actually been hydrating this whole time. Surprise. Fucking, you took me by surprise. I look over and I see your message. I'm just like... Thank you, Claire. I appreciate the happy birthday wish. As I was. Okay. As long as the students lived within 2 doors of each other, they had to walk together. That was established by the Safety of Youth Foundation, which worked closely with the Novalis Academy for Gifted Youth. Well, that doesn't matter, Angela. In the end, they'll fade into obscurity like other idols do. Why waste the energy trying to make it bigger than it is? You're always like that, being a Debbie Downer, Elia, Angela retorted, her curly, dark brown hair bouncing with each enthusiastic step. Elia stared at her for a moment before shaking her head with mild derision. Come on! Her music's so inspiring! It'll change the world. For one brief and shining moment, you'll be right, yes. But in the end, with how our world is changing, it won't matter. Look at me, Angela, and understand something. Tastes change. People change. The world changes every millisecond. If you continue to expend energy believing in idols and celebrities having power over the world changing, you won't have any energy to change it yourself. Elia threw her arms in the air before huffing loudly and letting them fall back to her sides. Angela was silent for a moment, her green eyes quizzically looking her up and down. Did you get called to the principal's office? How can you tell? The question was asked with supreme amount of sarcasm and annoyance. Yes, Ellie had been called to the principal's, for the 3rd time that month. Each time, the teachers claimed different reasons for sending her. You usually get crisis mode, shouting how you aren't doing anything to change the world whenever you get sent. What was the reason this time? Angela turned on her heel, walking backwards in her black loafers, as her darker skin tones were warmed by the setting sun over the horizon. Elia stared helplessly at her. Was it wrong to admit that she was a bit jealous of her? She was liked by the teachers and their peers, had several colleges lined up to want her to attend. She had been an extremely hard worker her entire life. On top of that, Angela considered Elia a friend, even if most of the time Elia just took out her anger and frustration on her classmate. Of course, Angela assured it was fine, saying that it was a sign that Elia trusted her. Well, the creative writing teacher, which one, Mr. Decker or Miss Sanderson? I wanna pause real quick. I actually had an English teacher named Miss Sanderson, and I really hated her. So that's why I added her in the book as it is. Because I really didn't like her, because she took my sketchbook away from me and said it was a means of me not paying attention. But the thing was, is that's how I paid attention in school, is I would draw. Because, like, as long as my hand is doing something, my mind can focus on whatever the fuck it wants to focus on, and it'll usually focus on studies. So, Miss Sanderson took my sketchbook away from me and confiscated it from me, and I was just like, well, see, now you're going to see that I don't do well in class if I have nothing to, consume my time with. Angela gave a short laugh. Which do you think? Stick in the mud at Sanderson. Angela gave a short laugh, earning a half-hearted glare from Elia. She sent me up to the principal under pretense that I was avoiding studying for the next exam and doing personal work or assignments from other classes. Were you? Personal work? Yes. I don't do assignments except in each specific class for that reason. Elia pinched the bridge of her nose, rubbing between her eyes. So she sent you up for that. don't you usually don't you do really good in her class? I do well in all of my classes. I just feel like the teachers don't like me because I don't deal with their bull and I figured out their patterns in teaching already. Angela rose an eyebrow. There's a pattern? Of course, it's stupid easy to catch on to. Their pop quizzes are even predictable. I just studied a bunch in advance, and all I had to do was vomit out the information. It was like that in public school, too. Yeah, too much info, Elia. Elia frowned, pinching the bridge of her nose as Angela's dramatically sticking out her tongue. Never mind. Anyway, the principal gave me this whole lecture on you need to focus your energy on your future. We cultivate and blossom new leaders for the future. If you cannot take your classes seriously, we may need to seek you some other means of education. The nerve! Alia grunted loudly, pretending for a moment to act like their rotund principal. Angela pouted her lips, her pink lip gloss shining as she tilted her head back. Cream dress bouncing and swaying, Alia hummed in her contemplation. What were you writing? It was just a story. I thought it sounded like a neat idea, so I ran with it. Well, writers are super influential people, right? Why else would we read all the books we do? Angela wanted to inspire hope in her, something Alia didn't quite get. Fantasy versus fiction, Alia. Fantasy isn't deemed as important. Want to say that's all the old movies that had orcs and elves and superheroes? Don't tell me you watched those. Alia laughed a bit, lifting her head a bit more, jingling the pink five-petaled hair clip she wore, a gift Angela had given her on Elia's 17th birthday. My parents had some in their boxes in the basement. I had found the player for it too, so I thought it'd be neat to watch. It's good to forget about reality for a while. You told me that, remember? Too much work makes Alia a dull girl. Wow, make me feel really boring, don't you? Alia's bland speaking caused Angela to giggle. Just telling you how it is. You're stressing too much over old people making noise and being stuck up. Keep writing. I like your stories. When you do share them with me. Alia smiled a bit more, genuinely glad that she had something positive to offer to their friendship. As they walked, the sun dipped into the clouds and the horizon, the world cast in hues of blues and purples. The two walked together, their loafers clicking quietly on the pathways made for walking to the housing complexes for students and their families. The capital city of Winston based many of its ordinances on scientific advancements in safety and proper energy efficiency. Proper energy efficiency! I always see the errors after I published it, and I'm like, no, the errors. Everything was clean, recycled, renewed, and never wasted. People of the past considered this sort of place a futuristic utopia. For Alia, she considered it a form of hell. Old pictures she was able to find of the old world, where nature was more freely allowed to grow inside of cities, with cars, with flowers everywhere, with sweet scents. Now everything was synthetic. The real trees, real flowers, remains of the past world, were all outside of human reach. To preserve them, as humans had a long history of destroying the planet. You know, I'd like to see a real flower, someday, she mused softly, looking at the sky dotted with tiny stars, pinholes barely able to cut through the curtain of night. The lighted streets polluted the sky, barely letting the stars through. Me too, Angela whispered, looking up with her. They stopped in front of Elia's home, the lights of the living room on. The curtains showed the shadows ghosting past the window as they carried things in their arms, no doubt setting up dinner for the night. Alia dreaded it. Dinner meant talking, and talking meant probing and lectures. She had enough of that today. Hey, Angela, I have an idea. Huh? Let's go find some real flowers. Huh? Angela stared at Elia in shock, her eyes wide, before darting around. Her head swiveled about to try and see if anyone heard her. What are you talking about? She spoke with hushed whisper, her hands grabbing her shoulders. We'll get in so much trouble if we're out past curfew. I heard people who get caught after curfew never return. It's all right. We're just gonna look for a bit. I don't want to go home. The principal always calls my parents, and then they sit me down and talk about it. Like it's my fault that I had to go talk with him in the first place. Besides, both of us want to see at least one, right? Come on. We can see if there's any hidden in the city. Taking her soft hand, Elia gripped it, pulling and tugging her friend along as they ran down the streets. Angela slowly came to accept the idea and ran beside her. To escape the judgment of her parents, Elia wanted to have hope for something that you couldn't find in four walls. Her writing always drew to things that she didn't have in the cage of the city, of school, of her home. Freedom, choices, the decisions that felt like they mattered. Hey, what about over there? Angela asked, snapping Ellie out of her thoughts. Skidding to a stop, she quickly walked over to Angela, who was leaning over a railing of a bridge. Below was the water that ran through the generators in town, cooling them and recycling back into the city to be renewed for citizen use. However, following her outstretched finger, Elia blinked. There was some kind of plant? It was too small to see, but it was green that broke through the silvery white and blue of the bridge's supports. Just out of the bottom. Maybe there's flowers under the bridge? Fascinating! Elia began to rush to the side of the bridge, hoisting herself over the railing before helping Angela over. Carefully they descended down towards the water, feet sliding on the wet metal and stone. As they came to the green, Angela reached down, touching the green. It flicked in her fingers, water dripping off of it. Beneath it was a tiny bit of brown soil. Dirt? No way. I would think that the cleaning crews would have gotten rid of this. Maybe it was forgotten after the river was manufactured? I knelt down next to Angela, taking some of the dirt into her fingers. It was coarse, dusting her fingers and falling through them. As it slipped back to the earth, Elia's imagination ran wild. That would mean that the green was grass or weeds? That meant that there had to be more nearby, right? She got up, she looked around, her eyes flickering around to try and locate more. Darkness clouded her vision a bit, but she spotted the green of the grass. Without warning, she rushed forwards, careful of the slippery metal. "Hey, Elia, wait!" Angela called out, her voice fading as Elia went deeper into the darkness. Water dripped from above, hitting the ground. It wasn't metal anymore. Lots of dirt and sand and no doubt simple stones. Soon she came across lights. Tiny, bioluminescent mushrooms. How amazing! To think that there was this kind of life beneath the city. Following the trail marked by the soft blue light, the air was wet with water, Elia having to cough a bit to clear her lungs. Even so, it felt human to be in this environment. Those thoughts were quickly cut short. As soon as she was certain she was walking in a straight line, certain that she was on solid ground, Elia felt her feet give way. A rush of air slammed into her as she tumbled forward into the darkness. The lights in the mushrooms faded, wind pulling her skirt up. With legs pressed together, panic set in. She screamed at first, bracing herself for the inevitable impact. God, what was she doing? She literally ran headlong, alone, and was now falling to her death, where no one would ever be able to find the body. Her thoughts left her closing her eyes, feeling a tinge of regret. I hope Angela's alright. I hope she didn't follow me. Time began to lose meaning. Her voice was no longer doing anything as she kept following. How long had it been? At first, Elia was certain she would have slapped into the ground by now, nothing but a hunk of flesh, bone, and blood. However, her falling didn't feel normal as falling does feel. Was she asleep? Was this one of those states of mind of half dreaming where you start to dream, then you fall, and then you wake up before you hit the ground? Honestly, the latter sounded nice. At least then it'd be waking up with a sudden shock instead of dying a horrible death. Am I having an existential crisis while falling down a seemingly infinite hole? Putting her hands on her face, Elia nearly shouted, knowing no one would be able to hear her complaining. Soon the whistling wind was annoying her ears, her eyes struggling to stay open against it as she tried to look down. It was becoming tedious. Was there even an end? Was this punishment for wanting to find flowers? As the thoughts crossed her mind, something new happened. Pink lights began to form in the air around her, her arms moving out to touch it out of reaction to something unexplained. It wisped about her fingers. It warmed on her fingertips as more formed. They danced in the air, humming. Soon the weight of the fall became real again, her body suddenly heavy. Looking down, her eyes picked up gray stone, flat rock. Oh God, this was going to kill her. She was going to die. Shielding her face, she braced herself. Only for nothing to happen. As Elia's eyes opened, she realized she was safe on the ground. The dank, slimy, metallic ground. Pushing herself up, Elia began to take in the world around her. A large circle room made of metal and shining stone, with a brown door against a wall. A small opening allowed the light of fire to come through. It was cold in the small room. As her eyes flicked upwards, the hole she was certain she came in was gone. Wait, did she just wake up on the floor of some dirty, disgusting, and dark place? How dreadful. You! A deep voice rang, jolting Elia upwards, her feet nearly slipping as she steadied herself. The voice belonged to someone on the other side of the door, light dancing on the crimson waving locks of their hair. Elia swallowed hard as the door clicked, creaking as it slid on its hinges. The one who stepped through wore black and gray attire, coat swaying down to his ankles. A piece of metal was upon his chest, like the stories of knights. A chest plate covered with a black cross of fabric holding it in place. A magenta scarf hung loosely around his neck. His singular steely blue eye staring hard at her. Behind the somewhat short wavy hair that covered the right side of his face, a black eye patch covered his right eye. As her eyes scanned him up and down, she noted the weapon sheathed in at his hip, a blue-hilted blade. The man cleared his throat, eyebrow arched at her when her attention returned to his face. How did you get here? His voice was strong, demanding, but not cutting like a teacher's or a higher-up's, like a tutor. It was a rich tone of voice, something that made Elia suddenly feel minor ease. Maybe he wasn't going to hurt her. Answer! The demand immediately brought back her attention. Well, you'll probably think I'm crazy, but I was with my friend Angela, and we wanted to go looking for some flowers, and then I saw grass, and I went after it, and then I saw all these glowing mushrooms, and suddenly I started falling, and I fell for a long time. Ma'am, I didn't ask for your life story, I asked how you got here. He interrupted, his face showing obvious annoyance. Well, I fell here? You fell here. Yes? The man's gaze was leveled on her. Hands started to get clammy, no doubt sweat pouring down her face. Like someone would believe that. Alright, you don't seem like you're lying. He bought that? However, I'll have to take you elsewhere. If you stay here too long, my master may find some desire to use you for unethical experimentation. The man rolled his hand, revealing the silverish gloves he wore. It reflected light from the hall, shining off the shoulder plate he wore. Follow, don't fall. He cracked a bit of a smile, Elia suddenly feeling dread and worry. Where did she end up? She didn't feel like home anymore.
My hand is itchy. Why is my hand itchy? Itchy hand.
My favorite line from that is always just like, he fucking bought that? Chapter 2. The walk between the two was relative. I fell? I mean, hey, what else would you say in that situation? I came out of a hole in the ceiling, and now the hole's gone, and I fell to the ground. I'm okay, though. I don't get that. It's all weird. Okay. The walk between the two was relatively quiet as their footsteps echoed down the hall. There were many brown doors like the one that greeted Elia when she had dropped in this strange place. She had come to quickly understand that it was wood. Being so used to plastic and free-forming metals of her home, it was odd to see such solidness, to even see everything as dark as it was. The city of Winston avoided the darkness like a plague, making sure everything was lit up properly at all times of the day. Elia mentally noted that it was probably the mystery of the darkness that drew her into the hole she no doubt dropped through. However, her curiosity thankfully didn't lead to death, but rather even more curious things, including the person who was leading her through this maze of somewhat cramped halls of stone. You keep staring at the back of my head. You do that enough, you'll burn a hole right through. The man offhandedly spoke, a bit of a laugh in his voice. Elia puffed her cheeks a bit, turning her vision away to look at the dancing flames of the torches and their rings on the walls. Apologies. Didn't mean to embarrass you, ma'am. I'm not embarrassed, Elia quickly retorted before letting out a huff. I just wanted to know where I ended up. I was falling for a long time, or maybe it was a short amount of time. It's so hard to tell. It felt like forever, and this is nothing at all like where I'm from. At that, the man looked over his shoulder at her, his blue eyes showing intrigue. That's right, you said you fell here. Where did you fall from? Certainly, yes, we are in a cliffside, but there aren't any tunnels that lead straight down into these cells. It'd be nearly impossible to be suddenly dropped in. Shifting on his feet, he stopped, staring at her straight. So what is the magic behind your sudden appearance? It's not like I'm embarrassed, Parker. Yeah, Elle has a bit of a student streak at the start. At the words, Elia couldn't help but snort. Magic, please, magic doesn't exist. As the words dropped from her mouth, her eyes locked on his. Within the steely blue, there was a fire unlike anything she had saw before burning in there. Never mind. She quickly threw that thought out the window. Magic was the only way to describe that, and how she got here. How she ended up here. Well, again, I was just falling. When I saw the ground, I covered my face, expecting to just become a blob of flesh from my impact. The man stroked his chin with his left hand, his eye flickering to the ground and then seeming to just twitch left to right in bit and thought. Did you see anything while you were falling? He suddenly questioned, looking up to Elia's face again. His eyes seeming to take in her reactions and the way her face moved. She furrowed her brow. About to say no when she remembered one very distinct thing. I saw lights! Little pink lights. I tried to hold one, but it just slipped through my fingers. I saw quite a few before I saw the ground. The man appeared taken aback, but he seemed to look around in a bit of panic. Huh? What's wrong? Well, you remember how I mentioned my master, yes? Yeah, that's weird. Master's a really archaic word. I haven't heard that word used except by creeps who program their robots to say it. The redhead stared at her with absolute confusion, his eyebrow raised high. Never mind, it'd take too long to explain. But yeah, I remember you saying something about him. Them. Alright, them. Where are you going with this? You look like a teacher caught you cheating on a test. His gaze leveled on her, showing obvious disdain toward the analogy. Elia tried her damnedest to not laugh at the expression. Suddenly, the silver-gloved right hand took hers, pulling her into an ajar door of a cell, shoving her in. Biting her tongue, Elia held her yelp. She was about to protest when she saw the strong and serious eye on her from the door, his finger over his lip to signal her to stay silent. Ah, Seisen! How wonderful to see you! A voice, unfamiliar yet weirdly childish, called from down the hall. Seisen slightly closed the door. Oh? Is there something in that room? No, my lord, I had thought that there was, but it was just a rat skittering and eating a bone, he replied, his hand resting on the handle of the door. Elia carefully and silently moved, trying to catch a glimpse of the person, her head carefully peeking over the small opening in the door. The figure was shorter than Seisen. Dullish, large, singular pink curls swirled down the sides of their face, framing it around a singular golden iris of their exposed right eye. Their left eye was covered with their hair and made a curl at their cheek. Their form was covered by a billowing black cloak. Elia wasn't certain if they even had feet. Ah, pity. You should really feed those rats better, Seisen. I may end up sending them to your bedchamber at night to have them nibble your feet. The figure teased Seisen, giggling at the deep frown the man returned. My lord, what did you need me for? Oh, do you have somewhere to be? Being a little snippy today, the figure noted, pursing their lips, their eyebrow a curious arch. Are you hiding anything? You aren't good at lying. There was a venomous shot in her words, causing both Elia and Seisen to flinch. You aren't hiding anything, are you, my boy? After all, I think you are. I just need to... As the words left his mouth... their mouth! The figure reached a hand out, their pale skin reaching towards the black eye patch the redhead wore. Seisen flinched back, his breath stuck in his throat as he stared in horror. This person, Seisen's master, had some power over him, something relating to magic, Elia was certain. Carefully she lowered herself, keeping her mouth covered to silence herself and quiet her breathing down. The person was unsettling. Looking at them for as long as she did made her feel the same fear she felt when she met the highest-ranking member in Winston, the High Chancellor. They could stare at anyone and make their bones straighten. No one could raise a single word against them. And this person felt the same way. They emitted that same command, that same power, but the pressure felt so much worse. For Elia, she could sow defiance to the High Chancellor, because she had her knowledge to back her words, her own form of strength, but against this person she had nothing. She was a human, and whatever they were, they obviously had some kind of magic. Her mind ran wild, before she heard the door open, Seisen stepping in, slumping against the wall. He looked exhausted, sweat matting his face to his hair. His hair to his face. Elia stared at him for a bit, watching as he heaved and panted. What could she even do in this situation to help him? He helped her avoid meeting that person, and he took whatever happened instead. Carefully, her knees rubbed the ground, her head twitching a bit. His head twitching a bit at the movement. Crawling over to him, Elia sat beside him, her knees near her chest. As if following the sound, his head tilted a bit in her direction. Seisen, huh? Elia questioned quietly. It's not my real name. It's the name they gave me, the redhead responded. His voice was hovering in agony, pained and weak. What's your real name? What's yours? I asked first. Elia protested a bit, making sure not to raise her volume. And you got me into a bit of trouble. I believe I should learn your name. He was right, of course. He probably lied a great amount to protect her, when neither of them even knew each other. My name's Elia. Harney. Harney? That was a name Elia had never heard before. It felt so odd to say, like it was a dialect she couldn't quite wrap her head around. Yeah, that's my real name. I don't find much use for it anymore. Harney responded, shrugging his shoulders a bit before flinching and slumping forwards. Elia went to touch him, blenching when her hand touched his shoulder. It was wet and warm. Pulling it away, her eyes caught a bit of light from the hall. Red. Bright red. He was... Hold still, she quietly told him, carefully unbuttoning her brown outer coat for her school uniform. The dress swayed as she pressed her hand against the wound, using her other to wrap the coat around his arm to his shoulder, tying the sleeves together to keep the wound covered. Harney huffed, looking up at her. "It'll get ruined," he weakly protested. "It's fine, Harney. You did a lot for me, a total stranger. And once I can figure out where I am, I'll do what I can to pay you back, okay? I haven't... Shush, okay? Don't strain yourself." Alia shrugged her bare shoulders, the dress wrapped around her neck, but exposing most of her shoulder in an A-cut, her collarbone exposed by the dress. Harney sighed, placing a hand where his wound was before straining a little laugh. "You wrapped it poorly." "Thank you, Peanut Gallery. I was doing it blind." Her cheeks reddened a bit, annoyance plain in her voice. "I figured. You barely covered my wound. I'll have to fix it properly when we're in a safe place. Somewhere safe." Alia shot him a confused look. "What? We?" "With how you dressed my wound, I fear if I didn't go with you, you'd be dead in an hour. Besides, you obviously have no idea where you are. If I let you go out alone, you'll be devoured by wolves or bears or something worse." Alia turned more pale at the possibilities of what could possibly bring her life to an end. She didn't even have a means of defending herself, either. She was completely unarmed. Was there even any weapons she could wield? Swords were out of the question, lances too heavy. No matter what she thought of in terms of things from fantasy books and dreams, she knew she wasn't strong enough. Angela was a physical person. Alia hated lifting heavy things and spent more time hauling books than lifting weights or punching bags. Alia stammered a bit before Harney began to get up, much to her immediate protest. He took her wrist, lifting her up. He rested his hand on her wrist, staring down at it. A small smile came to his lips, his thumb rubbing the small dip of her wrist before where her vein pulsed. After a moment, however, his face became hard and stern. "You cannot question anything I do, understand, Alia?" He said, his voice demanding her to understand. Alia wanted to give another protest, but his eye was staring straight through her. There was no reason for him to help her, or even try to get her out of here. "Okay." Her voice was tiny as he began to lead her. For a moment, it was a walk, and it became a run, then a mad dash. Alia's breath was a gasping wheeze, her lungs clenched and deprived of air as they ran, Harney leading her through the confusing halls. What if they ran into his master? What if there were other guards? Didn't Harney say that they were on a cliff? How are they supposed to get out? Even get out? "Okay, I'm going to..." "Sweet Ferda, why do you sound like you're dying?" Harney asked, after turning to look at her heaving and panting. Sweat poured down her face, her hand on her chest as she took in gasp after gasp, hungry for air in her lungs. "'Cause oh God. I am, you prick! You just pulled me along for a full sprint! I'm not built for that!" Alia almost yelled, Harney shaking his head before peeking into a door. It was wood, but it had more fancy metal attached to it. Looking like a monster of some kind? Maybe a lizard. "Alright, we need to go through here, but you must be quiet. This is one of the few exits where my master isn't likely to pass by in their boredom strides." Harney took her wrist again, Alia letting him lead her. When they went past the door, Alia immediately recognized what the shape on the door was. It's always after. I did like a whole deep read through on this, and I still am finding things I missed. Dragons? Indeed, large beasts with scaled bodies, feathers upon their heads and horns. Wings pressed to their bodies as a small bit of sun was allotted to them, instead of reflecting on their scales. Rainbow colors danced on the walls, their crystal hides slowly rising and lowering as huffs of hot air steamed through their nostrils. Large bodies, tails wrapped about their bodies as they slept soundly. Some even had strange multicolored eggs carefully guarded by claws and tails. Some tails were barbed while others were smooth, even having some dorsal fins or feathers, but they slept peacefully all the same. As they carefully traversed the huge cave, Alia was awestruck by the dragons. Never in her entire life would she had ever imagined being so close. She almost reached out to touch one, when she remembered that this was quite possibly not a dream, and doing that would endanger her and Harney. Quietly shuffling around the dragons to an opening downwards, they carefully stepped down the steep stairwell that led down. Alia figured that if she learned anything about dragons, that their hearing was pretty good. So when she started to fall, dragons! There's lots of dragons. So when she started to fall, she braced herself to the stairs, Harney staring at her with bewilderment. With fear, she stared at him with a sheepish smile. "It's fine. As long as you don't scream, you're fine. I'll make sure to catch you if you slip. But don't scream in my ear." He grinned a bit at her, instantly wiping her fearful look for a very annoyed one when she whacked his arm, earning a quiet chuckle. As they got to the bottom, they came to the outside of the cliff. Elia temporarily blinded by the light. When the darkness and gloom died away, she could only stare out. Trees, as far as the eye could see, disappearing over the horizon. Cuts in the grass revealed sparkling water that danced in the light of the sun. The trees were nestled in a valley of tall, stretching red cliffs. Grass and moss pouring over the ledge where water poured down to join the rivers that cut and weaved through the valley. Birds swarmed from the trees when a heavy gust came, shaking them and shattering their feathers with abandon. It was unlike anything she had experienced before. The air was crisp and clear, her lungs hungry for more of this. "Going to just stand there slack-jawed?" Harney asked, tilting his head curiously. "It's beautiful," Elliot could only manage out. "Huh? Really? Where I'm from, we don't have trees, flowers, or free-floating water like this. Everything's so different. I feel like I could spend the rest of my life staring off into this view and be content." The two stood there, staring off at the valley before Harney shook his head and sighed. "You're peculiar. You say you fall into this world, talking about robots or whatever it was that you said, and now you say that you lived in a place with none of this. Where are you even from? Some other world? You came with snacks!" "Nice! Good plan. Snacks. I'm currently in chapter 2. It's okay, I can't speak today, so you misspelling is fine." Harney laughed a bit, meaning it with a joking tone, but Elia stared at him, her face considering many things. "I'm from a place called Winston. It's a place of metal and false things. Lots of synthetic things. We don't have trees or flowers. Everything's very perfect." She bit the inside of her mouth. "Imagine a world where there is no nature. Everything just perfect to where you only have to follow orders from your higher-ups, and if you don't, you're considered less." "Daifuku! Nice! Now I want Daifuku. I want mochi. Later, maybe." "Imagine a world where there's no nature. Just everything perfect to where you only have to follow orders from your higher-ups, and if you don't, you're considered less. Being different is seen as being faulted or broken, that you need to be fixed." Her voice began to shake, her fingers balling up into fists. "Place where fact matters over all things, where dreams and hopes..." Mike's not here, actually. He's off in Winnipeg right now. He's picking up my birthday cake. And bubble tea. It'll be nice. "A place where fact matters over all things, where dreams and hopes of nature and life outside of a perfect little bubble are crushed in an instant with a few words." Her cheeks were hot and she could feel the burning in her eyes. "Where you doesn't matter. Only the good for everyone matters. Personal happiness means nothing." The tears free-flowed, her knuckles white. That place is hell." When Harney spoke, Elia looked up at him. His exposed eye was filled with sorrow, with melancholy. However, what confused Elia the most was the strange empathy, the smile on his face. "I see. That place sounds horrible. I would never want to live there. Even if my life right now isn't the one I wanted, I would rather live in a world where I can exist as me, and not in a world where I'm part of a faceless mess." Harney let out a sad laugh before shaking his head. "Come on, you and I need to get to the top of this cliff before nightfall. It's hard to use certain means of travel during the day." With that, the two carefully traveled up the cliffside, using the sheer face to guide their hands to safely ascend. By the time that they had got to the jagged edge, the sun began to hover over the horizon. The clouds that dotted the sky were dipped in pinks and purples, the sky itself seeming to reflect that color as the gold began to sink into deep purple and blue. Slowly stars picked through the sky, punching tiny holes of white light. As the sun vanished, a soft, gentle, light blue moon hovered in the view far away. Around that moon is a small ring of rocks, circling it slowly. In the sky, more rocks became visible, glittering and shimmering in the night sky. As they came to the ledge, Harney helped Elia up, the latter rushing to look at the sky fully away from the edge. "Wow, I wish I had a camera on me right now. Angela would love this. You mentioned her before. Who is Angela? Angela is my friend. She wanted to see flowers too someday. She likes fantasy stories and nature and the stars a lot. When we were younger, she wanted to make a flower that could reflect the moon and stars, even during the daytime. Her mom told her that wasn't possible. Elia stared at the sky. Our parents told us a lot of things were impossible, like seeing real trees and birds. I honestly think maybe I'm just dreaming right now, you know? That maybe none of this is real. Elia murmured, feeling a quiet pain in her chest. She wanted Angela to see all of this with her. She knew, if Angela was here though, that it had to be real. But that would make all the danger that more terrifying, that being in a different world was truly scary. A part of her wanted to go home, where she knew where everything was unquestionable. I'm sure you can tell her everything when you get back home, maybe. That's silly, like she'd believe me. Whatever you say, Elia. If a person wants to make a galaxy flower, I hardly find them to be the type who wouldn't believe a story of entering a place with real flowers, Arne pointed out. Arms crossed with a smug smirk on his face. Don't make me knock your lights out! Her eyes landed on him, seeing him fully without the shadows of firelights in the halls hiding part of him. He was taller than her. She knew that from before. His shoes were short, though, his feet pointed inwards. His hand supported his arm. It was still wrapped messily with her jacket. He appeared softer in this light. Even a sword didn't seem as terrifying now. You can try, but I don't think Blue Steel would approve. Local girl, bored of mundane life, suddenly misses mundane life after falling into some weird dimension, or what have you. I mean, hey, sometimes you miss what you have. You could try, but I don't think Blue Steel would approve. Harney laughed a bit. Blue Steel? My sword, Elia. You keep looking at it like I intend to kill you. No, Blue Steel doesn't like spreading blood that isn't for self-defense. Elia's eyebrow slowly rose. You named your sword Blue Steel. It already had a name. Had the name. You wield a sword called Blue Steel. Geez, trying to be cool much? Well now, no need to stab at my ego. It's frail. Oh, boo. Why is it called Blue Steel anyway? The hilt, right? Is it steel? Elia stretched, flinching when a loud crack came from her back. Harney shrugged a bit, carefully pulling off the blade from his hip, holding the sheath blade with a certain amount of disdain. It's one of a pair, the red copper and the blue steel. The red copper is granted to the one who is fitting to put duty above all else, and the blue steel is entrusted to the one who will put the self and their desires before their duty. Hey, naming your sword's cool! It's true. Elia stared at him, uncertain of what to say. Sure, there were stories of swords choosing their wielders, but oftentimes there was some kind of magic involved in that. And it was obvious that Harney wasn't happy with the outcome and what he was forced with. Harney? But I suppose I'd rather this than have the red copper. At least then I can be more human than him. There was a harsh, ripping tone in his voice. His face momentarily twisted with rage before he closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Sorry, let my anger get the better of me. Let's see about getting you away from here quickly before my master finds out, shall we? He asked, straining a smile after having revealed the information. Elia followed his motions, falling in step beside him as he led her to a strange yet completely fat piece of land. It is. I just lack the imagination to give swords cool names. Hey, look, when I have to name places, I start struggling like something awful. Like this, writing Seisen Hara has put my ability to name things to the test. It was a circle. So far as Elia was sure, the dirt had been pushed, forming lines in the circle. What is this? A long-distance transport ring. It's one way, at least. This one is. It can take you most anywhere. Most major cities, most seaports, even some very remote but stellar locations for exploration in the magic arts. Harney rubbed his finger under his nose, taking in a deep breath. He let out a deep shout, the word lost on Elia. Suddenly, with a quiet rumble of sound, the circle began to shimmer and glow. Lights rose from it slowly, dissipating just a foot above the circle. The air hummed with energy, it rocking Elia's senses as Harney helped her into the circle with him. The lights seemed to shock her a bit, touching her fingertips and toes through her shoes. What kind of place would you like to go, Elia? I can take you there, but I won't be able to stay long. I'm not supposed to use the teleporter without my master's specific orders to do so. So I'll get in trouble again. She didn't want to imagine him in that state again, where he was hurt like that over her. No, I can lie and say that I had sensed a great surge of energy in that direction. I see. It won't be a lie, though, I assure you. But you jest, I'll make the big burst of energy. So it won't technically be a lie. He patted her back, flinching and cradling his arm. Note to self, don't do that. My healing isn't that fast. He grumbled under his breath. Elia considered his offer, frowning as her eyes flicked to the environment around them. I want to see the ocean, Elia whispered. Arne nodded, placing a hand over her eyes. Close your eyes. Imagine it, and we'll be there. A hollow rush of air danced around them. Faint whisper of the sea crashing to sand, of waves rocking to and fro, birds chirping loudly the salty air, the wisp of cold wind off the sea, the rustling of leaves. A hollow rush of air. I read that. And opened them. As Elia's eyes opened, her mouth gaped at the scene before her. A huge ocean, merging perfectly with the night-drenched horizon, the blue-green water shimmering with lights from the moon and the rocks in the sky. Tall trees hung above her, crystals glimmering from them and hanging in thin strings. White and gray birds flapped above, cawing loudly. In the distance down the beach, around a large outcropping from the huge gray-white cliff, a leg of the land dipped into the water. She saw lights and boats further off. Harney, there's a town over there! As the words left her mouth, her body swirled around, trying to find her newly met companion, only for her to be alone. Water! Water. I tend to look at existing names and see if I can't twist them in a way that makes them sound mystical or magical. Or I just come up with things that just sound cool. Sifting slowly through the sand in her loafers, Elia went towards the lights of the town she saw in the distance. The cold sea breeze pricked her skin, her hands rubbing her exposed arms. Harney still had her outer jacket. It may have been thin, but it would have done something still. A heavy sigh blew from between her lips. Harney had said that he had only been able to stay shortly, but she hadn't figured it would have been an instant type of thing. That he would have made sure that she was safe first. Who knew what kind of monsters were out here? Her feet carefully navigated the rocky beach as she passed into the large archway of the landmass that reached to touch the sea. Looking up, Elia had to admit her breath was still taken away by the beauty of this area. A few seagulls were perched upon stone, cleaning feathers and plucking mussels. I mean, hey. Few seagulls were perched upon stones, cleaning feathers and plucking mussels and mollusks on the beach with their beaks. They perked their heads up when Elia came near before taking up to the air, cawing as they flapped off somewhere else. Shells dotted the beach. The moonlight... Stretch! Stretch! You're right, thank you. Thank you for this. Ooh. Stretch! I'm okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I had to stretch! I meant to do that before the start of the next chapter, but I got sidetracked. That's fair. I appreciate you doing that all the same. Right. Shells dotted the beach, the moonlight reflecting off their wet surfaces. Even the sand seemed to glitter after the waves had washed over them. I wish Angela could see this, Ellie whispered, a small smile on her lips. She could probably paint all of this with just the description alone. Ellie reached up, touching the hairpin she wore. It wasn't a real flower. False, handmade by Angela. Elia cherished it, wearing it every day and taking careful precautions to preserve it. The fabric and metal that held its shape was clean of damage, shining just as the sand and shells did. Bringing her hand down, Elia saw the soft swaying of the boats that were docked a bit further ahead. The moon had moved slowly in the sky. The rocks that surrounded both the moon and planet seemed only to move a few inches in the sky at a time. Of course, that means it moved far faster, but to Elia's eyes, she couldn't register their true speed of movement. Elia approached to where from portboard. Oh, another hydrate! Oh shit! Hydrated. Okay. Carefully approaching to where the farthest from port boats were. She noticed them tied to the beach with posts and rope. The boats were rowboats, dinghies, even a canoe. Further down, where the wooden boardwalk of the dock began, there were more grand ships, transport, merchant, even some emblazoned with strange flags that bore crests like a dove holding a long-shafted weapon, with a blade at the end. Elia would have opted to perhaps explore the ships, but knew better. It was like going into someone's house. You don't go on there without permission. Besides, who knew who they belonged to? Maybe hardened pirates. The idea of a peg-legged man chasing her down around a ship kind of amused her. However, she turned her attention away from the ships, focusing back to the lights that hung on crooks along the dock that led to the large gate of sorts. Only 2 slots on it, which were closed. Noises and boisterous celebration could be heard on the other side, laughing and merriment matching the dancing lights. The gate reached high, just as high as the gates at her school did. Angela had figured that the height was about 12 to 15 feet, so it seemed the best bet. With a careful hand, Elia knocked on the gate. There was no response. Perhaps it was too loud on the other side. Looking around for another means of trying to get an answer, Elia found a strange horn embedded on the gate's right side. There's also a door knocker. Cautiously, she took hold of the rusted door knocker, tapping once. Again, no answer. However, a snarl seemed to echo from the horn beside her. From the brass horn in the gate, a voice came. "Who is it?" It growled. Elia shaking a bit. Certainly didn't sound like any human she heard before. Well, it was close to the physical education teacher, when people weren't doing as well as he'd command, mixed with the growl of a hungry stomach, which Elia's stomach decided to respond to the question with a quiet growl. Excuse me?" she asked, questioned softly. "Ha! Who is it, Elf?" Another guttural-sounding being came, even deeper than the first. "Somebody at the gate, Farlow." Alf, the first voice, responded. "You got that, you oaf! Who is it?" Farlow, the second voice, returned, growling deeply. Elia suddenly felt afraid. They didn't sound friendly. Maybe it was still time to run away? However, before she could step too far from the gate, they creaked slowly open, just enough for a shape to peer through, a hand reaching through. It was brown, furred, and scaly, with large claws gripping the wood of the gate. Pulling itself through, it revealed itself to be a massive shape, 8 feet tall at least. It was bearing over Elia as it stepped through, a huge shadow cast over her tiny form. Large, sharp teeth were shined on by the dancing light beyond, its body to be revealed to be in leather-clad tunic and belts. Large legs slammed on the dock as it stepped forward towards Elia. A face of a monstrous bear with scales like a fish that glimmered with some strange liquid. Elia hid her face, earning a loud, hearty laugh from the form. "Hey, Farlow! It's a little girl!" Alf spoke, his voice suddenly switching gears. Elia carefully moved her arms away from her face as she looked up. The gate pushed open more, a black and silver-furred being, similar to Alf, stepping through. His leather tunic had the sleeves ripped off, large hooks hanging on his hip belts. "Well, I'll be! Never thought I'd see a little girl in these parts. She human?" Farlow snorted, his nostrils letting out a puff of smoke. Now that she could see it, he had a pipe in his mouth. Both of their eyes had a yellow film over them, only with black pupils staring down at her. "Well, are you little?" Alf asked, looking down at Elia, who had snapped out of her curious examination of the two beings. Yes, I'm human." "You don't seem certain, little," Alf jested, laughing loudly again, it booming in Elia's ears. I'm sorry, I'm just... What are you?" "Ah, she wants to know what we be, Alf." Farlow let out a similar yet deeper laugh, like Alf's. "I got that, you dunce!" Alf growled, glaring at Farlow, who just laughed again. Alf turned his attention to Elia, crouching a bit to get on eye level with her. Its fur puffed a bit, a large tail suddenly visible to be swaying behind it. It was furry and scaly like the rest of its body. "We be sea bears, little." "Sea bears?" Elia found it hard to believe. "Yeah, sea bears. Land bears had moved from the inner land to the outer land, so we be their cousins. Find better fishermen than us. I dare ye." I dare ye. It's supposed to be I dare, but I guess it auto-corrected to that for some reason. Alf proudly said, jabbing his thumb to his chest as he stood strong with his chest puffed out to show his confidence. Elia couldn't help but let a laugh escape. "What about mermaids?" Farlow and Alf went silent before bursting into mirth, pounding their feet on the dock. "I like this little. Can I keep her?" Alf asked, wiping the tears from his eyes, trying to calm his laughter. Little mermaids are good at hunting humans, not fish. They're too much of mamby-pambies about fish are friends, not food. Farlow moved, trying to appear delicate and dainty, often depicting how most considered feminine to be. Elia couldn't stop her laughter, her cheeks puffing up before she let out a loud laugh. You made her laugh! Good on you, Farlow! Alf congratulated. Suddenly the large sea bear lifted up Elia onto his shoulders, her hands clinging to his tunic and making sure her skirt didn't get lifted as she was situated to sit on his shoulder. I should introduce myself, little. I'm Alphonse, but I just go by Alf. Easy to say. That's Farlodon, but you can just call him Farlow. Easier on ya. Who be ye? Alf asked, glancing up a bit at Elia. I'm Elia. I didn't know sea bears were real. Listen, I'm sure you'll be in for a great surprise then. How many creatures do you think exist? Well, Elia pondered that. Most fantasy creatures were often disproved by science in Winston. But she had seen dragons of many kinds, seagulls, and now sea bears at this point. I suppose any creature could exist, huh? There you go, little. That's the spirit, Farlow agreed as they turned away from the dock, toward the blinding light of the port town. Then let me be the first to greet you to Aquadine. Yeah, there were dragons earlier. Were you not here for that? Elia and Harnett had to walk through a cave full of dragons. They were colorful. They had feathers. Aquadine was a bustling port town. The center street, which connected to the dockhouse... Look, I'm multitasking! Fair enough. Aquadine was a bustling port town. The center street, which was connected to the dockhouse that they stood in at that moment, past the front door, was filled with different types of people. Large pot-bellied sea bears, different than Alf and Farlow, wearing smocks and large packs upon their back, speaking with long and tall figures with large thin ears akin to rodents, dressed in simple garb. Smaller rodents rushed by people's feet, exposed or covered in boots. Some ladies were trotting up and down the street, more of the rabbit or perhaps kangaroo-like. Sea bears and other rodent-like men and women looking them up and down as they spoke in hushed voices. Different merchants shouted about products that they were selling, of fish, jewels, or transport of pottery. The streets and houses that lined the main road were dirty from the sea air, but relatively kept together, with some small shrubs sitting on windowsills. Candles sat in windows, illuminating the inside a bit to reveal people bustling around inside. Candles sat inside lanterns that hung from strings that went from the front of the port all the way down to the central part of Aquadine. Oh, thank you for the birthday wish, Dane! Oh my god, I didn't realize I got a follow by Beef Yoshi. Just Beef Yoshi coming in here like, follow, pef! But thank you for the birthday wish, Dane. I appreciate it. There we go. No. Fascinating, Elia whispered quietly, her eyes taking in everything. A few small shapes with matted down brown fur went skittering past, Farlow watching them cautiously. Otters. I knew they'd make their I hope they make sure their oysters aren't bad this time, he grumbled, grinding his sharp teeth together a bit. Breathe, Farlow. We aren't here to start fights with otters. They're merchants, just like our cousins. You have other cousins? Elia asked, looking down at Alf with a curious cock of her head. Well, bears are our land cousins. Our sea part comes from the mixture of otter and a type of creature known as an axolotl. Thus the whiskers. He motioned to the small appendages on his face, them twitching when he did. She honestly hadn't noticed them before. The axolotls often are merchants that travel land and sea no problem, but they are more drawn to seaports. Don't be freaked out if you see any lizards or bugs, though. They also are merchant types. Though that varies. He rolls his wrist, walking down the street. Some people moved out of the way, the rest waving and throwing greetings to the two. They were respected. Shit, I lost my place. They were respected, at least in this part of Aquadine. Elia took this chance to look at more of the residents as well, as the two who had taken it upon themselves to lead her somewhere. It was evident that most of the residents, or at least travelers, were all very tall, shorter than the two sea bears, but still tall nonetheless. Many wore muted colors, at least the merchants and the ordinary travelers, who carried packs or had mules of some kind. Elia pondered where the limit on monster, creature, and general animal was. As she bounced a bit on Elf's shoulder, she noted them pass under an archway, the ground evidently cleaner as their footsteps echoed on the cobblestone. Glancing back, she saw that the dirty ground of the dock central street was indeed covered in mud and sand, covering the cobblestone and muffling most sound. While they traveled, the people became more colorfully dressed. These things that Elia would normally consider costume, but taking into account of the world that she now lived in, it's more likely to be royals or fancy peoples of some sort. "Where are you taking me?" Elia finally piped up, getting Alf's attention as he had been glaring down at a fancy-dressed, tall-eared man who sneered at him. "We're taking you to Sasha," Alf explained, as if that answered everything. "Who's Sasha?" "Why, she be the hottest lady in the entirety of Aquadine, world even." Carlos spoke, his arms out dramatically. Alf snorted. "What, you think I'm joking?" "Oh, no, I just think that your husband wouldn't be too fond of the aesthetic of the woman. Farlow shrugged his shoulders. "One can appreciate the beauty of something without touching it or having interest otherwise." The two sea bears laughed, making Elia giggle a bit from the jingling of their laughter caused. "But what is Sasha?" Elia asked again, looking at Alf's face. His eyebrows knitted, his lips drawn in a line as he contemplated. "She ain't human. She's like... I don't know. What's the word for it, Farlow?" The other sea bear simply shrugged his shoulders, evidently not sure what to call the enigmatic beauty that she was. "That was Sasha. Anyway, she's the only one we trust as someone like ya, little. She'll probably be able to keep a better eye on you than us." "Huh? But you've been doing really well," Elia praised, earning a deep laugh from Alf. "You want me to go with you wherever you go? I'm sure Farlow can hold down the docks alone." Farlow made a face, showing obvious disdain at the idea. "Speaking of which, little, where are you headed?" She opened her mouth and frowned. Where did she want to go? Yeah, she wanted to go home, but just as when Harney had asked her, she could only think of wanting to see more of this diverse world. She didn't want to lie to Alf and Farlow, though. They seemed like honest sea bears. "I think perhaps it'd be better if we didn't talk about it in the open. God forbid that she make herself look like a lunatic in public." "If that's what you want, little. We're almost at the Red Lion anyways." And they came to the center of the street. A large circular way opened up to two other streets, both leading to similar archways as the one that greeted Elia when she came to the dock. In the center was a large fountain, many specialized merchants standing in booths, catching the attention of people passing. These ones were finer wares, jewelry, clothes, delicacies. It seemed that Aquadine was a very busy place, especially during the night. But it was a port town, a cog of the merchant well of business. It was also a given. It was almost a given. Across from them, in the middle of the two paths, was a huge tavern, the outside walls a deep auburn, a sign swinging out in the front. It had a huge lion upon it, its mane majestic and the bottle of wine in its mouth. It was lively, to say the least. 2 floors, a balcony extending from the windows to the second floor, many people conversing with one another over drinks. Below them were many drunk people, singing, laughing, getting a bit rough over games of cards and dice. Elia gripped a bit more onto Alf, who reached up a paw and gently touched her head. "Is Sasha in there?" "She's the owner. I'd hope she be." Farlow snorted, wiping the snot from his nose with the back of his paw, shaking the mucus off his fur. The two bounded forwards towards the swinging front doors, carefully navigating around larger creatures who were near the front of the busy tavern. There was more curious creatures here as well. Hard-shelled turtles, a frog slinging on stage with a sort of cane. The people varied between colorful to ordinary, and most held large cups and merrily sang with the frog and crane. A very quick-moving kangaroo-like person hopped quickly back and forth between people at the bar, calling out orders to a young cat-like person who assisted them. "Hey, Lily!" Alf called, the kangaroo perking its head. Lily wore a headdress, scarf wrapped around its head, ears folded down. The red attire accented the bright blue eyes. Yeah, Alf!" they called back, their voice making it hard to tell what Lily was exactly. "Is Sasha up in her room?" "Should be!" The large sea bear gave a thumbs up, and the 3 of them headed up the stairs, moving away from the drunkards who stumbled and scrambled down the stairs. As they ascended, they came to a door marked with a peculiar version of the lion on the sign outside. Knocking twice, the door slowly opened, a tall albatross standing there, eyeing them up and down, adjusting the fine fabrics it wore. What am I doing for you 3?" It rose its head up to look at Elia, Alf carefully pulling her down and setting her on her feet. "We need to see Sasha," Alf spoke with a certain stately matter-of-factness. The bird didn't take kindly to it, eyes narrowing. "Sorry, I'm adjusting myself." Oof. Ooh. Water. Bird didn't take kindly to it, eyes narrowing. "I don't believe I like that tone, friend." They stretched the word, obviously showing anger. Alf stared them down, till a deep and beautiful voice came from inside the dimly lit room. "Let them in, Lappy. They are friends." The voice beckoned, Lappy puffing its chest before huffing loudly and opening the door for them. In the dimly lit room were screens delicately designed, a large curtain covering the room, golden candles shimmering as they lit up the face of the one known as Sasha. Inside was a large bathtub filled with water, a large-bodied being laying inside, brown and black with spots upon its body. Covering most of its form was a red cloth, arms moving as resting on its chest. Eyes had glasses upon its face. It shifted its large weight around in a rather elegant manner. Their form glistened, astounding with a radiant confidence and strength. A large snout sniffled, a surprised hum coming from the form. "Hello, Alf and Farlow. Who is the new form with you?" In case you're wondering, Sasha is based off of an elephant seal. "Beloved Sasha!" Farlow sang, approaching and taking the large fin in his hand, pressing his snout to it. Sasha giggling. "It's a human." "Oh, how curious. Whatever is a Thank you for the raid! Hello! Oh my god! Raid! Buddies! So many buddies! Hello! Oh my god! Hi! Oh! Ha! Whoa! Hello! Thank you for the birthday wishes! Oh my god! Oh my god! Thank you for the happy birthday wishes! And the raid, oh my god, and follows, thank you for the follow, Aberez, and Aberrance, thank you very much. Hello, I'm in the middle of reading my book. I wasn't expecting a sudden, raid party. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Ada is good enough? Okay. I'll try not to call you Ada, because I do have a point redemption for that. Thank you for the birthday wishes! Like, really, that means a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. I saw your birthday stream, wanted to send love and support. Aww, thank you. I appreciate it very much. It's very nice of you. I was called Ada so many times, basically a free redeem every time I join a stream. I get that. To be fair, I have a friend in here who's named Adrian, that whenever she comes in, whenever they come in, I always say, "Oh, hi, Mark." Oh, God. Okay, change my voice. That'll be interesting. Whoo! Ah! I should just go to my toad voice. It always seems to go to that. Thank you for the follow, Groot! Groot! It's Groot! To be fair, people make Dr. Claw references when they see me the first time. Oh no, this voice is like a witch! No, one second. If I want to go full toad, I can say, hello! Oh god. I'm in the middle of reading my book and now I'm gonna start reading in toad voice. Oh god, it's gonna kill me. Oh god, okay. Let me read a bit in my toad voice. Give me a second. Sasha turned her attention to Elia, who suddenly felt on the spot. No one said it had to be Toad. Yeah, but like that's my most dramatic voice change. I can also do my snooty voice if I really wanted to. I suppose I could do my snooty voice. Oh, Elliot rubbed her arm, gnawing on her lip. I, sort of just came here, she lamely said. It's hard to, it's hard. Please close the door, Sir Lappy. Lappy shrugged. Closing. How old are you turning today, unless it's confidential? I'm 29. Next year is the big 3-0, so that'll be exciting. Lappy shrugged, closing the door before returning to its post. This the thing you wanted to wait until we were in private? Alf asked, tilting his head curiously, ears twitching a bit. Yes, I'm not from this world. The four in the room stared at her, her anxiety starting to grip at her throat. Taking a shaking breath, Elia continued. I'm from a completely different place. I'd followed these blue glowing mushrooms and I just sort of ended up in a strange place. A place of strangeness. A person there helped me and teleported me to just outside the town. So that was the surge of energy, Sasha mused. Elia just dumbly nodded, and remembering Harnay saying that he would make a burst of energy to distract his master. Sasha hummed a bit, moving the fabric on her before carefully picking up the ladle in her bath and pouring some water on her form. So you're not from here, and you just saw blue mushrooms. Yes? Did you see anything else? Huh? Sasha wants to know, Lappy began, tone annoyed. She understood, you dip!
Okay. Well, make sure to sleep well. Thank you for coming and joining the raid.
I'm just doing everything I can to avoid speaking my regular voice, so yay, we're doing that. God, why did I make it 5 minutes? Oh, God. But before that, what is before that? I must know. Please tell me. I want to know.
Can you show me? I want to know that the strangers like me.
Oh. Sorry. Sorry, I was drinking water. Actually, I should probably go refill this. I'm gonna... Actually, no, it's good.
It was nice to meet you, Groot. You have a good night.
I was for a second there. Don't activate singing mode. Don't do it, Claw. Don't. Usually I do game streams. Today, because it's my birthday, I'm reading my book. Like, it's actually published and stuff. Like, so if you missed the beginning, she's becoming witch plus singer. No, Preston, I begged you. No.
Oh, nice. Oh, shit. How dare you do this to me? How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes.
You saved up for that. I forgot that's such a high. Oh God.
How could you do this to me, Preston? I begged you not to do it. But I gotta go fill up my water anyway, so we'll be right back.
The sad music is.
No, I don't want to sing anymore. No, I'm hurting because I'm smiling so much. Oh God, Preston, why? Oh.
You're actually gonna have no voice by the end. It's a good thing I'm not doing anything tomorrow.
And I'm gonna just be staying home. No, wait. I'm going out to Winnipeg tomorrow. I have to hit bed now. Happy birthday. It's getting very late and lovely meeting you, by the way. It's lovely meeting you too. You sleep well. Make sure you get plenty of rest and drink plenty of water. Stay hydrated. Because I'm your friend. Gotta be an after you sometimes. Thanks. Appreciate it. How dare you, Preston? How could you? You jerk. But yes, for my new viewers, I usually stream every weekday. Bye bye. You have a wonderful rest of your day. There's no command for that. I'm sorry. I don't have command set up. I'm so sorry. I'm working on that. It's gonna take time. Yet. It's okay. You're all good. Yeah, no, there's no command for a lot of things yet. It's gonna take time because it requires some coding, and I'm not good at that. Dropping by to wish you a happy birthday. Thank you, Momina! Momina! Hi, thank you for the wish. I'm sad I haven't gotten to see your stream yet. I've been wanting to, but I've been, busy. I was working up until, yesterday. Yesterday was my last day at my job, so... Yay, because I'm starting school at the end of August. Hydrate! I need to get water! I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go get water. I gotta go get water! I need water! Get out of my chair! I gotta go get water! Water! Ah! For an hour and a half. She's a witch! I just proved from existence. I'm back! I got water. I had to hydrate. I didn't want to dehydrate. What? Okay, let me make it closer again. Okay. I had to get water. Okay, I'm gonna get back to reading. She understood you, Dip. She wasn't sure how to answer. Keep that tongue in your beak. Elf shot, growling loudly at the hissing bird. Quickly, Sasha banged her ladle down. And yeah, I have 45k points. Jesus Christ, Preston. Quickly, Sasha banged her ladle down, the two flinching and looking away from each other. I didn't really see anything else. Some pink lights, but otherwise it was just the glowing blue mushrooms. Sasha rubbed her chin, seeming to contemplate the words. You're an outsider then. I fucked that up. The other three stared at Sasha with shock. The people verticals. But that's just a legend, Lady Sasha. Lappy snapped, his eyes wide with shock, the whites now obvious. Besides, she's tiny. How could she be an outsider? And human too, Farlow added. That's exactly how. Look at her attire utensils. She dresses like a royal, but doesn't act like it. She isn't disturbed by your presence. And she herself claims to be from another world. I find it reason enough to believe it. To be fair, she didn't run and scream when I approached her, Alf conceded, his shoulders slumping. He looked at Elia, who stared at him with a bit of uncertainty. That's all right, little. I ain't mad. Surprised more than anything. I understand why you waited. Elia returned her attention to Sasha, who shifted how she laid in her tub, moving to look at Elia closer. Do you know how I can get home? Elia quietly asked. The only way I can see how, dear, is to go to the Temple of Verta. Both sea bears choked on their breath. But Sasha, that's clear across the world. It could take forever to get there. She'd be alone. She'd die. Alf protested, his eyebrows knitting in anger. You seem fond of her. You can go with her. At that, Alf's anger melted. I can have a few people watch over the docks with Farlow. I know he isn't keen on traveling too far.
Alf looked at Farlow, who gave a defeated sigh. Giving a slight shrug, he looked at Alf, and the two had a heavy embrace. Alia looked at Sasha, who reached a fin to touch her head. Is seeing Verda the only way? Alia questioned quietly. Yes, it is, my dear. It'll be a long journey. I'm sorry. Huh? Why? Because I can't do much more to help you. You'll have to go with Alf to the temple, and no doubt it'll be perilous. Sasha gave a heavy sigh. I can try and send another with you, but he and Alf aren't too fond of each other. If you want to, I will not argue. You're very kind, and you didn't call me crazy for saying I wasn't from here at all. Who used that teleport ring? I'm certain you don't know how to use one, Sasha quietly asked. A friend. His name is Hara. At that, Sasha's eyes seemed to blink behind her glasses. A smile began to form on her lips. I see. I'm glad he is alive. Alia blinked at her words, confusion spreading on her face. Did Sasha know Hara? Lappy, please lead Elia and Alf to their room and go fetch me Aster, yes? I need to speak with the young one. The albatross was upset by the notion, but followed the command. Elia walked with Alf behind the elegant bird before coming to a smaller room. 2 beds placed next to a closed window. A small drawer was there, Elia stepping in to look. It was a dim room, only light peeking through the shutters at the window. Cozy, Alf jokes, shaking his head a bit. Seating himself upon one bed, he seemed to think. I think I'm going to go gather us supplies. I doubt you have any food or water or any other clothes. Elia blushed brightly, suddenly very aware of her current situation. Don't worry. My music stopped. Fuck. Shit. One moment. No, I just want quiet music that isn't... There we go. That works. Don't worry, I'll get you some general human clothes that I think could fit you. That okay? Elia nodded, Alf getting up and creaking the bed as he stopped to the door before leaving and closing it behind him. Elia sat in the darkness, sitting on the bed next to the window. It's good music, yeah. She stared at the slanted rays of the moon. Makes me want to do a jig! I mean, they're in a tavern! She stared at the slanted rays of the moon, softly breathing. Soon, sleep claimed her, a faint song ringing in her head, along with a chime that echoed even deeper in the reaches of her mind. It wasn't even morning when Ellie awoke. Her clenching stomach caused her to wake earlier than anticipated. She never ate yesterday. Most of the adrenaline that came from running from whatever chased Carnay and her in those caves, coupled with the dragons and the sudden exposure to a world far different than her own, had completely dulled her appetite. But now that she was able to settle and come to understand it better, it came back like a gnawing monster in her abdomen. Beside her in the other bed, Alf slept, half covered in a blanket with his limbs sprawled out. A loud, rumbling roar of a snore emitted from his open, drooling mouth. Elia stared at him for a bit, noting just how sharp his teeth were. He really was a bear, at least in that sense. With slow movements, she crawled out of her bed, carefully slipping off her shoes so she could silently leave the room. Her black socks tapped quietly on the wood before she slowly slipped through the door that gave a minute creak. When she was out of the room, she took in the red lion a bit better. The common room really was huge. 3 large circular candlelit chandeliers hung from the ceiling, the night air touching and dancing in the flames on each candle. The warm oak of the walls and the floors was comforting as she made her way down the stairs. The drunkards who had been there before were now either gone or sleeping on benches and tables, half spilling their tankards and food. When she got to the bottom of the stairs, she heard a soft thumping. Oh, my dear! What are you doing up and about so late? Oh, early? Elia glanced up, finally realizing the height of the kangaroo-like bartender, Lily. She was about 6 foot. Elia half a foot shorter than her. The kangaroo bounced a bit on her front feet, her hands resting on her chest, an apron covering her form and matching her headscarf. The bright blue, curious eyes stared at her, a light tilt of the head, wondering if she understood her. I was hungry, Elia admitted, feeling flushed at a loud rumble from her stomach. Don't worry, dear, I'll get you some grub. Come to the bar. You can sit up here. Up there. Elia nodded, following Lily as she hoisted herself onto a tall bar stool. A few others were at the bar, half asleep and half drunk, as they glanced at her, only to return to their business. Lily had set a small glass filled with what Elia hoped was water before hopping through a pair of swinging doors leading to the back. Hey, what are ya? A voice from her right spoke up. Elia's glass was to her lips, her eyes trailing. Next to her was a new person, who had not been previously there. Perched atop his head was a cream-colored cat, his dark brown rabbit ears poking out and twitching curiously. Upon his lightly furred face was a small peaked nose that twitched curiously, whiskers twitching. His body was clothed, covered in black vest, white canvas shirt to his wrists, and dirtied and travel-worn breeches. And his feet were covered by bandages and brown fabric to protect his long feet. His small tail twitched beneath the fabric of his breeches, seeming caught in it. A ponytail seemed to be connected to a part of his head, a gold flower pinned in it. Tipping the wide-rimmed hat, he smiled brightly to Elia. Momentarily, she looked around, trying to figure out if they were indeed speaking to her. Yes, you, darling. Asta, don't pester her! Lily piped up, setting down a bowl in front of Elia. While not the most appetizing-looking meal, the brown water soup floating with chunks of cooked fish and potatoes, the smell drew a loud growl from her stomach. She dove in, sloppy and messy as she ate, barely able to pull away to breathe air. The new person, Astor as Lily called him, laughed a bit before adjusting and getting on the stool next to Elia. I heard you were called by Sasha. You already see her? The kangaroo asked the rabbit, who nodded. Indeed, she's appointed me to be a caretaker of a sea bear and a human. Can you believe it? A human, this far out. Most people who do that are trying to hunt us types down. Astor seemed to roll his shoulders in indifference to the whole matter, but I just gotta get them past the border and then they're on their own. I wasn't paid more than that. I feel like the music's now a little too loud. I'm gonna turn that down a bit. There we go. Astor laughed a bit, shrinking a bit when Lily stared him down. What? That's the human next to you, you jackass! Astor turned his head to look at Elia, who could only stare at him with the dented spoon in her mouth, swallowing the soup. Astor stared at her, his large brown eyes wide with horror. His nose twitched wildly, Elia slowly holding her head. I'm so sorry, I hadn't realized. It's alright, I mean, I'm kind of, different from other humans, so, Elia slightly shrugged, not even sure how to react to Astor's sudden fear. You don't need to be afraid of me. I'm not scary. I don't even know how to use a weapon, so I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Elia offered, hoping that it would assure him that he was safe. His fear faded in shock. Jaw dropped. You don't know how to protect yourself. Sweet father, how have you survived? Astor, don't pester the poor girl, Lily chastised, Astor giving a weak laugh. The rabbit looked at Elia, a frown creasing his lips as he tilted his head, ears twitching again. Actually, I've never seen clothes like that before either. Elia blinked, looking at her dress. Right, Alf said that he was going to get her more comfortable clothes. Where are you from? Elia contemplated the question. Astor was going to be traveling with her and Alf for who knows how long, but it was wise to say it out in the open. After all, Alf said he understood why she told him. Sasha, Lappy, and Farlow in private. Not here? She vaguely said, getting a half laugh from Astor. Well, of course. I mean, what human village? The clothes are fancy, and I've never seen a dress like that before. You from the human capital of Winston or something? A quick choking sound left Elia's Astor spoke. Lily and Astor stared at her with confusion as Elia pounded her chest, wheezing and coughing. Did you say Winston? Elia stared straight at Astor, seeing his nose twitching wildly. Yes? It's the royal capital of humanity. Why? That where you from? Elia could only stare at Astor, a hand going over her mouth. Was she not in a different world? She had never left outside the walls of Winston. Maybe in actuality she had just escaped the confines of that perfect city. But all the things that she had seen, had witnessed, they seemed so real, but so against the reality she was so certain of. Hey, human, you alright? You look like a piece of untouched canvas. I'm fine. I think I should go back to bed. Her body shook. Elia had been certain that perhaps she had been dreaming, that she was in a different world, but now she was no longer so certain. Maybe the people running Winston just didn't want humans to see the great world outside. They had always said it was a wasteland devastated by humans outside, that the city was safe. Now, however... Hello! Welcome to the stream! I'm reading my book! It's going nicely. More things. More people liking my... Oh my god! I'm gonna look at my notifications real quick. So lots of notifications. I'm gonna put that there. Alright. There it is! Ugh. Elliot stumbled a bit as she rushed up the stairs. Another hydrate! Okay. I am hydrated. I will not hydrate. Because I hydrate. Elia stumbled a bit as she rushed up the stairs, Aster and Lily starting to protest before being muffled by Elia quickly slamming the door to her and Al's room. Wheezing and panting, Elia crumbled a bit, her knees buckling as she slid down the door. Cradling her head, she let out a strangled sob. What was going on? What was happening? She just wanted to wake up. She just wanted to be back home again. Even if she hated it, she at least understood everything. As sobs racked her body, Elia flinched when she felt softness around her. Lifting her head a bit, the human noticed the large sea bear holding her close. Alf's large paw touched the back of her head in a reassuring gesture, petting her head. More choked sobs left her as she moved closer to him. It'll be alright. I know, you're probably scared, but I'll protect you. I won't let you get hurt. His grumbling voice was soothing, his voice soft and comforting. I'll get you home. That was the last words Elia heard before she slipped once more into slumber. When she woke next, Elia stirred in the fabric she was wrapped in. A dull throbbing was in her head, along with a quiet ringing. A muffled conversation hit her ears, along with the dull clanking of wood on rocks. Bleary-eyed, Elia focused her eyes on above her. It was the endless sky above, the stones in the sky, a dark blue shadow of how they appeared at night. The sun was pretty high, hanging over them in the fluffy white clouds dancing slowly across the sky. She was moving, she could figure that much. It's ridiculous! Why am I forced to wear this damn cloak? It's too hot in it! Alf complained, Elia craning her neck to look where it came from. They were in a cart of some sort, Alf and Aster sitting with their backs to her. Aster negligently holding reins in his hand as he waved his hand carelessly. Unlike me, my large bear friend, you aren't normal to see on the trade roads. It'll be the fastest way to get to the border between the main forest and the desert. You can cross the desert yourself with your human friend, but otherwise I'm not going, Aster explained. Did Sasha only pay you to take us that far? Considering the time of year? Yeah. I'm not going to the desert if it's open season for the serpents and mongoose. I'd be eaten alive. Aster spat, huffing loudly before snapping the reins. A strange sort of whine came from their steeds, the large cart suddenly jostling Elia. She let out a yelp, her head whacking hard on the wood. Both Alf and Aster looked back at her, Elia able to free one of her arms from the fabric to rub her head. Sorry, darling, didn't mean to wake you. It's alright, I've been awake for a little bit. Why am I wrapped up? Elia asked, sitting up a bit. Alf quickly moved his large hand to press her back down. Elia giving a noise of confusion, till she saw both men looking away. What? Well, we needed to get you changed. Your clothes were covered with salt water. But, well, we didn't have the heart to do it. Neely did it for the most part, but she didn't want to dress you, since she'd feel like you were already going to be insulted that you got undressed while asleep. The words processed in Elia's head, setting in quickly as her face turned brighter than a tomato. Quickly pulling the blanket tighter around her, Alf motioned to a pack beside her, a few of the contents visible. Inside was a simple long tunic, cream with purple trim. There was a red sash to wrap about her waist, along with a belt that had a small yet decently packed pouch and a canteen. There was also long brown hose and simple travel boots. Elia began to slip it on, grunting a bit with the boots. They weren't the most comfortable, and she could almost bet that she would get blisters, but she knew that they were better for her than her dress shoes. She used her undergarments from before, but began to consider how she'd go about getting more, since she knew these were going to get tattered and worn quickly. All dressed? Don't want to peek on ya. Oh wait, let me try that again. All dressed? Don't want to peek on ya. Aster seemed to sing. Elia frowned, and Alf giving him a hard look. Geez, you two look like you're going to intend to gut me. I'm trying to be nice. You're already getting on my nerves. And if anything Lily said was true, you're the one who upset Little. So I won't be taking kindly to you. Alf almost snarled, barely keeping himself level-headed. Look, I didn't know she was from Winston. When Sasha said human child, I thought it was someone from the outer crop areas of human settlements, not the fucking capital. Once more, the name set Ellie on edge. Excuse me, Mr. Astor. Don't call me Mr. I ain't that old. Then, Astor, you said Winston, correct? Can you describe it for me? Huh? What's to talk about? It's a city surrounded on a high wall where the rich and stuck-up reside in blissful ignorance, while the rest of us have to suffer our own kind returning to their own states or whenever their hunting season begins. Astor grumbles. Hunting season? Returning to their own state. Elliot put those little bits of knowledge in the back of her mind. Did, anything seem fake in Winston? At that, Astor glanced back at her, his eyebrow quirked. Fake? Other than the smiles and lackluster courts, no, not really. Why you ask? Elliot felt relief wash over her. Maybe it was just coincidence then, that the town shared the name, that it wasn't her home. After all, he only explained that the people as fake, not the town or city itself. You okay? Winston isn't my home. I'm just relieved at that, Elliot admitted, wiping some sweat from her brow as she moved. The blanket over her to keep the sun out. Now that she had time to notice, there were boxes and burlap sacks in the cart with her, though they were tightly bound as to not move. It isn't? But I thought... Astor, how much did Sasha tell you? Alf asked, tilting his head back to pat Elia's head, the human smiling a bit as she seemed to relax more. Another hydrate! Oh, baby! Oh, hi, Azzy! Thank you for the water. I appreciate it. Alf asked, tilting his head back to pat Ellie on the head. I already read that. Well, she said she needed to get you two safe passage toward the Temple of Verta. Well, I told her I'd only take you to the desert, and that is all. Astor shrugged. Did you ask her about us? Alf pressed. No, I already knew you. I figured the girl was just a human. Astor spoke offhandedly, adjusting himself in his seat and stretching his feet, each fur toe popping. She's an outsider. A blessed being from Verta. At that, Astor sat straight up, pulling the reins harshly on the creatures leading them. They were horse-like, but appeared more akin to skeletons than horses, their pale white skin shifting barely on the near bare bone. Their eyes seemed devoid, and their teeth were jagged and sharp. I'm sorry, what? Astor nearly shouted, looking straight at Elia. She's a... Alf nodded. Then you're... Alf nodded. Please don't tell me I have to... Again, a nod. Oh, great goddess, why? Huh? What? Ellie exclaimed, confused by the anguish of their companion. Our rabbit friend here is upset, because he thought he could get away from Verta. Well, whenever an outsider is said to come to the land, there are to get companions, as your folk know nothing about this world. Since I am devout to Verta, I follow the teachings. Alf puffed his chest proudly, grinning wide. And so does Astor. He follows the teachings, if only a bit more loosely. I don't have to go through the desert, do I? Astor pleaded. Yes, you do. Because Sasha chose you to be her guide. And you know Sasha would be upset with you if you just chickened out. Don't compare me to a chicken. Chickens are rude and irresponsible and reckless. Astor's ears were twitching wildly, Alf getting great pleasure at upsetting the rabbit man as they made their way through the area. The area was wide, vast even. Trees dotted the landscape, a few large piles of stones here and there. For the most part, the large area had little grass. It was mostly weeds, dirt, and rock. It made sense, since Elliot could see the fading buildings of Aquadine in the distance, the haze of the sun distorting the air. In the distance, the large rock formation she saw the night before was alive with birds, the stones glistening white. The area around them was rocky, the cart jostled by the stones they went over. Finally, Elliot looked to the rest of the stuff in the cart. There were their packs, which she could tell from the things strapped to them. However, there were other bags, bulging a bit and attracting flies. Astor? What's in those bags? Elliot questioned, glancing down. Sea cucumbers? Astor responded, glancing over his shoulder. I had to get an excuse to travel to the next major town. Why? Alf questioned, lifting his hood a bit to raise his eyebrow at him. Because I need a reason to have to come from Aquadine, you putz. I don't know if you realize it, but if you're just traveling pace to pace, I'd get in trouble with quite a few people. Why's that? Elliot moved, leaning on the lip of the cart that sat next to the ledge that the two sat on. Are you a criminal? No, but I know a lot of dangerous people. People who don't want me traveling freely. Besides, nowadays, it's not like the roads are completely safe. Astor huffed. What does it matter? I don't want liberal traveling with someone dangerous that could endanger. Alf snarled. Look, there's a reason Sasha employs me. It's rare that hares can be shamans, so I'm like a prize! At that, Alf coughed, seeming to choke on his breath. You're a shaman! Alia tilted her head, finger to her lip as she considered it. Shamans, at least in her world, were black magic users, contacting spirits of the dead and using medical remedies. If all text was to go off of, they were usually village leaders with high magical powers. Hares shouldn't be able to tap into natural force like that. Well, thanks, you ass! I train hard to be what I am. What can you do? Alia asked curiously, leaning on her hands. At that, Aster just stared at her before laughing. That depends, darling. Just how much do you want to know? It's obvious. Aster and Alf do not like each other. At least not yet. They stopped on the side of the road they traveled, next to a large landmark of sorts. It was a huge stone, strange carvings on it. Elliot couldn't understand it, trying to inspect it. There were drawings and jewels embedded into the hard gray stone. Some of the drawings looked like gears. It's an ancient tablet, Alf explained calmly. It's said to be left by mages who traveled the land and marked the stone with the blessings of Verda. Who is Verda? I can guess she's a goddess, but who is she? Verda is the goddess of time. She is what gives us all drive and purpose to continue living our lives to the fullest of our abilities. Alf crossed his arms, puffing as steam left his nostrils. His tail swished back and forth, Elliot often forgetting he had it. Maybe he was good at keeping it calm, hidden away to not draw attention to it? All of us have her to thank for her life being short, but she had told us to never seek immortality. That to stop one's time is a curse. Elliot nodded a bit before frowning. But you could learn so much that way. Having all the time in the world with no fear of death, you could learn everything. Elliot would admit that wanting to know as much as possible about this world. There was no guarantee that she could ever learn everything before she would have to leave. And what do you do after you learn everything? Alf asked, looking at her straight. Impossible, Elliot spoke strongly. Because the world is always changing. Things can change and thus no knowledge has a true end. You can go for eternity learning. For example, why does the planet turn? How are those stones staying in the sky? What does the moon why does the moon circle the world? Are there other worlds? Can we reach them? Why can we interact with the world? Elias spoke, spouting question after question. Stop! You're making my head hurt. Alf grunted. I get maybe you feel eternal life is good. But take the bad as well. After all, life ends. Even if yours didn't, everyone and everything would end around you. I believe Verto when she said it was a curse. Elias contemplated his words, frowning. He was right. While the eternal pursuit of knowledge was wonderful, there would be a severe disconnect from others. It was a sad existence, with only knowledge as comfort and validation. The High Chancellor was the only one who explained that to her, who told her that the pursuit of knowledge was only the proof of her existence. She disagreed, even now, but perhaps all those speeches had gotten to her. Reaching up, she touched the flower in her hair. That was right, she had to get home. Angela was no doubt worried. Same with her family, probably. Aster, what are you doing? Alf called, snapping Ellie out of her thoughts. We have to stop for now, Aster stated firmly, touching the strange horse-like creatures. My familiars warned me that there are beasts ahead, and they won't pass until they get their proper rest. Alf huffed, pulling the packs out of their carts. Elliot watched Aster carefully, his brown furred hand running over the spine of the horse creature. Suddenly they erupted in a flash, lights floating in the air, before they merged into his paw, forming into two white slips of paper. Upon them were the strange black drawings, a symbol of a circle beneath. Her jaw dropped. They just transformed into paper? How? Is this magic too? Now, if you don't close your mouth, you'll catch flies, Aster teased, helping Alf with the packs and placing them in the shade of the towering stone. The sun was in the western section of the sky, hours from setting. That was amazing, Elliot shouted, feeling excitement. How do you do that? Where did you learn it? That was so cool! Aster was surprised, before giving a nervous laugh. It's just familiar dismissal. I just returned them to their original state. He modestly explained, rubbing the back of his neck as he adjusted his hat. Remember, she's a human, an outsider too, no less. She's probably never seen it before. Alf reminded, reaching into the packs to pull out stuff to make a small fire. I'll make us some food, since we'll be traveling all morning. Bread and cheese and a little rice sounds good with you all? Too bad making it anyways. He didn't even wait for them to respond before starting the fire and getting a pot and some wooden bowls from his pack. Elliot watched the process with immense interest. Can you explain more to me? Elliot asked, Aster sitting down to rest his legs. He pondered it before smiling. All right? I've got time to kill. I'll explain the basics of magic to you, Elia. He moved his hands, lights starting to come from the earth beneath his paws. Those lights are part of a thing known as the natural force. Everything in this world is filled with it. From the earth itself, to the air, to the insides of us. Most are elemental, things you can pull from around you. Then there are familiar spirits. He pulled out the 2 slips, letting her get a good look at them. Letting her get to look at them better. The drawings in the slips were akin to the beast he summoned. Lines all black and bold. Familiar spirits are spirits of beasts who come to trust the magic user. In my case, since I'm a shaman, I'm better with beings associated with death. Aster spoke, almost prideful. Death? Elia could feel a chill down her back. It's a natural process of life. However, familiar spirits are bound to certain shamans, and to a limited amount. In my case, I have 5 altogether. The 2 horse spirits, a falcon, a wraith, and the enigma. With the last one, Elias showed her obvious confusion. The enigma is a rare spirit, Ellie. It's used to talk to the dead. It's an always active spirit. Here, want to see? Elliot just nodded. Reaching, he pulled out the yellow flower from his hair. He offered it for her to see. Your flower pin? It takes the form of something others don't suspect, but can be near the shaman at all times. Aster explained before putting it back. It's the reason my name is Aster, after all. It took Ellie a moment to realize why. Aster was a type of flower, a gold flower, no less. Then, is Aster not your real name? At the question, the rabbit man tilted his head back, seeming to think of an answer. I suppose not. But really, a name is just a mask we put on. Sometimes we need to change it for our own sakes. Elia thought back to Harnay. I don't have much use for it anymore. To him, he had to change his name because of his master. A mask he needed to change. Aya looked at Aster, concern on her face. Hey, Aster, can I ask you something? Go ahead, Al. What is it? Well, I'm not sure how to word it. If you lived in a place where you weren't supposed to use your old name anymore, is it wise for others to know your old name? Aster considered it, paw on his chin as he seemed to chew on the inside of his mouth. Usually old names are reserved for the past. However, if they trust you enough to give you their old name, they probably expect to see you again. Why do you ask? Well, I met someone when I came to this world, before I came to the beach and before I met Alf. Large Sea Bear looked up from his cooking to look at her. He was very nice, but he looked like he suffered so much. I wanted to help him for him helping me. Aster and Alf looked at one another, face serious. What is it? Do you think perhaps it's a sign? Aster asked, his eyebrow raised a bit, nose twitching. That would depend. Alf responded cryptically. But who you met a human? Aster suddenly questioned. Huh? Elia was surprised by the sudden inquiry before nodding. Aster stood, stretching a bit before putting his hands on his hips. A look of determination filled those brown big eyes. It's decided then. We'll have to go to Winston. I'm gonna drink some water. Ooh. Oh my god, I've got 10 people watching me. That's a lot of people. And in the chat there's even more. Holy cow. Ah. Water. Delicious. I need to clean my cup more. That's just a state of fact. I need to do it more. Oh well. Alright. Chapter 5. Why the sudden change of course? Elia asked, carefully biting into her warm bread and cheese, sipping at the rice porridge. Not the most elegant meal Elia had, but it tasted good and filled her stomach. Alf was eating slowly himself, seemingly lost in his thoughts. Aster set down his bowl. I'm famous! Holy cow! Yeah, sure. We'll say that I'm famous, sure. I'll go with that, I guess. Alf was eating slowly himself, seeming lost in his thoughts. Aster set down his bowl, looking up at the sky as the bright yellows and oranges. The music is loud. At least to me. I probably just need to remove the one from my right ear and I'll be good. There we go. Oh! Mike's home! Welcome home! Hello! I'm on chapter 5! Someone rated me with like 9 people. It's crazy. I think it's snack time.
before I go any further. Stretch! Snack time, everybody! Woo! My bubble tea! Boobell tea.
I'm gonna put my water to the side.
Thank you. Oh, and there's still ice in it. I'm gonna stab my bubble tea. I got bubble tea! It's honey. It's delicious.
Bubble tea. Yummy. I see the cake box. Hun, you might want to get the pizzas before Artemis just decides to jump on it and knock it over.
Before she decides, hey, this smells tasty, I'm gonna eat it. Or I try to break into it.
Sorry, the sound alert might not work. I was trying to get it to work the other day, but it didn't want to work then either. Pizza!
What pizza? How much of that?
Pizza! Lunch break.
Birthday pizza.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Oof. I ate an oof. Nom nom.
Cake later.
Huh?
You can have cake later.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. My boys! Nom nom nom. Am I in one of your hotlines? Am I in one of your hotlines?
Is it one of your hot things? Oh, yes.
Oh, alright. I just wanted one slice for now, so I have energy. Ah! Yeah! Mm. Aster set aside his bowl, looking up at the sky as the bright yellows, oranges, and reds began to paint the clouds above. You met a human when you came. Sure, going through the desert would be the fastest route to the Temple of Erda. But perhaps Sasha already knew that we were headed to Winston. She's funny like that. Aster shrugged his shoulders, adjusting his bandages and cloth on his feet. Alia frowned, staring down at her bowl of rice. Sasha knew who Harne was. Perhaps that's why she wanted to get Aster specifically, because he would reason that they would need to head to Winston. There were still so many questions Alia had, trying to think of what she could ask her two companions. However, even then, she wasn't sure she could. Not out of lack of trust, but because she didn't want to endanger them or those who she had met previous. She remembered the horrible air Harne's master had. There had to be more beings like that in this world, people who had no shred of good in their hearts. Truly, perhaps that's why Harne had put her near Aquadine, because he knew that there were good people there. You alright, little? Alf quietly broke her from her thoughts, looking at him with a pained stare. Alf, there are bad people in this world, right? The large sea bear frowned and nodded. I don't know if I could be of much use in helping you keep them back. I told you, didn't I? I will protect you. Alia bit her lower lip, staring down at her bowl. But I don't want to go my entire journey having people protecting me. People get hurt that way. I want to help protect you too. I don't want you to get hurt for my sake. Alf stared at her, his large paw touching the top of her head. Hey, Ellie, darling. It's a huge sign of trust for a sea bear to offer to protect you, Astor noted, his hand resting on his spread leg, seeming to stretch himself out. Ellie looked over to Astor, seeing him cram the bread in his mouth before speaking again. They don't often do that for those outside of their families. Alf stared at him before letting out a loud huff. She was small and fragile. It wouldn't take much for someone to take advantage of that. To be honest, I was considering putting my claws in her when I met you, little. Alf removed his hand. Elliot staring at him in shock. He had considered doing that? Then why didn't you? Because you cowered. At that, Astor gave a whistle. Alf shot him a look. Astor looking away to take a sip from his bowl. Humans don't cower in such a way. Most are as hard as steel, cold and unfeeling. Most care for themselves and their own desires and those of others. They will often stare death down even when it has its teeth and claws bared. Alf leaned his cheek on his palm, setting down his bowl. It was the reaction I expected, honestly, especially when I heard you talk. You sound genuinely scared, but I've trusted humans before only for them to attack. And yet, you were alone. You got us to laugh. Farlow rarely laughs anymore, so it's good to see my bro look so happy. Alf smiled a bit, his eyes closing before a small stream of steam left his mouth. I realized you couldn't be like other humans, and that maybe because you're so young still, that you're still kind, that you care for others and don't want them to get hurt, especially over you. People get hurt over others every day, Elias spoke strongly, looking down at the ground between the three of them. She gripped her bowl a bit. I told myself that I didn't want people to get hurt from my choices that I made. I'd challenge any authority if it meant others didn't have to take harm for decisions I made. Leia closed her eyes. It's probably how I ended up here. I don't want my friend Angela to get hurt, so I went ahead of her. She's probably super worried for me. What about your parents? Humans have those, don't they? Astor asked, watching her closely. At that, Elliot grimaced before letting out a loud, annoyed grunt. It scolded me, saying I got into a bad situation, that I shouldn't be with Angela, and no matter how many times I'd say that it was my fault, they'd find reason to blame others. Then they'd guilt trip me until I give in, and say that I'd do anything they'd ask. If they just stopped saying things like that. I let out a huff. They were going to give me a lecture when I came home, telling me how I should focus on my studies or how I shouldn't cause trouble. I'm drinking my boba. Being learned is good, Astor agreed, but it should be on your terms, not others. That's what I learned as a shaman. Most classically trained mages are just have a horribly strict way of doing things. I couldn't stand it. You refused to be a mage, Alf asked, chuckling a bit. Well, I could have been a mage, but there isn't any fun in being a mage. It's the same things over and over again. It just becomes like being a traveling magic show. Wave a hand, say a word, and then boom, whatever spell you cast. It's also severely limited depending on what kind of mage you want to be. Funny how that works, right? Astor laughed a bit, tilting his hat rim to look at Elia. What do you want to be, Ellie? Huh? What do I want to be? All the previous thoughts seemed to melt away as she thought back to her conversation with Angela. A smile came to her lips. I want to be a writer. What's stopping you? Astor asked, tilting his head as his ears blinked. Where I'm from, writers can only tell fact. Nothing that the mind creates. Wow, sounds like the Magic Academy all over again, Astor noted, pursing his lips. That's why I asked about Winston before. For me, Winston was a prison, filled with fake plans, fake ideals, fake order, fake existence. A perfect world that stagnated. Alia felt her rage boil again before it faded. It was hell. People weren't themselves, but rather a faceless mass that followed orders. I didn't want to be that. I wanted to be me. I wanted to see things I could only dream of. Is that so bad? Alia asked, knowing that she still struggled even now with the acceptance of that. Arne had assured her that he was glad that the path he went down, because it meant he could exist as himself. But Alia didn't have that resolve. Even if she resolved to follow her choices through, starting them was a different matter. It was a different matter entirely. Let me ask you something, Al, Astor started, the human staring at him. If I wasn't a shaman, do you think I'd be happy? You wouldn't be, Alf interjected. Aster surprised to hear him speak. For him, the academy was hell, because it wasn't what he wanted to be. Now, even if it's unorthodox, he's happy because he gets to do what he wants. I didn't know you had such a big vocabulary, friend, Aster praised. Keep your trap shut. I'd rather deal with a lot of people at ports, not just other sea bears. Alf snapped back, Elliot giggling a bit. But as I was saying, I'm happy to be who I became, because even if the road was harder, I am what I wanted to be. And I wanted someone who could say, yeah, I'm happy. I see. Even if the path was harder, it was worth it to stay true to myself. Aster finished, a bright smile on his lips. Elliot stared at him before echoing his smile. To have someone so positive, someone who could answer questions, it was relieving. Thank you. Often Aster blinked, confused by the sudden thanks. Elliot rubbed her eyes, trying to hide the tears prickling them. I barely know you two, but you treat me so kindly. Aster moved, touching the top of her head with his small paw. You remind me of my sister. Can't help it, Aster admitted. She was very scared of the world and scared she'd fail her dreams. So I want you to feel just as inspired as she made me. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have become a shaman. She sends me letters telling me about her dreams and how I'm pushing her to do them. The small paw ruffled Elliot's hair, the young girl laughing a bit. Don't you have a lot of sisters? Alf asked, earning an annoyed huff from the rabbit. Just because I'm a rabbit doesn't mean my parents had a bunch of children! Aster pouted his lips, earning a loud laugh from the sea bear. Elliot watched the two, laughing as they got into a minor scuffle, the two laughing as the night fell. I need to drink some more. Bubble tea. Aster told them that they should make themselves comfortable, to get a bit of sleep as they were leaving when the moon was at its highest.
Wabbit! Yes.
Aster's a good rabbit. He's a troublemaker, but he's a good rabbit. Alf leaned against the cart, acting as their watch while Aster slept, his hat tipped down to cover his face. Elliot stared at the sky, her eyes reflecting the stars and stone high above. The small fire Alf had made for cooking crackled quietly, snapping as the small bits of tinder collapsed into the small pile. Resting her hands on her belly, a gentle breeze touched her face, cooling and refreshing. To see this many stars, to see so much in such little time, Elliot wasn't sure what to do with herself. Was this all a dream? Some kind of message for her to follow her dreams, to not care for those who try and stop her? To be true. It felt too real to be a dream. Every time Alf's fur had touched her, it would be an embrace, carrying, or just the reassuring pet. She memorized the gentleness to her and his motions. Even Aster's she could recognize now. Their words and voices had already become ingrained. If this was a dream, perhaps Elliot decided she didn't want to wake. She didn't want to lose these memories, these feelings. Elliot. She glanced to her right, seeing Alf towering over her. He slowly sat down next to her before laying back beside her to stare up at the sky with her. You should be sleeping, he noted. It's the first time you called me by my name. I'm so used to you calling me little, Elliot responded, letting out a little laugh. Do the stars interest you that much? The out-of-place question confused her at first, before she looked up at the stars again. Can I tell you about my friend, Alf? The sea bear looked at her before nodding. I have a friend, a really good friend, named Angela. She's really nice, and she spent a lot of time stargazing. She was able to make a makeshift telescope and had all these charts that she made of the stars. In the world where I'm from, we don't have any flowers. They don't exist. They didn't exist. But she was so dead set on making a flower that would reflect the galaxy perfectly. I was so jealous of her. Elliot gave a shaking laugh. To be fair, I wasn't a very good friend. I tolerated her, but she always seemed so interested in everything I had done. And yet, even though I remember all the things she told me, I never told her how much her company meant to me. Now I want to memorize these stars so I can tell her about everything. Try and let her get a glimpse of the world that's so gorgeous. It's so different from our own, far beyond our wildest dreams. Elliot stretched her hands to the sky, feeling the burning of tears. To admit such a thing, to have the sudden and clenching fear that she'll never get to tell Angela how sorry she was, how much she meant to her. She sounds like a wonderful friend, little. Your controller not agreeing with you? Oy. Absolute best. I was really a terrible friend. With what you told me about your world, maybe we're just scared to let people close. Elia contemplated his words. He's probably right. Angela was the only one who she shared her stories with. The only one who agreed that they wanted to see real flowers. Elia really wanted to see her again. To see that bright smile, those bouncing curls, to walk alongside her home from school as the sun set. I really want to see her again. I hope I'll get to see her soon. Alf's hand touched her face, his paw beans pressing her face and earning a small giggle from her. I'm sure you will. As the moon hit its crest, Aster made sure the two were awake, his hand reaching into his vest to pull out the 2 white slips of the papers from before. Come to me, my familiars, he called, light erupting and destroying the papers, it weaving in the air and wrapping around the light that formed the vague shapes of the horses. As the shapes solidified, the horses seemed to whine and huff as they came into existence. Don't be that way, you two. I gave you plenty of rest. Besides, we're changing course. About to pass through the Valley of Giants instead. 2 horses appeared to understand Aster, visibly relaxing. It seemed the Valley of Giants was a better choice than the desert that Aster obviously dreaded. Alright, you two, hop on. Most beasts are more relaxed at this time of night. The company climbed into the cart, Aster letting out a bark of an order, snapping the reins as they suddenly twisted and turned away from the path that they were on, bouncing on rocks and thorny bushes that were embedded in the earth. What are we going to do with the sea cucumbers, Aster? Elia asked as the wind whipped around them. Sell them when I get the first chance to. We'll have to find another item to get traded in Winston. And there's still some 3 towns away, so we've got a bit of journey ahead of us. Aster snapped the reins again, the horses letting out a shriek as they bounded forward, tearing up the ground. 3 towns? Elia asked, Alf gripping a bit hard on the cart as they bounced. Yeah, 3 major towns. There's a lot of farmland and homesteads on the way, but 3 major trading and residential homes are on the way to Winston. There's Lorite, Buron, and Exelda. Lorite is a rabbit settlement, great farmland. Buron is a coexisting village, a very good trading town, though it's more akin to a city. Go slower, you dolts! You'll break the wheels at this rate! Alf snapped at Aster, who let out an angry huff before yanking the reins to slow his familiars down. And Exelda is a series of towns, one next to another, not too far off from Winston. Maybe a 2 or 3 day ride from Exelda to Winston. How many days will it take us to get there? Elia finally relaxed, glad that the cart was going fast, but not breakneck. A fortnight, maybe more. Depends on weather and activity of other beasts, or any other kinds of interruptions that might come up. Aster was looking around as he snapped the reins again, the familiars switching to a steady bound over rocks and dirt, taking towards more grass-covered area. Fallen and broken trees beginning to replace the rock and stone as they were traversing. It seemed that the influence of the desert that spoken of in Dread had a long reach, but it stopped at this curve. The towering cliffs made Elia aware of why. The harsh winds couldn't break through the large outstretching pieces of land, sheer and torn apart by centuries of work. The cliff faces were swirling with different layers of rock, different sediments, showing the passage of time. The moon had vanished behind those towering cliffs, gone with only the starry sky above. They traveled for several hours, a small river starting to cut through the valley. As they got deeper, the cliff faces towered higher and higher, seeming to only let the faint rays of the morning sun in through the very top of the cliff faces, leaving the trees hiding in the ground below where they were. However, plant life was abundant in the lower area. The trees were thin and tall, the light bark cracking and shredding as the leaves stretched towards the sunlight that they could reach. Many short shrubs were beside the small and shallow river, vines and ivy crawling up the sheer cliff faces. The cliffs themselves seemed to have deep gashes in them, forming large, out-hanging rocks from it. As Aster's familiars pounded through the dirt and rock beside the river, they came to a sudden stop by a rough yank. Aster stepped off, his familiars nervously cutting their hooves into the ground, their heads whipping around frantically. Reaching into his tunic, the rabbit pulled out a long curved blade, it flashing in the lights that cut through the tree leaves. Foes? Alf growled, carefully standing. The claws slipped through the brown fur, his eyes flashing as he looked around, nostrils flared and ready. Shh. Aster raised a hand, a hush falling over them. Elia looked around carefully, not moving her head as her eyes flicked from the trees that surrounded them. Shadows seemed to dance, either with quiet animals, intruders, or her mind playing tricks on her. Aster relaxed his grip on the hilt of his thin blade before his face sprinkled. Well, Alf grumbled, his legs shifting to put himself in a protective stance. I'd sensed something. It's gone now. My familiars haven't calmed down, which means there probably left something nearby. Left something? Elia whispered, focusing on Aster until a faint noise caught her attention behind her. Turning quickly, her eyes caught a flash of something, the ground ripping up as a huge shape lunged from the shadows. Elia instinctively screamed, Alf grabbing her and pulling her from the cart as it was crashed underneath the front feet of the form. Well, what Elia assumed were the front feet anyways. As the cart buckled and Alf was sent a bit out into the air, Elia saw the form in the flickering lights, her eyes widening as she took in the beast that shattered their cart. It was a huge beast, bigger than Alf by a great much. However, unlike Alf, Aster, or even herself, the beast had no skin, no muscle. It was a culmination of bones, taking a vague shape as long legs reached forward, bones disconnected from one another but somehow attached. The bones clanked loudly as the rock and dirt as it adjusted, a bright blue flame suddenly visible when Elia and Alf landed. Elia leaned out, letting out a yelp from the impact. As she got a more clear look at it, the blue flame illuminating it more, she saw pitch-black ribs beneath the flame. It was taking a sort of fish-sized shape in its sternum. 8 legs, 8 arms. Its head was hidden in shadow, the blue flame licking only to the vague form of a shape. What is that, Aster? Alf shouted, Aster quickly dismissing his panicked familiars. However, the only response was silence. Answer me, you idiot! Alf whipped his head around before Elia noticed he was silent too. Looking up, her eyes took in the sudden change in the air. Huge, sharp white bones were at their necks, like swords. It floated in the air, unbound by any seeable force. A few more of the large white shapes were floating beside the huge beast, who carefully approached Elia and Alf, her 2 companions wanting to move. The beast moved closer, Elia staring up at it with fear as it towered over her and Alf. It moved its clawed hands, the other white bone blades floating and pointing at Alf and Aster. It wasn't focused on hurting her, it was focused on her companions. The knees cracked as it bent a bit, looking at Elia directly. She stared at its face, a white bone mask hiding most of its blackened features. However, eye holes were visible in the mask, black pupils staring at her from white eyes. Horns were perched about the side of its mask, twisting and pointing towards the ground, the grooves rough and uneven. Long silvery wisps of what Elia could only guess was hair were flowing over its form as it seemed to weave around the black bones of its form. What? Please don't hurt me, Elia whimpered, a clawed hand reaching towards the human girl. However, it froze up when the words left her lips. It was mere inches from her face, her eyes struggling to not shut at the razor-sharp fangs that were so close. The beast appeared annoyed at her words, its hand moving to touch her small neck, her body flinching as it grazed its claws to her frail neck. Don't hurt her, demon! Aster hissed, flinching as the blade seemed to get closer to her. Aya looked at him from the corner of her eye, before back at the beast, tears burning at the edges of her eyes. Please don't hurt them. If you want to kill me, that's fine, but don't hurt them. They aren't bad people, Elia whispered out, tears slowly trailing down her cheeks, burning as they dripped off her chin. The beast seemed to freeze up before removing its claws. Elia stared at it, watching its eyes and movements. It seemed hurt. It backed away, its 8 legs tumbling a bit as it slunk into the darkness of the trees. The white-boned swords seemed to dissolve in the air, gone with the lingering presence of the beast. After the beast was gone, Elia was taken back by a rough and sudden hugs from Alf and Aster, the 2 of them shaking as they gripped her close. Don't ever do that again, Elia, Aster whispered, gripping her tunic as Alf held them closer. Never sacrifice yourself for our sakes. Elia looked at the 2, feeling her chest pound as the fear finally fell away. The human woman stared at the broken remains of the cart, most of it ripped to splinters and lumber. The wheels were shattered, the bag strewed and ripped open from the 8-legged monster. What was that? Elia whispered softly, afraid of her own voice. A demon? Something beyond death? Aster muttered beneath his breath. The goddess Berta banished them away. Is her power fading over the world? Alf murmured as it looked to where Elia did, holding the 2 smaller forms in his spurred form, his tail moving to be protective of them. Elia felt numb. Her throat stung from the tiny cuts in the demon's claws. The demon after her. Why did it look so distraught? Why?
Came and drink some. Yum yum yum. Nom 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 nom.
Pizza! I'm gonna get another slice. Pizza! Sure, pizza break. I saw that background image. I saw that background image.
What background image?
Totally wasn't Victoria.
Oh, that one, yes.
Nom nom nom.
Wahaha. Me. Why are you wahahaing, Adrian? I don't know. Alright. I'm just thinking of various video game quotes I recite a lot of. Oh, fair. Actually, to be right back, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. So I'm gonna put up the BRB screen, and I'll be back in just a bit. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. Chapter 6. Her neck still burned, the marks although small but stinging. Her mind flooded with what occurred, of the demon that had threatened to steal her life, only to be scared away by our words. The thoughts swam, clinging feebly to her memories of the beast. A part of her felt familiar to it, as though she had encountered it before somewhere. But it was gone when her small hand was held by the large hand of Alf. Big Bear hid! The group had taken up walking. Esther's familiars terrified into the talisman's form after the demon appeared. It was for the best, as their cart was completely destroyed. The sea cucumbers were abandoned and left for the small foragers to clamber up. The walking was slow, their feet quiet as they traversed the deep ravine. Elia, you doing alright? Master asked quietly, looking at her from under the rim of his hat, his ears flopped forward. The human could only merely look at him with minor sorrow before nervously shaking her head. It's alright. What happened? Probably shaken by it. We'll protect you, Alf said strongly, Elia sighing heavily as she gripped his paw a bit. That honestly makes me feel both better and feel worse. I told you both, I don't want you to get hurt for my sake. Does not change our words or our promise to you. Nothing can. Huh?
They get hurt for her sake anyway.
I mean, yeah. It's their decision. It's their choice. It doesn't change our words or our promise to you. Nothing can, Aster resolved. However, after seeing her head duck down a bit more, he conceded perhaps it wasn't quite what she wanted to hear. I know you wanted to learn how to fight, but nothing against you, Ellie, but your body isn't really made for it. At least not like Alf and I. I know, I wish I could help. If I could just protect myself, then you two wouldn't have to worry so much. The human hampered before shaking her head. I would still protect you, Alf determined. Oi, Alf, she wants to be able to help us, not just rely on us. Stop shooting it down. I'm simply saying that I'd still protect Little no matter what. That's not what I want, Elliot nearly screamed, making her two companions jump. For once, I want to stand firmly on 2 feet here, able to protect people close to me instead of just standing by and hoping that someone doesn't get hurt. Elia felt her eyes burn with tears before putting her hands on her face, gripping the edges of her hair. I just want to be useful. I don't want to be defenseless. Clenching her teeth, she secondly took wheezing gasps, whimpering. Alf and Aster looked to one another, at a loss as they tried to understand her plight. For them, in Elia's eyes, it wasn't normal, especially for a human. Her begging like this was no doubt even weirder, since she was entrusted in their care. Perhaps I can grant thee assistance. A loud, booming voice echoed around them, shaking the tree leaves and branches, birds and small creatures scurrying away. Aster and Alf looked up, trying to find the source. Elia confused. You are a human, yes? You're the one who bears such a great burden. That had a bit of boba back up in it. That was weird. I didn't fully chew that boba ball. Who is talking? Alf shouted, his voice showing his edge and uncertainty after the recent event. He moved protectively of Elia, the human drawing her lips in a line. Wait, I know that voice. Victor and Rhonda! Aster proclaimed as he rushed a bit ahead to a large boulder that stood a break of trees. Elia and Alf approached with confused looks, Alf arching his eyebrows at their rabbit friend. As they came to view atop the rock, they saw the speaker. A huge face was carved into the sheer cliff, large slits of rock to show the lids of eyes and the crease of its lips. The rock shifted, showing the wrinkles as it opened its eyes more, and hollowed pupils in the sediments stared at the group as they converged onto the large boulder. Victor! Aster shouted happily, his eyes glittered with joy. I'm glad you're awake! 'Tis been a while, young flower. You brought others with you. One of the Andrea clan and a human from far beyond. Both Alf and Elia were surprised to hear those words. Wait, you're part of the Andrea clan? Aster asked, surprised on his face. Was the tail not the tip-off? Alf asked, one of his eyebrows tilting upwards. Andrea clan? Elia asked, her face the face laughing a bit with a deep rumbling chuckle. The Andrea clan was one of the original beast clans who served under the great goddess Berta when she waged war on the demon overlord, the stone explained before humming a bit. I realize, perhaps, my words are less meaningful to you, since you are not of our realm, young Elia. How do you know my name? Elia questioned softly, stepping forward as so Elf and Aster were behind her. Clip-Face seemed to contemplate her words before her smile grew, rock chipping off in the effort. Young vessel, I shall tell thee about our realm, about that which you have stumbled upon. Elia could feel her knees shake, but even so she remained standing as Aster and Elf sat behind her. Centuries ago, our realm was naught but chaos, demons roaming across the land, and claiming the inhabitants as theirs to do with as they pleased, to devour, to enslave. It mattered not the demons who walked the earth. However, a blinding light ripped through that dark time, giving way to our time now. The light was borne by the great goddess Berta, who granted humanity, creatures, and all those who opposed the demon overlord hope. It was due to her that we giants were given the ability to fight and protect. Protect! There we go. Ah! Whoop. There we go. So that's why this valley is called the Valley of Giants. There are many reasons that it is. Me being here helped lead to the name. My brethren existed long before the cruelty of demons. However, our bodies were slow, sluggish, as to the nature of large rocks who were born and trapped in. Goddess Verta gave us the passage to which we could travel quickly. Victor explained, Elf leaning on his paw as he considered it. Wait, passage? What passage? Her passage of time, of course. We giants are eternally grateful to her. The passage she sewed for us was what allowed us to rest as we do now. Victor had an overwhelming sense of calm in his voice. Rest? Being part of the cliff is rest? Elia questioned, not sure she quite understood. Ah, Ellie, he is the cliff. He makes up half of the plateau and mountain. He and his brother merged together to form that section of mountains. No doubt most of the mountains here are sleeping giants who are allowed to slumber thanks to Verta. Aster sniffed, getting up as he dusted himself off. Hey Victor, you said that you had an idea on how to help Ellie, right? To be helpful like she wants to be. Correct. Within these cliffs is a pathway that many humans have traversed before. Most come out with no change, but those with the power and will inside of them become able to learn not only magic, but able to open themselves completely to Verta. Cliff-Face explained, Elia feeling her chest well up with wonder. A place where she could learn magic. Was it possible for someone like her? A simple human girl. Elf made a noise of disapproval, his fur shifting as he showed his discontent. She doesn't need to learn magic. As I said, it's up to the young vessel. If she decides the journey, you, just as the young flower, must accept her decision. It is your right, is it not? Elf appeared torn by the giant's words before allowing himself to relax and to look at Elia with pitying eyes. She felt her heart tug. She knew he was worried for her, that her safety was important to him, but I want to learn magic, even if it's only a small amount. If I can do anything at all, then I'd be content, Elia proclaimed, Elf's shoulders slumping. Aster stretched his hands, humming happily. Hey man, don't get upset, it's her choice. Don't stop her. She'll probably fight the entire way and not be quite great. Would be not quite ungrateful, but very cross with you. Elf sighed heavily before looking at Elia again, kneeling before her. Are you certain about this, little? Taking on magic puts a very heavy emotional burden on you. I know you're still very shaken by everything. I just don't want you to overwhelm yourself. Elf spoke, his speech becoming how it did back in the port. Elia smiled gently, wrapping her arms around his large neck and pulling him close. There was a silence between the two. Elf's large arms slowly moving to cradle her close to him. You're gonna be the death of me. No, I'll make sure you get through this, Elf, I know. I know Aster will too. Elf had a huffed laugh at her words before shaking his head. Such a silly human, giving up so much for two strangers. But you're not strangers to me, Alphonse. When the sea bear heard his whole name, he looked at Elia with surprise, confused on why she referred to him as such. However, what greeted him caused him to freeze up. The once deep violets of Elia's eyes had been replaced with the brilliant magenta that reflected his eyes. Little? Worry not, dear Alphonse. I will not be harmed. This was meant to happen. Alphonse himself swallowed hard before straining a laugh. Of course it was. Are you speaking through people now? Alp spoke with a hushed whisper. A knowing smile crossed Elia's lips, a twinkle in her eyes. I have been for an eternity, or perhaps for a little time. She shrugged a bit in his arms before the smile fell to a frown. You will have to meet me on the other side, dear Alphonse. I must go this alone. It is necessary. You won't be harmed? Yes, I shall be fine. Elia reassured him, touching his cheek gently. No harm shall come. Alp sighed heavily before he solemnly nodded his head. As you wish. Oh, I thought it would require beating some sense into you, Alf, Asher chimed up, Alf and Elia looking at their companion. When Alf returned his attention to Elia, her eyes were no longer shimmering with that peculiar shade. So, shall we get you into the cavern, Instance? I'm sure you'd like to be there before nightfall. Asher resolved, grinning wide with teeth shining in the sunlight. The sun had dipped past the view of the canyon, shadows stretching across over them. As they all stood, Victor shifted his face, eyes fading into the rock, and mouth moving to the bottom of the cliff, forming a path. Following a path from the small clearing. Enter, young human. Your companion shall meet you upon the other side. Victor's voice rumbled in the earth as they approached. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Just grab it. Victor's voice rumbled the earth as they approached. Elia holding Alf's hand, the group stared at the darkness of the cave and then back at Elia. You sure, Ellie? Esther asked, now seeming to reconsider. I have to do it. You don't. I have to, Alf, please. As long as I know you two are at the end, I know I can do it. Elia assured, smiling warmly. The two taller companions looked at one another before back at her. Her eyes filled with vigor. Nodding strongly, they stepped back, giving her space. Looked at Elia looked at the dark cavern, her eyes trying to find something with light reflecting off of it. Shadows stretched over the cavern entrance, hiding more and more of the cave. The young human girl walked forwards, passing through the entrance. The cold spike shot up her back, causing her to whirl around, her eyes widening, her heart suddenly clenching roughly. There was no entryway anymore. There was only darkness around her. Yeah. It's actually kind of badly timed. I didn't want epic music right now. But I didn't set up a playlist for this. How, hun? How? the sun alone. Elia stared back at where she was certain she came from, but nothing. She reached back, hoping to perhaps find a wall. However, her fingers only touched air, the tips feebly reaching for what should have been there. Even around her, no walls. It was pure darkness, crushing and empty with only her inside of it. Elia felt petrified, her eyes clawing for some light, for anything. Even so, her body moved on its own, aiming to find safety in this darkness. The cave seemed endless. Elia walked merely forwards as she went deeper into it. The darkness was gripping her, as if to drag her to the ground. Regardless, it felt as though she was being led, gentle hands seeming to hold her own and guide her towards a haven. Slowly the darkness seemed to taper off, the dirt earth beneath shifting as her boots pushed it. Small flecks of light hung in the air, carried on dust that came up as she walked. The bearer of the light seemed evident as she came to a room where light seemed to pour from. Elia rushed to it, hoping that it was a way out. However, it wasn't. Instead, it led to a huge cavern, a path leading through an underground lake. The water reflected lights off of broken and jagged crystals. Irregular crystals shone with prismatic colors, the lights seeming to endlessly bounce off not only the stones over the water, but beneath the pool surface as well. The cavern was astoundingly huge, almost akin to a cathedral in books. The crystals like stained and painted glass. Elia found she couldn't stand to be in it for too long, however. Her eyes had become accustomed to the dark, and the light was hurting her eyes. Covering her eyes with her hand, she walked forwards, following the piece of land that cut into the lake in two. Soon the light that had crawled through the haze of the edge of her vision vanished, merely a set of streaming lights at the cavern that stretched down the path she walked now. Before her was a winding path that seemed to head downwards, deep once again and pure of darkness. I should have asked Al for a torch.
Hold on. Whoop.
Elia mused before she touched her left hand to the wall and began her descent. It took some time before Elia's vision became completely invisible again. Only the faint scruffing of her boots on dirt and rock proof of her heading downwards. Her mind tried to focus on the world around her, hoping that to pick up some sort of sound or other light sources. None came as the spiral continued down. Her mind then began to wander. She was heading into, for all she knew, the abyss, with no clear goal or destination in mind, just in hopes that she would be able to perform magic. It's not here, a voice whispered gently to her ear, causing her senses to overload temporarily. Her eyes blinked wildly, trying to find the source of the voice. First she looked up, then downwards, her eyes focusing on a moving shape below. Hey, wait! Elia shouted, now rushing down the stairs, trying to catch up to the shape. It had stopped, a flowing cloth covering their form, a strange cage in their hand, a shimmering light within it. It hummed, barely illuminating parts of the figure's pale face. Gentle, almost blonde locks traced their face as they tilted their head to the panting and wheezing girl who chased them. I didn't know there was anybody else here. The figure merely answered with silence before looking forwards and continuing downwards. Wait, is it right if I join you? If you are insistent, I suppose you may. The figure responded. It was strange for Elia. She was certain she could tell the figure was speaking. But now, being so close, it didn't seem like it came from the figure itself. But rather, the figure was speaking inside of her. It vibrated through her core and into her mind, making Elia uneasy. The two continued down, the lantern-like cage giving Elia a bit of assurance that they were indeed heading downwards toward the bottom of the seemingly infinite shaft. What bringest thou here? Oh, I wanted to assist my friends and learn magic. At that, the figure stopped, peering at Elia, who tried to read the face. The small lips of the face curled into a tiny smile, as if pleased by her answer. I see. That is a noble profession to take upon yourself. Are you prepared for what this decision may bring? The smile vanished, their lips unmoving as they spoke. Elia could feel her heart leap into her throat before nodding firmly. I accept all the choices I make, whether they're good or bad. At that, the figure nodded deeply before the bare hands placed the cage into Elia's hands. Elia, in that brief moment, felt like she knew those hands from somewhere. Take this, then. You will need it to help you tell which is real from the false. Elia looked down at the light inside, seeing it was a flame, waving and swirling inside the black metal cage. Even though the metal was cold, the flame was warming and hypnotizing. Breaking free of its mesmerizing hold, Elia looked up, making a noise of confusion to notice the figure gone. Suddenly the flame to guide her steps, the human went down, following the stairs towards the bottom. Huh. What do you know? Elia murmured, getting to the bottom of the stairs and stepping onto the bottom circle, looking up to try and scale how long she had walked. Even though she had traveled such a distance, her legs felt fine, not a single sore muscle in her. Was it perhaps a dream, or some state of unconsciousness? Then who was that person? And what was this lantern she held? With no answers to her questions, Elia proceeded on to the chamber that perhaps would lead to helping her learn magic. I worded things weirdly in this book. It was starting to get too fancy for my britches. Foolishness. A voice boomed around her, causing the young human woman to freeze up. The pathway behind her vanishing completely. I could just put that. Before her was seemingly endless halls with mirrored surfaces, and the voice ringing out each mirror. At the end, Elia's eyes landed on the pristine white clothes of the High Chancellor. Black, with wisping white hair tied perfectly behind his neck, his arms and hands tucked behind his back, his feet standing with challenge. Glasses just so upon the bridge of his nose. The eyes of a hazy dark blue glaring down at her. Even from the distance they stood. What? Elia barely got out. The man before her took measured steps towards her, his heels echoing on the almost perfectly flat black slate ground. Elia reflexively stepped back, her back slamming against the wall. The door once again had vanished without her realizing, a small curse leaving her lips. However, even though she wished to look behind her for a way out, her eyes couldn't pull away from his. Her lantern pulled close to her, the flame becoming a whimper of its former burning self. A disgrace, even now, are you not, Elia? The voice rang in her ears, her back almost flat against the wall, her body going rigid as he stopped before her, his eyes staring down at her from under the rim of his glasses. The High Chancellor Winston bent his back a bit, Elia staring up at his face as his cold gaze pierced into her own. You usually are so full of vim and vigor. Has the fire left you? With no one to defend, you were weak. He almost hissed those words between his teeth, his hand moving and grasping the hand that held the lantern, the crow's feet next to his eyes tightening with his grip. Elia struggled, his other hand pinning her to the wall, his lips near her ear. Unhand me! Elia squeaked out, his fingers digging into her skin and shoulder. Unhand you? How humorous. Since when were you the one in control of what I do, little child? He began to move the hand from her shoulder, fingers touching her throat. The fire of fear riled in her stomach as it sank, his fingers sinking and gripping onto her neck. With an unprecedented grace, the old man lifted her, grinding her back on the wall. Now, Elia, I intend to take care of you once and for all. I have a cat on my lap. His nails cut into her skin, the heat dribbling down her throat as she gripped his wrist with one hand, the other still held in place by the man. Stop! Elia shouted, eyes closing tightly as she tightly to sever eye contact. Within just a moment, Elia's body slammed to the ground, gasping and deep coughs heaving as she looked up at the High Chancellor. His body was frozen in place, blood on the tips of his fingers. Slowly, his almost perfect form became brown and gray. Elia slowly raised the lantern, seeing through the flame to see the man before her wasn't a man, merely a culmination of dirt and rock. She lowered it, the dirt and rock crumbled, collapsing into into a dust-raising pile on the ground. I have an Artemis on my lap! Hi, Artemis! Ah, my belly! Why? Just sit down, you freaking lunatic! I'm not letting you on my desk.
She's getting tangled up in that headset.
What?
And carefully sit on the couch.
Ah! There we go. Thank you. her hand drop a bit, the lantern illuminated her and the ground, revealing the ground to have glowing blue grass. Carefully, Elia rose the lantern, looking around to see the room was much different than originally. The dark hall with mirrors that reflected the soft blue light emitted from the grass. The mirrors themselves seemed to emit their own light, things dancing within them. Getting up with shaky legs, her eyes looked about, using the lantern to see through. When she lowered it, it was the cavern with the mirrors. But through the lantern, the walls seemed to change each moment, revealing the walls to be more akin to deep blue trees, the ceiling a canopy of sparkling crystal leaves. At that, Elia lowered the lantern, tilting her head. The ceiling was stone, just as it was before. Wait, what? Is this lantern showing me what's real or fake? Elia remembered the words of the stranger. Even so, she couldn't question the validity of their words. If anything, the lantern just made the non-reality harder to tell. However, it brought Elia to a realization. The phrase was always so simple. Nothing is ever as it seems. Elia whirled around, her eyes landing on the revealed blue eye of the stranger now behind her. They reached a hand up, pulling off the hood to reveal Hara, who gave a gentle smile. Hara? Elia almost screamed, hand on her mouth. The crimson-haired man rubbed the back of his neck, appearing nervous. I apologize for leaving you so suddenly, he admitted as his hand fell to his side. His magenta scarf poked from his heavy cloak, his hand absent-mindedly adjusting the clasp. You were the one who gave me this lantern? Elia asked, feeling at ease. Hara stared at her with confusion, his eyebrow raising. What? No. I just followed your soul and came here. Was there someone else here? He appeared immediately on edge, his other hand going subconsciously to the hilt of his blade. Well, I don't know. One second. She quickly assured it, obviously not working, but how did you get here? I came in because I went into a cave. As I said, I followed your soul. Elia stared at Hara. Her eyes trying to figure his behavior. It was off. Even if she wasn't around him that long, she felt familiar to him. He to her. His behavior seemed almost like the opposite of what she would expect. Carefully, she started to lift the lantern and bring it to her vision, only for Hara's hand to rest on top of hers. What's wrong? You look like you're scared. His voice was covered in concern. However, his grip was almost as tense as... Stop, Elia said firmly, the redhead staring at her. After a moment, however, his eyes narrowed hard on her, the pupil slit. I'm trying to protect you. No, Hara wouldn't actively do it in such a manner. He explained things or laughed. But you're not a friend, let alone Hara. Elia shouted, getting her hand free, raising up the lantern. As it rose in front of his face, Hara stumbled back, hands on his face. A writhing scream of agony echoed from him, black smoke leaving between his fingers. Backing up, Elia looked around with the lantern for an exit. You're not worthy of that light. Only one may bear it. Hara hissed loudly, a rumbling coming from his body until a rip echoed in the room. From his back came long, bone-like arms. Razor claws reflected in the mirrors around them. Cold dread washed over Elia. It was the demon. The same one from before. Hara's limp form came to the ground, the demon ripping free of the apparent flesh prison. With a quick step backwards, Elia held up the lantern, hoping the masked demon was merely a vision. The light merely illuminated its face, slit eyes leveled on her. Oh God, Elia gasped out, her fingers trying to find the wall behind her, grasping the air. I shall not go free this time. I shall take care of you. It howled, claws coming out to pin her. However, when certain she had found a wall, Elia slipped back, a familiar feeling of falling overtaking her. Darkness engulfed her vision as she brought the lantern close, slipping away from the impending death by that demon. Back to falling. Her mind swam, trying to understand what was going on as she fell backwards. It wasn't like when she initially fell. Free falling! Yeah, pretty much. It was like floating, and surely the ground would come soon. As she gently began to fall on almost water-like air, Elia brought the lantern from her chest. Its light roared and glimmered, almost dancing outside of its cage. It's alright, little flame. I'll protect you, the human whispered, feeling attached to this flame that was protecting her. Soon, little flecks of blue light danced around her, carefully helping her land on her feet. As the tips of her boots touched the ground, a blue circle appeared on the ground, intricate symbols and sigils covering it. The lantern opened, the flame coming free and dancing in front of her before leading her. The area began to light up, revealing the blue tree forest. Lights dancing on the dark ground in rainbows of streams. Elia followed behind the light, looking around with awe. "Where are we, little flame?" Elia asked, the flame seeming to dance at the question before swirling around her and continuing again to lead. "Want me to follow you?" "All right." Elia's lips tugged into a smile, her boots scuffing the dirt and grass. Blue lights humming gently in the air, rising up to the canopy only to vanish. "Well, now," the voice whispered, taking Elia by surprise. The voice echoing around her. The flame stopped in front of a statue that held a black cage similar to what Elia carried. I had not expected a visitor. "Greetings, young human." The statue was of a woman with long hair, bound in gems, her body covered in simplistic robes, a few violet jewels embedded in the parts of the hood and the chest. Her eyes were closed, face serene, and the white marble brought almost a glow to it. Hello," Elia said, nervous now that she may be in the place where she's not supposed to be. Need not have fear, human. You have nothing to be afraid of. I knew of your arrival. Oh, you came here seeking a means to help thy friends, correct?" "Yes, ma'am." Elia almost shouted, standing straight and firm. "I see, you are an honest one. Most who come here wish for such a power with ill intent." "I see. I'm sorry that happened so much." "Why do you apologize? It was not you at fault." "I know, but I feel like I should still apologize." "Don't feel obligated to give condolence for actions you did not commit." The voice gently spoke, the flame moving into the cage on the statue. "Now, human, do you know what magic is?" It's where you, call on the energy to make something happen. I'll grant you a point in effort. Magic is calling upon the world around you, or on your own soul to create something new." The statue assured. Elia nodded in understanding. Yes, magic was complex, but sometimes if you thought of complex things in a simple way, in this case, you took from the world and made something else. Matter cannot be unmade. It was simple science and physics to Elia. "Dear child of humanity, you seek a journey, yes? To find a way home." "Yes, ma'am. I wish to return home. There are people there waiting for me." "I see. Perhaps, then, you should consider a question I give you. What of those you leave behind here?" Elia felt her thoughts freeze. It's true. She made companions here, friends, and people felt close to her. And to her them. She'd be leaving them, abandoning them to return to a world she didn't even like at all. But she couldn't leave Angela alone. She couldn't. Not after all Elia had already learned and saw. The two sides of the argument yelled loudly, her eyes looking to the ground as she tried to figure out in the silence. "You will need to consider this on your journey to the temple on the edge of the land." How long could it take me to get there, ma'am?" "As long as it must. You mustn't rush time or its enigmatic nature, my child." The statue sounded firm in its words, leaving Elia just staring at it with uncertainty. "However, my child, I understand your worry. You need not... I know not how time works in thy realm, but here the cogs move as they must. Everything shall happen as they must." "So what, does that mean that no matter what, we'll go down a specific path?" Elia shouted, face burning up. If everything was just going to happen no matter what was the point of trying? It was the point of the process in most of Winston, and children and adults. Nay, events pass no matter what. Whether the outcome is expected or not, you cannot change it. The past is that. The future is uncertain, and the present is merely the now. Elia stared at the statue, her hands at her sides. Time is merely a construct all dance upon, a never-ending circle that never repeats quite the same. The outcomes of events are merely based upon the choices you and others make. Thus, your quest that guides you will have an outcome only you can create. The statue moved, chips of dust and marble coming as it reached a hand with palm up to Elia, lantern lifted a bit. "Come, my child, you must be on your way." I don't understand," Elia whispered, her hand reaching for the statue and hovering over the extended hand. "So the future is a mystery. It is something that can be woven by you and those around you. Then, your future is yours to create as you want to. But do remember, focus on all segments of time. You can learn from the past. You can prepare for the future. But there is only one now." Elia stared at the hand, her heart pounding. That's right, there was only one now. And if she didn't make this choice, she would regret it. Her Her hand was placed upon the statues, the fingers and palms becoming soft as their hands grasped one another. Looking up the arm, Elia's landed on the statues as they opened, gentle, violent eyes warm with love. I shall see you again, dear vessel of an overwhelming ringing and light blinded, and deafened Elia as an intense tiredness overcame her. Lord. Nom 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 nom. I'm gonna smother piece, not the big piece. Peace! Food! Nom nom nom. Alright. As the light subsided, Elia blinked away the strange dust that seemed to have forced her eyes closed. With the palm of her hand, she rubbed her eyes, sitting up. A jingle came to her attention, focusing on the wrist of her left arm. Upon her wrist was a sparkling lapis bracelet, the gems woven with metal to meet a singular, almost rainbow crystal that dangled under her wrist. Where did I get this? That statue gave it to me? Elia questioned, finally looking around the place where she was now, which immediately sent her into a mild panic. Sure, the city of Winston went over the arts, though they didn't focus entirely on that unless you showed great promise. Elia herself was not one of those lucky ones, but one can appreciate art all the same, unless it came to one particular artist who simply baffled her brain. MC Escher. Stairs whirled into doorways, onto curved archways that seemed to have no ends, that curled perfectly into a Mobius strip of never-ending outcomes to what door you'd leave, let alone what gravity you stood upon. Go in one door and you'd end up in another that was upside down to the previous one you entered, or you could stand perfectly 90 degrees to where you originally started. Elia would admit that she was good at math. She was great with understanding perspectives and visible space and the spectrum, but this is definitely not my forte. Elia felt herself joke, remembering that Angela was the artistic and more inclined to this sort of thing. With a strained laugh, the human stood, dusting off her tunic and hose, trying to find the closest door. The infinite space that had no seeable exit, the stairs leading everywhere and nowhere. Was there even a point to moving from where she was? If she stayed put, someone would probably find her maybe? She immediately discarded that thought. If that demon from before could chase her into a cave a giant created, there wasn't any guarantee that it couldn't just do the same now. Nyam nyam nyam. So she began to try door after door, path after path. Soon the entire room seemed so different than before. Elia seeing where she had started only to end up beneath it, and then exactly back there again. Elia chewed on the inside of her mouth, stroking her chin. I don't think I have anything to mark you with. Elia, she questioned, digging into her small pack granted by Alf. Inside were simple things, a small leaf holding inside a dense bread-like food. Around it were other things, a small empty bottle, perhaps for water, as well as some parchment and a couple of sticks of charcoal bound in fabric. There were other small things as well, like some needle and thread, as well as a small compass. But what Elia was most interested in was the charcoal. Testing a piece of it on the white floor as she drew a star, it was clear on the ground. There, alright. This is the starting point. Let's see if we can't prevent getting back here. She had said that hours ago, and now, here she stood, staring at that damn star that seemed to mock her attempts to get out. Sweat matted her hair to her forehead as her eyes glared down hard at the reminder of her pointless running around. You! Elia shouted, pointing at the star. I don't like you! She huffed. The star simply ignored her. That's it! With arms thrown in the air, Elia pivoted on her heel. I want to find a place to get out of here, and you aren't invited! The star didn't seem to care. Just do it. I don't care if I'm yelling at something that won't respond. I just want to yell, Elia bellowed, it echoing the limitless halls and open archways. After walking away a bit, Elia stopped, letting out a deep sigh. Perhaps getting angry at a star she specifically drew to give her a for sure spot regarding her means of escape was short-sighted. Not like it really has the mind to accept an apology, let alone understanding me anyway, or anything. Turning around, Elia contemplated if perhaps this was the place that she was in more of a state of mind. I'm yelling because I can! Sometimes you just gotta yell. It's more of a state of her mind in turmoil it was in, or rather, maybe it was just a means of challenging it. Perhaps a way of thinking outside the box? As her feet touched the ground, certain she was going back to where she'd started before, the world seemed to have changed. Before her was a purely white circular chamber. Within it was a small garden full of dark flowers, the bloods closed up and sleeping. The ceiling of the room reached up towards the sky, showing specks of stars in the stones that circled the planet. The moon's light shined through, the buds slowly opening to the light and revealing the swirling masterpieces of color. Around the center of the garden was pillars of marble, shadows stretching over the walls and hiding those who remained cloaked in them. Within that garden was a young woman with long silvery blue hair, eyes closed as the flowers were pulled in her lap. Long soft silk green dress draped over her body. Delicate lace and gentle cascading locks of hair showed a gentle gleam to her. The hair was cut so perfectly, framing her fair skin and heavy lashes that it seemed to be likened her to a doll. However, the slow and steady chest rising told Elia that this person was indeed alive. Alvin? The soft pink lips spoke, spooking Elia and causing her body to recoil as if to run, but her back pressed against a hard wall. Do you hear someone here? No, dear princess. You must be sensing a spirit. A male voice came, an individual stepping from the shadows. Deep hair like the ocean swayed around his face as he moved into the light, face stern and cold. The steel upon his chest and shoulders gleamed in the moonlight, coppery hilt of a blade resting on his left hip. Almost frozen steel eyes were watching the young girl who he referred to as the princess, and the princess referred to him as Alden, a personal bodyguard, perhaps. I see. Then, Miss Spirit, won't you come near? The princess beckoned, Elia looking around in confusion before she was certain that it had to be her. Cautiously, Elia stepped into the circle of the garden, noting that her boots didn't affect the flowers. Perhaps she was having an out-of-body experience. Honestly, that didn't seem too far off in the realm of possibility, considering what she had experienced so far. Hello, I am Moret. Who are you, Miss Spirit? You can hear me too? Elia asked, carefully sitting across from the princess. Of course, Miss Spirit. How could I not? I don't know. Perhaps it's because I'm not really dead, so you'll have to forgive my confusion. Really? Oh, you must have been sent here for a reason. Could you tell me thy name? Elia rubbed her arm, not certain if she could explain her name to a complete stranger who she kind of appeared in front of her out of nowhere. No, it didn't start her with her name, let alone Alpha, Alistair, or Sasha. It's, Elia. The young woman nodded, her lips pulled into a warm smile as her hand reached, a peculiar pink light emitting from her hand that touched onto Elia's left, her bracelet seeming to glow in response. I see. You're on a journey right now. I can tell. You and I will meet again, Miss Elia. Elia looked at Moret, whose smile didn't drop and whose eyes were open, revealing a welcoming forest green within them. Right, Miss Elia? Of course, Miss Moret. I'd like to meet you in person. Alden, who stood to the side, seemed to watch, his face neutral and hand seemed the drum on his arm grasped with impatience. I'm going to go now, Miss Moret. I know I have friends who are waiting for me. As you wish, Miss Elia. Till we meet again, friend. Nom 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 nom. The light faded from her vision, Elia slowly returning to where she thought she had been before. It was obviously not, as the world around her was in the black and white space, but rather a crystallized space, her feet standing on somewhat uneven surface of crystalline quartz. The air was stagnant, shifting as she moved, little fragments of gems flickering away from her movements. Where am I? Elia whispered, her voice reverberating. The walls, floor, and ceiling all seemed to have infinite layers of crystals, pinks, blues, and purples, shining in the shift to yellows, greens, and reds. Each way Elia looked, the colors changed. Elia? A voice echoed around her. Turning sharply around, her eyes landed on the familiar dark-clothed man, a mess of red hair on his head. Harney? Elia cautiously whispered, stepping back from him. His body was glowing, the outline of his form orange and red, embers of flame seeming to come from his form. Is that really you? Elia rose her hand, the bracelet jingling as a small jewel and it glowed. Harney tilted his head a bit, his blue eye filled with confusion. As Elia took him in, she noted something. The fake Harney appeared perfectly healthy, but the one before her had his right arm bandaged. His right shoulder bandaged, his right arm propped up to keep it still while it healed. How'd you end up here? Answer me, Elia! Did something happen? Harney tried, obviously not wanting to get any closer, fear scaring her. Where are you right now? Wherever here is, Harney, and yes, something happened. You attacked me. What? Harney's blue eye flashed with horror. I wouldn't dare attack you. I don't even know where you are. Yes, you do. You said you could sense me through my soul. Then you became this really scary demon with 8 arms and legs, and you attacked me. At her words, Harney went frigid, his eye wide, face pale. Knees weak, arms sweating. Vomit on his sweater already, mom's spaghetti. Even with the flames that seemed to surround his form, they slowed in movement too. Carefully he took a slow breath and closed his eyes. Elia, did that version of me call your name? Elia opened her mouth before realizing something. It hadn't. The demon hadn't said her name, just acted friendly and tried to get close. It was both a danger to her and her companions. Where was the last place you entered, Elia? I need to know. Ancient cavern? That's a bit vague, but it's something. Harney ran a hand through his hair, biting his lip. You said I attacked you and turned into a demon with 8 legs and 8 arms. The question's eye level on her. Elia merely nodded, her hands still extended out to him. The jewel on her bracelet had not reacted to him. Perhaps it's because they were, or perhaps it could be the real one. The lantern had only flashed when there was something fake, like the demon or the High Chancellor. Elia, what you encountered was one of my master's familiars, Harney stated firmly. They sent it after you. They know you're somewhere in the world, but they can't locate you themselves. So they sent a familiar to track you. But you haven't revealed yourself, which is good. Harney gave a deep sigh of relief. If it doesn't know your name, you're safe from my master. No. No. My master controls people through their names. Through names, through memories, through their desires. But it always starts with a name. As Harney spoke, a fire grew around him. His fist clenched. However, as he continued, the fire's roar calmed. As long as they don't have yours, you are safe. If you should encounter me again, Elia, I will say your name directly. If I do not, when I greet you, run. Find safety. The look in his eyes reminded her of when he led her through the tunnels of his master's lair. I understand. Elia whispered. Harney smiled gently. Harney, smiling gently, approached but gave her space. How did you get here anyways, Elia? I didn't know you knew how to interact with reflection crystals. Reflection crystals? It's the huge stones around the planet. They're known as reflection crystals. They reflect energy and allow for the transport rings to work. I was certain that you didn't know about this kind of stuff. I don't. With that, Harney just stared at her with dumbfounded confusion. Your guess is as good as mine. I was in the cavern inside of a giant that makes up part of the Valley of Giants. Victor, I think his name is. And then I went really deep into the caverns, ran into the demon, met you, and then, whoa, slow down. Harney waved his working hand quickly, obviously baffled. Are you telling me you're inside of a giant? That's I remember, yeah. But then I was in this white and black space that reminded me of a horrible MC Escher painting, and I kept getting lost. I yelled at a star I drew, and then I ended up in this garden, talked to this nice lady in her garden. I think the lady's name was Moret, and at that, Harney gasped. His voice was choked, his eyes staring at her with almost in absolute pain. Harney? Was there a person with blue hair with her? Oh yeah, Alden too. He seemed really protective of her. As the words left her mouth, fire on Harney became unbearable, Elia having to shield her eyes. Ah! Harney, what's wrong? Good to know he's still doing his job! Harney growled between clenched teeth. After a few deep breaths, the fire cooled down. And I'm guessing after that you were here, right? Yes? What caused you to get so angry? There are a lot of people who I'm not on grand terms with, and a lot of people who aren't on so swell terms with me, Elia. Harney dodged the question, shrugging his shoulders. His face shone with a twinge of pain. I've got to stop doing that. Bad idea. I see. How'd you get back, Harney? How did you get here? I don't know. Oh, for the love of Verda. Oh, speaking of that, at that, Harney put a hand on his face, rubbing it under his eye. I'm being accompanied by a sea bear and a shaman rabbit. They're really nice. Elia telling me that this won't help much. I know, but I wanted to tell you because they're the ones who told me that we're going to the Temple of Verda. But we're going to stop at Winston. Harney's movements froze up. Elia, afraid that she'd struck another chord. It's going to take you a fortnight to get there, right? Yes, that's what Astor guessed. I'll meet you at the gates of the city. I can get you admission, no problem. Huh? I told you, I don't use the name Harney very often anymore. It has a few good uses. Oh, I ran into a woman named Sasha. She said she's glad that you're alive. Harney stared at Elia for a moment before responding with a sad sigh. Of course she'd say that. She worries too much. Harney's form began to flicker a bit, the young man standing up straight to get his form back together. I have to leave, Elia. I won't be able to leave if I'm here too long. Same goes for you. Huh? But how do I get out? Remember what I asked you before, right? Where do you want to be most right now, Elia? Close your eyes and imagine that place, okay? Harney moved, placing a hand gently over her eyes as she closed them. Imagine that place and you'll be there. I want to be... Young human? Elia slowly opened her eyes, removing her left hand from her face. The bracelet jingling as she took in the area she was currently in. It was a large circular cavernous spot with no exits. Within the center before her was a large crystal gem. A low radiant glow emitting from it. A slow heartbeat. It was locked to the crystal around it. A faint glimmer of something inside catching Elia's eye. It appeared like a simple clock inside. Victor, is that you? Elia called. Yes, 'tis I. However did you get into this chamber? I had misplaced you and vanished only to suddenly appear. I apologize. I took an unexpected trip and ended up in a reflecting crystal, I think. Everything's really kind of weird. Elia moved closer to the gem, it beating gently, a quiet drum. How peculiar. There's no transport rings near or inside me. I have no inkling on how you ended up in here in particular. Here? This, my child, is mine heart. Within it is the gift that Verta bestowed upon me, the essence of time. Elia nodded slowly, seeing the faint movement of the hands within it. Perhaps in all beings there was a clock like that. After all, humans were known to have their own internal clocks, a circadian all their own. Is there a way out of here, Victor? Of course. It may take some time for me to reveal that passageway, child. Will thou be fine alone? Victor queried, Elia giving a soft but reassuring laugh. I'll be fine. Alf gave me some bread, so I'll be okay. Elia assured him, sitting down next to the heart as Victor's presence left the chamber. The young human girl sat down, the dust and sand on the ground moving when she did. The walls were slate, but there was dust on the ground, some of it bouncing a bit when the heart gave its slow and methodical rhythm, like a metronome that ticked off each beat. Elia found herself relaxed by the heart, watching the dust jump and slowly settle back to the ground, only to be lifted again by the beat. Elia thought back to her encounter with Harney, how short yet important it was. The demon wasn't Harney. It was a familiar sent by his master. As long as she didn't reveal her name to it, she was safe. He also appeared very angry at the mention of Alden and distraught from the mention of Lady Moret. Elia reached into her pouch, pulling out the parchment charcoal, writing all of it down. It was strange to write it in her own language, realizing she was certain she hadn't seen the other language of this world yet, save for the large tablet that their party had stopped at to rest before heading towards the Valley of Giants. Alia began to write down all she could remember from her encounters, wanting to keep this down somewhere in case she would either forget or end up in a situation where the information was beyond imperative. Her thoughts halted for a moment. Wait, how could she understand the beings of this world? It was obvious that there were words she didn't know, such as the shouts Hara and Aster gave regarding spells. But even then, how could she communicate with them? This was an entirely different world than her own. Her charcoal tapped a bit on the paper, pieces of it coming off and dusting the paper as the heart beat quietly beside her. Perhaps a page of questions was in order. Ellie felt almost like she was taking notes again in school, giving herself a small feeling of homesickness again. Her mind trailed back to her encounter with the false High Chairman. There was something so odd in his speech, and the way he spoke to her. The High Chancellor, who she remembered, wouldn't have done that, or even said those things. As far as she felt, he was an enemy wasn't an enemy so much as a wall to overcome, but he viewed her as an enemy, something to destroy. It was like it was pulling from the High Chancellor himself. It was a silly thought, but something to consider all the same. Elia stopped writing, looking at her bracelet, lifting her left hand to stare at the metal that was intertwined and connected to hold the crystal hanging off of it. It seemed to pulse with life as she stared at it, as if it recognized her. It reminded her of the lantern she had gotten from that woman. Even now, there was a strange calm that came with staring at the crystal, like her mind was falling into a drowsy sleepiness. It relaxed her body. Elia tucked the paper and charcoal away. She knew in the back of her mind that she was tired, she was hungry, she was thirsty, and that she was scared. However, the combination of the jewel, Victor's heart, and the gentle warmness around her enveloped her senses with tiredness. Her energy left her as she laid back, hand resting on her belly as she allowed her body and mind to rest. Slurp. Weightless. This felt familiar. Cold rush of air around her, making the hair on the back of her neck stand. Slowly, she opened her eyes, wondering if perhaps she was falling once more, down another hole into a deeper part of some crazy part of her mind, or another layer of this possible crazy dream, or into the probably uncertain world she now inhabited. However, that wasn't the case. She opened her eyes, Elia realized she wasn't falling. She was floating. It wasn't in some vast darkness or bright area. It was up in the air, her face pointing towards the sky. It was the sky of the world she was in now. That was true. Crystals floated in the sky, but they were stagnant, unmoving. Elia felt a heat from below, little embers and black smoke rising from underneath her. With experimental movement, she pulled herself up, looking down. Below her was a scene of carnage. Buildings were completely destroyed, black charred bodies littering the streets. Large beasts were cut apart, collapsed into the remains of structures of wood and stone. The fountain was busted in half, water pooling around it with flames dancing on its reflection. The center of the town was the only clear spot in this wreckage, a large structure being the only thing left untouched. It was a structure that was circular in nature, but large pillars surrounded it, the top of it shaped like a dome with glass to show inside. However, Elia didn't pay attention to that. In that clearing were two people, one wearing a cloak as black as night, its body hidden save for two hands that were outstretched beside them. The other was a woman, with long flowing locks of dusty blonde, with streaks and patches of silver, her hair bound to the left side of her face by a silent violet spear. Her clothes were a mix of purple, lavender, and white. The robes and tunics she wore were light as the wind picked them up and swayed them as the flames danced around the two. Xana, that is enough. You've nothing left to prove by opposing me, the woman shouted, her voice booming and commanding. The black-cloaked figure laughed, their hands clenching as they brought them back to their chest. Oh, my dear child, to say that to the one who brought you up, who raised you. You didn't raise me. You crafted me into a tool to use against those who fought you. What is the difference, my child? In the end, all of us are merely tools and cogs in a grand machine that will end the same as it began. In pieces! The one known as Xana pointed their hands out towards the woman, Elia feeling the surprising amount of force. The woman stood her ground as a few of the pillars that surrounded the structure behind her were shattered. Oh, that should have ripped you apart. You have misjudged what it means to challenge me, Xana. To me, my familiars! As the words left her lips, the air in front and behind her seemed to waver and shift, revealing a new shape and an all too familiar one to Elia. The one in the front was the woman was a black-boned creature that towered over her, red-tinted white stone and rock upon its form, a mask covering over its face while its mouth seemed to tear open as it let out a shriek at its reveal. A twisted horn became visible, the horn forming into one instead of two separate ones, it twisting in itself, forming almost a halo that seemed embedded into the beast's head. A huge tail swayed as it moved from around the woman, the vertebrae and the demon all having a sharp and curved spike upon it. At the end of the tail was a huge piece of that stone, chiseled in a way to form a huge spearhead. It stood defensively in front of her, its body having no doubt taken Xana's attack. However, the shape behind her was the one Elia was shocked by. The demon that not only attacked her friends but herself was behind the woman, calm and at ease. Its body moved to act as a cage of protection over her. It withdrew a bit, the rib cage closing up and the blue flame reappearing. The demon stood around the woman, protecting her from Xana, who merely let out a deep, wheezing laugh. You got your hands upon my familiars. How amusing, my child. However, they will return to me, as they always do. Come to me, my creatures. You mustn't entertain little children. Xana commanded the two beasts, who seemed to look at one another, then to the woman. She looked at them, and the three nodded in unison, before turning back to Xana to stare him down. What did you do to my perfectly good tools, my child? They seem to follow they're supposed to follow their master's orders. You aren't their master anymore. Zenith and Yuan are no longer bound by your commands. But that can be changed, can it not, my child? If you die, you may try and end my existence, but it has already begun, Xana. The world now ticks forward. Lives will start and end. The world will turn, and you cannot stop this. The woman raised a hand up, a strange purple mark appearing upon the palm, a diamond that seemed to wrap around itself at the bottom, triangles forming around it. I have planted the seeds of time and existence. Nothing you do, Xana, can stop it. I will make sure of that myself. With a flick of her wrist, light swirled around her fingertips, shimmering and distorting the air. Suddenly, erupting from the air itself, the form of a long staff appeared, the top of which wielded a familiar lantern. The black cage lantern was hanging off a singular circular hook, the long spikes coming off of it, and the staff itself having a pointed end. You truly think I will be powerless against you, my child. No, I do not think, nor have I ever thought that. But I know you, Xana, and you are selfish. However, time is not, existence is not. Beings will be selfish and cruel, just like you. But there are those who are kind and caring, those who wish to help another. Because of how I know you are powerless against that which you cannot grasp. You are powerless against that which you bear no control over. The woman proclaimed, the two demons protecting her, moving into a more aggressive stance towards Xana. Xana seemed to contemplate her words before their hands reopened, black sand or dust seeming to come from their palms, drizzling down to the ground to form into two large shapes, large wings opening on them. We'll see, my child. The vision was suddenly cut short. Her sleeping state ripped from her as her body was picked up and thrown. Elia barely had time to react, twisting her body in such a way so her back would slam against the wall instead of her face. A flush of air erupted from her lungs as the wind was knocked out of her. Elia trying to get her eyes to focus. As the image of the cavern around her sharpened, her eyes landed on the familiar huge shape, the black bones revealing in the beating red of Victor's heart. You again? Elia got out, trying to get her breathing in order as the eight-legged demon approached her, large claws and bony feet bringing up dust as it approached her. While white bone swords pointed at her as it approached, claws reaching forward towards her, eyes staring straight into hers. But Elia didn't move. She didn't cry or shout or back away. She stared at the demon, her eyes trying to look for something. Her left hand extended out, the demon flinching back from the hand, the jewel in the bracelet jingling. That flame does not belong to thee, it hissed, eyes narrowing on her hand. Who does it belong to? Elia asked softly, the demon seeming to remain where he was. His bones seemed to lax a bit. Belongs to my master. You are not them. Who is your master? It's not your concern, human. I've come to kill you. That flame won't keep me back. Why? What must you ask so many questions? The demon snarled. Yes, Because you don't want to hurt me. The demon flinched back, its bones clicking loudly before a deep growl left the demon. What gives you such an idea? Because enough! The demon moved with sharp and cutting motions, one of the blades stabbing the wall next to Elia's head, cutting a bit of her hair, the brown hair drifting to the ground. Except Accept your dis! I can say death. Oh god. Accept death gracefully, human. No, Zenith! Elia shouted. It was a wild guess. It was absolutely a wild guess based on the vision. There was a 50-50% chance that she was going to be right. The demon appeared completely frozen, the eyes wide and the pupils tiny. Staring at her with shock and disbelief, the swords withdrew. That's your name, isn't it? It's Zenith. You protected the one that had this fire before, right? Elia moved her left hand, the jewel jingling. I'm not going to hurt you, Zenith. I promise. The demon drew back, the blades pulling away and fading from the air. The demon was slumped a bit, still staring at her form against the wall. Elia trying to steady herself as she stood. It's going to be all right, Zenith. Elia reassured. She carefully approached the demon, twitching and moving back from her. Her gentle reassurance continued as she approached, the demon no longer backing away. Her hand neared his head, gently touching the black bone cheek beneath the mask. It relaxed in her touch, as though it was familiar with her. I apologize, my lady. I didn't recognize you. You were gone for so long. Elia stared at the demon as it closed its eyes, flickering and fluttering as its image distorted before erupting into light. And the light pooled into her hand. As it pooled, it formed into the charm of a small sword. It swirled in her hand, floating and connecting itself to the jewel next to the jewel on her wrist. She could only stare at it as she relaxed into the adrenaline that pumped through her during the exchange. Her legs clasped from underneath her, a heavy and relieved sigh from her chest. Perhaps now that this demon was her familiar, she could protect herself from herself and the others. At the very least, it meant it would be most likely never hunt her down again like before. Today has been too much. Young human, are thou all right? Yes, I'm all right, Victor. I've opened a passageway to your friends. You may leave when you wish. Elia looked past the large red beating stone to the other side of the large circular room, seeing the pathway that seemed to lead forwards. With shaky legs, Elia stood, making her way to it. With slow steps, she entered the darkness, hoping that she would get to see her friends again, see the light of the sun. Ha! I need a moment. Oh, Merit. I'm gonna get up and stretch for a second. Oh, baby. Oh, stretch. Oh, baby. Thank you for the stretch, Adrian. I appreciate it. Thank you. Stretching. Oh, God. I need a moment's break. So, how are y'all today? Y'all doing good? You're having a fine, swell day? You're vibing. Fair enough. I'm gonna have another slice of pizza. There we go. Got it. I got my pizza. Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom. Thinking about what to make for dinner. We should make rice. Something with rice in it. That's what I think. Oh, my hair is doing some funny stuff. Hair, what are you doing? Get out of my boobs. There we go. I might have instant rice. Instant rice isn't the same as regular rice. I mean, it'll satiate you for a time, but it's not the same. Isn't that right, hon?
Mm-hmm.
That instant rice doesn't compare to regular rice?
Yes. And no, we don't wash our rice.
Yeah, we do. I don't have a rice cooker. Alright, fair.
Just wash your
Rice! Measure rice. Wash the rice. Use finger to measure water.
Use the finger technique.
Hon. No. I'm gonna try pizza rolls in the air fryer. Oh, that would probably be good. Damn it, Adrian. In reaction to your whole use the finger technique, Adrian responded with, "That's what she said." Of course. Don't do it.
What am I doing now?
Okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the hydrate. Move my hair. Move it back. There we go. Oh, the music ended. Shit. When are we gonna get a tickle mic challenge redemption thing? I mean, I can make a redemption thingy for that.
Say what now?
I usually tend to use stretch for that. Speaking of, I think I'm gonna go tickle mic just to get my legs moving.
No. No, no.
No, that'll be good, hon. Don't worry.
I will eat you.
No, you won't. You won't eat me. You'll try. I'm coming.
Don't you do it.
I'm coming.
Don't do it.
I'm coming.
Don't you do it.
You're doing the shoulder dance. Oh, you went to that fancy place. You went to that fancy place where I got those macaroons all the time. Or macarons, however it's fucking pronounced. I'm back, don't worry. I'm back. It's her birthday. She gets to tickle husband. I get to tickle husband regardless, because he's my husband.
She's gonna do it whether I say yes or no.
Yeah, he's my husband. I get to do whatever the fuck I want, and that's what makes it funny.
Rude.
I love you, hon.
Love you too. Rude.
Rude? What do you mean, rude?
Glances over her shoulder at you.
I love you, hon. I love you. Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm only on on chapter 9, and I'm almost 4 hours in. I'm almost halfway in. And I'm nowhere near halfway on this book. To be fair, I had like that 15 minutes there where I had that raid party come in, and I was just like, holy shit, hi guys! Now, whose fault is that? Mine. It's mine. It's my fault. Because I had to stop to pee, and Mike came home and brought food and drink, and he brought me bubble tea. I'm not gonna say no to bubble tea. Alright, chapter 9. The trek forwards was unbearable. All the pain from the passages and challenges Elia faced had finally sunk into her bones. I want bubble tea. Look up a recipe on how to make it. It actually isn't really that hard. But you do need, like, tapioca flour.
Consume the tapioca.
Exactly.
Consume the balls. I apologize for nothing.
And you're a disaster.
Thank you.
I tried it at this tea place I found, but I'm not sure how I feel about the tapioca. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just, when you try it the first time, it's weird.
Yeah, you also have to find a place that makes good tapioca.
Yeah, because if they get like the store-bought kind, it's not the same as homemade stuff. Like there's this place called Chai Time that we get ours from. It's the best because they make all the stuff in-house.
And yes, that is plugging a.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna plug Chai Time.
I'm pretty sure it's large proper chain.
It is. They've got places everywhere.
But the thing about ours is ours is actually a really good location because they actually care about every detail.
They do.
And if they screw up the tea, they usually remake it right away.
Yeah. Well, usually they don't mess up.
Usually.
All the pain from the passages and challenges Elia faced had finally sunk into her bones. They ached with each step up the rocky pathway. It seemed like a stairway, but the rocks were uneven and the slope was rather steep. With a hand braced to the side of the path, Elia let out deep wheezes. Her lungs stung. The damage Zenith did when he threw her must have damaged her far more than she anticipated. To be fair, that had never happened to her before. For all she knew, she had broken ribs or something. At the moment, though, Elia was more concerned about getting out of Victor's caverns to get to her friends again. To have that safety mattered more than anything at the moment. Elia looked down at her wrists, the sword charm jingling. She had a familiar of a demon now. She was uncertain, but she knew that this was Xana's former familiar, Zenith, who had defected from them to that lady with the lantern. Someone that the mysterious person Xana had referred to them as their child. The vision Elia had witnessed was more confusing to her than helpful, but she had to think of her saving her life from being ended by the black-boned beast. Elia reminded herself to write it down when she had the chance. With stinging legs, she continued on in the darkness. A red beating light of Victor's heart had long since vanished. The only light she had now came from the small jeweled charm on her wrist. The light wasn't bright, barely allowing her to see even a foot in front of her, maybe a few inches at most. It flickered like the flame was being teased by cold air around them. However, it was the only light Elia had. Relying on it was her only hope to travel safely. It was becoming increasingly harder to climb up the steps. Elia digging her fingers into the rock walls, her skin ripped from the sharp stones. She didn't stop, though. There was no choice. It was either stop and let herself get worse, or keep pushing towards the exit. And while attempting to quit, to Elia, this wasn't the worst she had dealt with. Strange as it sounded in her head, the encounters with the High Chancellor and some of the Safety of Youth Foundation workers was far more stressful. Her hands had never been torn up this bad, she never felt it so hard to breathe deeply. But those times were where it was possible she could have destroyed in very different ways in her realm. A part of Elia still clung to the idea that this realm was merely a dream, a fabrication of her thoughts, formed from her wandering mind. Maybe she was in class, asleep on the desk, at home in bed after a long day in the class and troublesome teachers, or maybe she was at the hospital, sedated due to medical issues that suddenly arose. All in all, Elia tried to deny the reality of the situation. It couldn't be real, no matter how vivid and true everything felt. Even if it seemed impossible and the only possible option, Elia couldn't accept it as the truth. With a sharp jab of stone at her ankle, Elia slipped a bit. The musky and stagnant air began to change, water seeming to drip from the low ceiling. The air was moist and almost choking after being in such a dry cavern. Elia brought herself further on, water on the stones, making it harder for her boots to cling to the dirt, mud, and rock. The waterfall was nearby? Phone? No, it's someone liking my video. Nice. As she got to more stable ground, the steeper inner cliff shifted to a more constant slope, the water dripping becoming more constant too. The water dripped onto her hair, down her cheeks, and onto her clothes. It got heavy, but there wasn't much Elia could do. Water had carved into the side of the cave, breaking into the sides of the pathway, but they went down their own separate channels. The blood on her fingers was washed away as she carefully trailed her fingers into the torrent. It's refreshing and cooling. Her wounds cleaned up. Bits of blood were trapped beneath her nail, but Elia knew she didn't have time to deal with it. Where am I? Elia questioned, wondering if Victor could even hear her here. However, after a moment, no response came. Perhaps this was part of his caverns he couldn't communicate through. Satisfied with her hands now being somewhat clean, she plunged on, carefully wringing out her sleeves as she went to lessen the weight of her sodden clothes. Were there perhaps towels in this world? A warm bath sounded great too. Elia pushed the thoughts aside as she continued in the cool cave path. Moments dragged on, but the sound of rushing water became more intense. The side channels had become bigger, and it was quickly apparent that they went and dug through the ground beneath her path. Looking beneath, she saw huge water pools and deep gray stone walls and naturally formed springs. The edges of the pool seemed to glow a faint light green. When seeing that, Elia realized that the area around her had become naturally lighter. Looking forward, she noticed that the cave began to open up more. What was beyond wasn't quite what she expected. When she came out into the open area, a huge waterfall acted as a wall. A natural walkway seemed to form into a sort of half ring to the other cave on the other side. The water was so thick that Elia couldn't see through it except the sparkles of light. It seemed, at least from what she could figure, it was daytime. But even then, Elia wasn't certain if the light was coming from the slick glittering walls, the springs below, or the light from the sun. The light in this area was ethereal, making Elia remember the possibility of this all being a dream. Past the rushing water, Elia didn't hear the heavy footsteps. Suddenly ripped from her thoughts, she felt something sharp dig into her shoulder. Turned sharply to her right, eyes met with bright red ones of a huge raven's beak and face. A scream ripped from her throat, causing the grip on her shoulder to increase. As a hand shot over her mouth, that strange language suddenly erupting from her captor. They motioned for her to stay quiet. Elia panicked and frightfully taking in their form. They were tall, at least a few heads taller than her. They towered and loomed over her, casting a foreboding shadow that threatened to make Elia turn into a puddle and cry. Their body was covered in thick, black feathers, had adorned with the raven head. However, now that Elia got the chance to see it, the raven wasn't just the head. It was the skull of a huge raven, perched upon the tumbling, unkept mass of black hair. Removing their hand from her lips, revealing a strange three-pronged fingers with talon-like claws, they pushed the skull up, a jingling coming from it to reveal pearly white bones of varying size and dark gems hanging from the headdress. Strange-looking horns twisted among the mass of hair. As Elia examined the figure, the claws on her shoulders slacked, appearing thankful that she indeed stayed quiet. Pale skin was visible beneath the mass of thick hair, but splashes of dark skin covered their form and visible skin. Elia knew what caused this. Angela's mother had the same condition of skin, a discoloration caused by pigmentation issues. Elia returned to looking at the figure over as they seemed to reach into the cloak made of black and feathers. Their body was covered, at least what Elia considered covered. She was decently embarrassed, unable to look at their exposed skin for long. Feathers, light, and dark fabrics hung loosely on their form, leaving little to the imagination. While the body was feminine, boasting from hips and curves, they carried themselves with a strong stance, sporting bloody tattoos upon their lower half. The body was strong. The muscles were strong on their body. Elia felt her cheeks redden. Aranda! the figure spoke, snapping Ellie out of her thoughts, legitimately spooking her. The words were confusing, but reminded her distinctly of the language that she heard before that made no sense. Perhaps this was the natural language of the world. If anything, that just raised more questions. Brenda! The figure shouted this time, Ellie straightening and yelping in response. The figure seemed to babble at her, their voice guttural, sharp teeth revealing under dark lips, crimson eyes glaring at her through almond-shaped eyes, heavy black brows knitted in anger. Sorry, I don't understand you, she barely got out, trying to raise her hands up to show that she wasn't armed. The jingling caught the figure's attention, and the crimson pupils landed on the charms. Something dawned on them, eyes snapping to meet Elia's. Wait, I'm not an enemy! Elia began, suddenly nervous. And Verta. When the familiar words came up, Elia felt a part of her brain shut off. Verta, as in the goddess. Where did that person say Verta? Were they asking if they were a follower of Verta? Enemy? Going to overdrive and setting in, Elia could only manage a frantic nod. The hard face softened, a toothy smile appearing on the figure's lips. Ah, and Verta, they cooed, carefully moving and wrapping their lanky arms around her, talons gently cradling the back of her head and right shoulder. So it was a good thing, she agreed. Elia still felt on edge, uncertain where this could lead. They walked carefully on the stone pathway, going into the second cave on the other side of the crest of the waterfall. In this cavern, it seemed far more stable than the last Elia had gone through. Wood was embedded into the rock, allowing it to be more like a mine than the natural cave system. The crow person, whom Elia still had no name for, held her left hand in theirs, leading her forwards. Crystal lanterns hung from the ceiling of the cave, swinging from metal hooks embedded into the wooden archways. Who are you? Elia finally mustered, the crow person stopping to look over her shoulder with confusion. Oh, maybe you don't understand me. A sheepish smile came over Elia's face, the crow person seeming further confused before giving a light roll of their shoulders and continuing onwards. Elia glanced around and then looked down at the ground, the three-pronged fingers of her captor gently squeezing around her hand, a reassurance that she was safe. Then Elia took notice of the crow person's feet. They definitely weren't human. They were talons, similar to their hand. 3 talons, one in the back and 2 in the front. However, the shape seemed strange, only for Elia to notice that the talons were real. They were metal, locked around black leather on their legs. Did they not have normal feet? Their body beneath their headdress and feather cloak seemed to be very human, but the toothy grin that they flashed before reminded her that that should have been a sign that they weren't. That they weren't like her. And the talons. The talons were a huge point towards that as well. And Verta. The crow person spoke calmly, pulling her from the careful examination of her captor's clothes and body. The crow person had stopped walking, standing in a large domed cavern room. Within the room there was a small wooden table, a sort of set of gnarled chains and bowls near it. In the corner of the room there was a bed made of torn fabrics, feathers, leaves, and sticks, hay seeming to cover the bottom of it to make it comfortable. There were 2 more paths out of the cavern, not including the one they had come from. Wooden beams marked them, 2 different colored lanterns hanging from them. The walls of the cavern were carefully carved, though there were gashes and cuts into the stone, as though something sharp had bashed against it. Elia looked at the crow, whose head was slightly tilted in confusion. I'm sorry, I was distracted. What is it? Elia inquired, the crow cocking an eyebrow up slowly. It reminded Elia that this person didn't speak the same as she did. God, it's going to be hard to communicate this way. Can you read? I know you and I don't understand each other, but maybe I could write you messages? Message? The crow person tried. Their sharp teeth revealed as they sounded out the word. Yes! Elliot beamed at the prospect. If she could communicate with this being, perhaps they could help her find her friends. After all, Victor had said that he had opened a path back to her friends, and yet she was simply led through a different cave system. Can we sit? She motioned her arms to the table, the crow person seeming vaguely to understand, and walking with Elia there. The chairs were uncomfortable at best, at least for her, though for her new companion, they were comfortable with being perched on it instead, talons and their feet digging into the wood as they stared at Elia with curiosity. Whop, whop. Ah! Nose! Ah! There we go. Mumbling, Elia pulled out the parchment and charcoal she had used before. Checking the pieces she had written out on before of her ideas, she was thankful that they were not ruined by the water of the caverns. With bracelet jingling, Elia wrote a simple message, hoping that the crow could understand. Here, it says, I'm Elia. What's your name? Elia offered, sliding the paper and charcoal to the crow. With one talon finger, they dragged it to the rest of the way across the table, reading it carefully. Eddie. The crow tried. Elia. Eddie. The crow said strongly. Elia giving a sheepish laugh. At least it went with the name that Aster had given her. That brought up the thought of if the crow and Aster would get along, since crows and rabbits didn't really seem like a pair that'd be friends. Eddie, the crow spoke, pointing to Elia, who nodded. Ah, fair enough. The crow then said after reading the second sentence. She remembered that word as one of the ones that they had used when they first met. Does that mean name? The crow merely nodded, though Elia was uncertain if they understood what they meant as so much as got it from the context. What's yours? Yuida. Yuida. The crow gave a simple sound of affirmation. Then Elia finally had a name to attach to the crow. Yuida stared at her after a moment, now seeming to question what else it was that she needed. Elia took back the paper and wrote more. Yuida. The crow's head perked up, seeming to have been checking their feathers and talons. What are you? Elia slid the paper over, Yuida staring at it before giving a loud snoring and almost squawking laugh. Yuida demon! Yuida riva demon! Yuida motioned to themselves, puffing their chest a bit. Elia stared in disbelief. Wait, demon, as in demon. Yuida was also a demon, like Zenith, but they were so different. Elia had simply thought demons in this world looked like Zenith or Yuan, skeleton-like. Especially since Aster had summoned similar beings in his horses. Elia simply stared at Yuida, her mouth slightly agape and hands on the table. While her brain tried to process Yuida's words, the crow looked at her hands, the heavy eyebrows knitting together in annoyance. Getting off their perch, they quickly went to the woven basket near the table, pulling out some woven cloths in the small cork jug. Abruptly, Elia nearly shrieked, cold water hitting her hands as the jug poured freezing water. When the shriek had pulled from Elia's throat, all the pain shot back through her system. That's right, she was still wounded, which explained Yuida's change of behavior as they carefully wrapped the cloth around her hands, her fingertips staining it a slight red. Yuida motioned for Elia to stay, eyes serious as they rushed down one of the pathways in the room. Elia shifted in the chair a bit, her head beginning to swim again. Like before, however, genuine exhaustion began to claim her ribs creaking with every shallow breath. While Elia knew sleeping was bad, that she needed to get back to her friends, she couldn't bear the pain anymore. Resting her head on her arms, Elia stared at the flaming crystal on her wrist, the sword charm illuminated by it. The ringing entered her ears, strangely familiar in its nature. Perhaps it reminded her of school, of her life before. Before demons, before giants, before bears and rabbit people, before dragons, before masters, before Harne. Why did he keep appearing in her thoughts? As that crossed her mind, Elia's vision began to blacken, the last thing Elia seeing and hearing being the clanking sound of Yuida's talons on the stone floor. Drink! Dramatic music! drank all of my bubble tea. Yeah, I allowed sip to my water. It was good. Very dramatic music. I don't feel that's necessary. I don't need battle music. I just need like you know what? That'll work. That'll work. Yeah, okay. Chapter 10. There was talking, familiar voices, a kind of rumbling shuffle of things. The musky smell of straw and dirt became clear to Elia as her senses slowly woke from slumber. With fluttering eyes, blurred vision faded for her to see her surroundings. She was on Yuida's bed. Bandages wrapped around her fingers, and the tenderness in her back and ribs seeming to have been gone for now. Oh, you're awake. Ellie, I'm glad you're safe, a certain brown-furred rabbit said with delight. Ellie looked up from her bandages right at the bright and big eyes of her companion. Master! Elia moved to embrace him, only to crumple down from a surge of pain. Her entire body felt sore and creaked. Master moved his paws and placed them on her shoulders. You stay right there, you're still recovering, Master commanded, his eyes becoming worried as he sat beside the bed. Just let yourself rest for now. Elia stared at him, trying to keep herself from asking 1,000 questions that pooled in her mouth. The pain was limiting a lot, causing spots to form in her vision until she took some attempted deep breaths. You have to take it easy for now, Elia. If you push yourself, you may agitate your wounds. With a light groan, Elia laid back, staring at the stone ceiling. I'm sure you're wondering how I got here, right? Aster asked after a bit of silence. Alpha and I were confused when you didn't come out where you were supposed to. Victor told us you ended up deep in his caverns, and that would end up with a different spot. We traveled there, which thankfully was for the best. Apparently a storm had rolled in from the sea, so the area that we were before would have been dangerous. Aster chattered for a bit before realizing he got off his train of thought. Anyway, we came to the river Whoa, and we figured you would, be there in the mountain. Found a pathway and then found you in this room. Alpha's here? Of course, he was antsy the entire time. Before you went to the cave. He went to fetch us something to eat. What about Yuida? Yuida? She means me. Both of them jumped, looking at the crow person. Their headshots jingled, their eyes narrowed hard on Aster. What are you doing near the child? Yuida's voice growled, talons at their sides stretching and clenching with predatory anger. Whoa, hold on. I'm not an enemy, Aster quickly said, standing and holding his hands up to assure them of such. Elia stared at Yuida, trying to get their brain wrapped around something, while Yuida and Aster argued back and forth regarding the legitimacy of Aster's presence. Wait, she interrupted, Yuida stopping themselves from striking, their legs shifting to an attacking stance. How can I understand you? You can understand me? Yuida echoed back, their stance relaxing. But before you couldn't. Aster took a step back as Yuida moved to kneel beside the bed. Have you come to understand me? Well, so. This is unheard of. A human mortal understanding my kind so quickly, no less. Just as confused as you are, I didn't think I knew the demon language. Demon language? Aster questioned, snorting a little. You're not speaking the demon language. I'm not? Both looked at Aster with confusion, seeing his bemused expression. What am I speaking then? You're speaking an older form of our language. It's got a strong dialect to it that I'm not familiar with, but most could understand you. Aster explained, even more confused. So, what? I'm, speaking like Latin? A dead language? Elia questioned. How did I learn it so suddenly? And how did I learn your main language before so easily? I'm not from this world. How would I know how to speak like that? One question at a time. Miss Yuida, if I may. Aster asked, the crow giving him a hard look of reproach. How should I refer to you? Yuida is fine. The crow moved, allowing Aster closer. With crossed legs, Aster sat next to the bed with Yuida, carefully taking Elia's left hand. His face was probing on her hand, almost hurt to see the bandages there. His paws petted her fingers gently. Remember how I told you about those lights? It's most likely that when you came into our world, you were given a means of actually communicating with people here. Magic has different ways of interacting with organic beings, after all. And your world didn't have magic, right? So that means you're coming into a world with magic. Meant your body had to change to take it in. Aster blinked, staring at the bracelet, carefully moving it to get a closer look. How did you get this? As the tip of his fingers brushed the charms, Aster recoiled, cursing colorfully. Why is that thing hot? Hot? Elia touched it, feeling only a gentle warmth from the charms. They're not hot. You must have a high tolerance for heat then. Those things feel like they're on fire. Yurida placed the tips of their talons on it, making a face of annoyance. I feel no heat. Both of you are weird. Aster shrugged, reaching into one of the pouches on his hips to get a cloth out to wrap around the bracelet. Elia became aware now that it seemed like it wasn't on her. Before, she felt a certain hum, a kind of power from it. Now, without, there was a strange, overwhelming silence. Whatever that thing is, it's dangerous. Why do you say that? Because you don't have magic naturally in you. Whatever trial you went through inside of Victor, it granted you that. But I'm uncertain how powerful it could be. I've never seen anything like that before, but I got uneasy looking at it. If anything, though, he motioned to himself and Yuida. I'm not entirely sure you'd be able to control it. You may end up hurting one of us. Aya stared with shock at Aster. Did he say that she could hurt him? Quickly, she became painfully aware of the problems with magic. If she used it with no idea how, she could hurt others. Even more so, she had a demon on her bracelet, no doubt acting as a sort of familiar to her now. A part of her wanted to ask Aster for help, but since he didn't know what the bracelet was, there was no guarantee that he could help. Yurida looked hard at Aster again, obvious annoyance there. You were frightening the child. How dare! They rose their talons, Aster flinching back. Elia moved, roughly grabbing Yurida's wrist. Of course, the motion was too rough, causing Elia to curl up a bit, groaning with pain. Child, you mustn't force yourself. You should be resting. I'm trying, really. But I don't want you to hurt each other. Not over me. Yurida frowned, moving to hug and cradle Elia close. I'm sorry, child. I did not wish to upset thee. Aster stared at the two, feeling a sigh of relief trailing from his lips. A thumping came, the three looking up the passage to see to their right, the one that Elia remembered Yurida running down when she had helped her with her fingers. In the pathway stood Alf, his fur shining and sparkling with water, drenched tunic stopping and tail covered in dirt from the path. His burly arms were slashed apart fish, a bit of fish scales and guts stuck to his chest. Fish? Was that really what you got? Aster shouted, standing up and walking over to him. You have better idea? Alf grumbled. We're right around the river wall. Whoa, why wouldn't I get fish? Because Elia's probably sick. If you force her to eat fish, it'll probably kill her. Raw fish, yes, but we can make a fire and cook it for her. Alf corrected, grinning his toothy grin. Elia could only smile at the two. Aster and Alf continuing to argue. Were you traveling with these two? Yurida asked after a bit, while Aster and Alf took to cleaning and preparing fish to cook. The crow demon was cleaning up her wounds, carefully picking out the stone shards and easing her bruising and wounds with cold water that she had. Yeah, I am. We're going to the Temple of Verda. Yurida glanced at Elia, who stared down as the crow worked. They're taking a very odd route. We had to pass through the human capital on the way. I see. I shall join you. Huh? I cannot trust those two to protect you, and I don't wish for your wounds to get worse. Yurida stated firmly, clipping and tying off the bandages. Elia carefully flexed her fingers to feel the tingling within her nerves. You are important, so I will protect you, child. Elia looked at Yurida, frowning at her word choice. I'm not important, Yurida. I'm rather ordinary, I think. Nay, to the rest of the world you may be that. You are important to those two, and to me. Why? You're the first mortal I ran into in a very long time. The last one I had run into was very young and very wise for her age, just as you are. I want to believe that I am perhaps destined to meet important people. Yurida explained simply, looking at Elia's side wound, carefully massaging the tender muscles there, even if they just end up being important to me. It had been a few days, according to Alf, when Elia had entered Victor, and her wounds took only another couple in order to be healed enough for Yurida to allow them to move out of the caverns. Thankfully, during that time, Elia was able to rest properly, and her muscles no longer burned. She explained the happenings to the three, save for her experience with Hara inside the reflecting crystal and the young woman in her garden, and her talking to Zenith. Her taking on Zenith as her familiar. She felt it was best she kept that to herself, because she hadn't revealed Hara to them yet. Based on Hara's explanation about his master's power, the less people knew of him, the better. We'll head quickly through the forest of Ludi, and then we'll be in Lorite within half a day. If we don't stop, anyways. Aster laid out a map he had, pointing carefully to the map. Elia watched the three talk, who sat beside her bed as she looked over the map, while Aquadine is the far right, not an overly huge distance from the desert she remembered Aster had dreaded. It was marked off with certain spots with blue dots, perhaps safe spots? Of course, we may be a little late to Winston than predicted. I know my familiars won't be overtly fond of you, Yuida. Sure you understand? Yuida shrugged their shoulders, feathers bristling, and prefer the sky than the ground. Sadly, if we're safely travel, you can't take to the sky too often. You're a black crow. If you went out in the middle of the day, it'd be beyond suspicious. Aster tried to carefully explain, another loud huff leaving the bird, an audible show of their reluctance to just agree. We'll have to travel on foot until we can either get a cart or horses. If I go within 10 feet of a horse, it'll turn tail and run, Alf grunted. You really make it hard to travel, friend. You can terrify everything we come near. Aster spoke with obvious annoyance, earning a puff of laughter from the sea bear. Elia shook her head, propping on her elbows to look at the map a bit better. There were scratchy labels for towns, and large mountain ranges drawn to form a circle around the central part of the continent. How big is this world? Elia questioned, motioning to the map. Last week, Verda could take years to get around this entire planet. Where's Winston? And the Temple of Verda? Aster moved, pointing at the center part of the continent, where a circle seemed to surround a sort of house-like drawing. Okay, that's Winston then. Indeed. Verda's temple is this way. He suddenly dragged his finger up to the very top of the map. Sadly, my map doesn't go that far. It covers only the areas I know I can travel to. Let's beyond those mountains. Elia motioned to the mountains that seemed to be lay to the far west of where they were. I mean, I can figure that Aquadine is the eastern coast, but what about the western part? Unimportant. We're not heading there, Yuida spoke soundly. We are to educate if she asks, Alf blandly retorted. Again, unimportant. She needs not to know. We will not be going. It's a sort of mixture of rockland and mostly rockland, Aster began to explain, both Yuida and Alf seeming to stare hard at one another. There are lots of rivers in that section that separate the land from the former land of demons. It was left behind after Verda had liberated beings from the demon overlord. Because of the magic of that land, it's desolate and unable to grow life in it. It's marshlands, only during the summer. The rest of the time, it's cold and lifeless. Fish don't even go there during any time except in the summer. Aster rolled up the map as he tucked it into his pack. I agree with you, Ida. We have no reason to head there, thus we're not going there. Let's focus on our goal, okay? Foreshadowing. They will end up going there at a certain point. It took a few hours to fully prepare, Elia walking carefully with Yuida's help out of the cavern. When they came out, it was dark out, letting Elia's eyes adjust properly to the change in scenery. The plant life was welcome, grass and small bushes covering in tiny white flowers. Yuida placed Elia into Alf's care, telling them that they would look further into the forest for them. With a sudden burst of wind, they took to the air, huge black wings opening to block out the small part of the sky that they began to fly overhead of the forest. The forest before them was filled with tall, towering trees, but they were separated enough that the leaves didn't make a complete canopy. The roots of the trees were thick, the trunks large as Alf's body. The leaves that covered the forest floor crunched under their feet as they walked. Alf's eyes flickered around wildly, his whiskers appearing visible as they revealed themselves under the thick fur of his face. Did you just drop your candy?
Yes.
Aster had the lead, pulling out a slip of paper from his vest. Under the surface of it was a black vague shape, different from his horse's. He whispered to it, the paper disintegrating from his furred fingers. As it did, a heavy weight seemed to overcome the area they were in. Elia gripped onto Alf's tunic sleeve, trying to see the area around them properly. All she could see was Alf and Aster and the pieces of the forest floor beneath them. Don't panic. They may scare our cover, Aster calmly explained, smiling back at her. This is my wraith. I had them make a cover for us, since I know what there may be other animals, beasts, or humans in this forest. I don't know, but I'd like to avoid trouble as much as possible. They merely continued on, Aster signaling when to stop and go. After the wraith had come out, Elia felt like her left hand was made of lead. It made it hard to grip to Alf, her fingers struggling to keep grasp. Her fingers felt like they were made of pins and needles, pain coming in waves. She felt fine when they left the cave, but now, with curiosity, she carefully peeked at her left hand, carefully moving the fabric Aster covered it with. She looked at the bracelet that was hidden there. The sword charm was glowing bright red. Perhaps Zenith was certain she was in danger. The jewel wasn't glowing, which meant at least it wasn't immediate, but judging by the charm and the haunting words of Aster from before, Elia carefully grasped the charm, hoping to calm it. It burned in her fingertips, Elia biting her lip to muffle herself to not tip off Elf that she was in pain. The last thing she needed at the moment was his overbearing protectiveness. Calm down. She sent that thought into the charm. It seemed to bounce off the charm's anger and flames. Calm down. I'm okay. I'm safe. She tried again, trying hard to keep the thought focused on the charm. She remembered Angela telling her about how sometimes the mind could control how the body felt, through a placebo effect. Perhaps she could make the charm certain that she was indeed safe, and in no danger. She certainly felt like she was. Yuido was above, she had Aster and Alf nearby, she was safe. Safe. Are you certain? Are you safe? The voice was most certainly not what Ellie expected in her mind. Looking around quickly to see if the voice was from nearby, it spoke again. Are you certain you are safe, milady? You are not in danger. Yes, Elia whispered softly to herself, the voice strong but familiar. Without the growl, the hatred, she was certain it was Zenith speaking to her. Alf looked at her with confusion, but she simply gave him a reassuring smile. You need not use your words to speak with me, milady. Your mind will suffice. I see. Zenith, I am safe. These three will protect me. If you believe such, I will not deny your certainty. Should your life be threatened, I shall come to your aid. Wait, before you go? Yes, milady? Do I have magic? I know I gained you as a familiar, but do I have magic? Can I do anything? You'll find out when the time comes, milady. With that, his presence was gone from her mind, the charm in hand cooling and her left hand returning to its original weight. They stopped when dawn came. Yuida came down nearby, ruffling their feathers with their headdress, fixing their placement. The forest is dense, but there appears to be no woodcutters. Weird, Aster noted, striking up a small fire for them, as the cold of the morning seemed to seep from the trees around them. Alf moved some rocks carefully, disgusted in his face at seeing how many small critters and bugs scurried about in the confusion as their home was moved. Setting the rock closer to the fire, he helped Elia atop, appearing pleased to keep her off the ground. Lumberjacks usually plot out areas where they plan to cut, usually by putting markers up on in the trees. I saw none, Yuida affirmed, crossing their arms. Not doubting you, dear, just saying in general. They're usually in the forest by this time of year. Aster got the small fire going, providing a better light source than a source of warmth. Perhaps they're starting late this year. I may not like the cutters, but they're consistent. You think something may be happening? Aster looked to Yuida, the claws cutting at the ground as they took perch beside Elia. What could be causing that? Woods may be dangerous. Usually birds fly when they see me. I saw no birds. No birds? Alf and Aster echoed, looking at her with confusion. Not a single one. Only I was in the skies during the night. The three looked between each other as Elia looked around. The veil of the wraith had lifted, or at least lessened as the sun began to rise. The forest became more clear. It was true. There weren't any birds nested up in the trees, and even the small things that Alf had revealed by moving the rock didn't have any signs of being there from the start. Is there something odd about this forest? Elia asked Yuida, who frowned at their sharp teeth poking from the lips. No, not odd. Not that I feel. Then why does it feel like something's watching us? I'm gonna take a sip of water. There we go. Chapter 11! There was silence that followed after Elia's observation. The four looked between each other carefully, Alf's eyes constantly flickering around them. Carefully, with a short motion, his claws began to reveal themselves from the thick fur, his paws flexing in preparation. Aster's hand reached into his vest, paws gripping around his own hidden saber. Yuida's eyes closed, their lips pulled up to reveal one of their razor teeth that dug into their bottom lip. Elia made certain not to move herself. Silence was deafening. Not a chirp of birds, fall of leaf, not a single lap of wind seemed to swirl by them or through the trees, as though time had stopped. I'm gonna have to turn this down a little bit because it's a little loud for me. It's very nice, but it's very loud. It was a blur for Elia. If she had blinked, she would have missed it. Before her eyes, Alf smashed wood of an arrow out of the air before her, the splinters hovering in the air as the arrowhead clattered against the rock next to her. Aster drew 2 blades from his vest, spinning them in his hands as he quickly hopped up from the fire. Blades cutting through the leaves of a bush nearby where a cry gargled from. Yuida shifted on sharp feet, quickly shooting off in the direction of the arrow's owner, a shriek erupting from their lips. Elia quickly got off the rock, hearing a hard smash on the rock behind her of steel and stone. Attackers. That much was easy to straighten her. That much was easy to guess. Everything was going so quickly that she could barely straighten herself out to assess the situation. 4 attackers. One was in the tree that Yuida has taken care of. One is the one that Aster attacked when the arrow was shot. There are 2 others, both of which stood before Elia and Alf, behind the large rock that she had once been on. The pair had a huge, bulking, burly, bearded man, face hidden by a large black cloth hat, a dirty, patched cloak on his body. A large nose snorted with annoyance at missing Elia before huge gloved hands gripped the handle of the 2-handed axe and hoisted it back onto his shoulder. The other was medium-sized, around her own height, dressed similarly to his companion, the blade held loftily in hand. A sneer covered the chapped lips, messy, stringy hair peeking from under the cap. "Bandits," Alf snarled, fangs bared as he took a threatening stance to protect Elia. The smaller man snorted a laugh before the larger man let out a bellowing roar of mirth. "What amuses you?" The shriek of Yuida returned, throwing down the body of the archer, who quickly clambered to his feet and rushed to the sides of his companions. "You didn't kill him, Cant! Disgusting mixed blood!" Yuida landed on the ground, carefully shaking out the wings before letting out another shriek at the archer, who hid behind the large man. "What do you mean, Cant? Our little archer is special. I was wondering when the famous Black Crow would show. We can kill 2 birds, 1 stone." The large man bolstered before clicking his tongue. There was a moment of silence before they looked over to Aster, who was wiping the blood off of his blade. Eyes hard on the 3. "You killed Tim! I don't like being snuck up on. You will have to find it on your heart to forgive me." Aster held his blades negligently in his hands, joining near Alf, who appeared to be on the verge of ripping out one of their throats. "Won't matter. We'll bring the crow's head and that girl, and we'll be rich. Tim's life will be worth the trouble," the shorter swordsman said, the archer carefully poking out from behind his cohorts. "Milady," Zena's voice echoed in Elia's head, and the whole situation dizzying for her. They wanted her? Aster had just killed the person. What was this about mixed blood? They were planning to kill Yuida? "Milady." Her entire mind ran out a million miles as she carefully stepped back from Alf, whose body heaved with building rage, his tail unfurling from under his tunic and swaying behind him. "Though I recognize the rabbit," the shorter man noted, whistling. "If it ain't the famous Golden Luck rabbit. I see my reputation has reached bandits. What a shame. I'll have to make sure that's rectified when I see a legionary next." Aster twisted the handle of his blade, feet sliding on the dirt. The large man laughed, placing one hand on the rock, his muscles twitching beneath the cloak. "Enough talk!" The bellowed shout echoed. The rock suddenly hurled in their direction. Elia watched as the shadow of it covered her, legs stuck and unwilling to move. "Milady!" As the shout resounded in her head, Elia's legs suddenly snapped into motion. Her body dove to the side, barely getting out from under the press of rock. "Have at you!" Yes. No vampires, though. The others had dispatched themselves at their assailants, the small man flailing under the heavy black form of Yuida. The axe had been tossed aside as Alf let out a roar of anger, ripping into the cloak and judging from the blood on the body of the burly man. Elia covered her mouth and looked away, trying to ignore the display. "You'll have to come with me, okay?" The point of an arrowhead became visible quickly as she looked up to the boys. The archer standing there. Underneath the heavy black cloak and hat, Elia could see the boy was young, her own age. His eyes were green and brown, fear within the irises. His gloved fingers trembled, the arrow unable to keep straight, the bow quivered, his shoulders shaking. "Not if I have anything to say about it!" Aster's voice came. A flash of silver cut through the bow, the young boy shrieking with fear as he scrambled. Tears filled his eyes as he fell onto his bottom, scrambling back from the three who stalked towards him, blood covering various parts of them. Sorry, little buddy. I'm sure you understand, right? It's a little too important for some bandit to just steal her away. The boy scrambled back, sobbing and begging, his words incoherent babble. Elia stared in horror as they neared, her body shaking, her voice refusing to leave her throat. She couldn't let them do this. No one had to die here, especially someone who was afraid like this child. Stop! Her body moved on its own, barreling past Alf, surprising this large sea bear, his tail whipping wildly. Elia stood before the young boy, standing between her three companions with arms out wide. Elia stared at them, tears in her eyes, and her body shook. She was scared. Of course she was. She knew what her friends were able to do. They just killed 3 people all for the sake of protecting her, and no doubt themselves. Elia, move. Alf huffed, trying to keep his voice steady. She tried to kill you. I know, but he's just a kid. He's probably not much older than me. For one so young, it's not uncommon to take up less than favorable things. Aster's voice was level, his eyes going to the kid, who was shaking and trying to hide from the 3 murderous gazes on him. Even so! Elia looked back at the boy before swallowing her will down. Fire boiled in her chest, a desire to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. Her decisions, her choices were hers to take on. He deserves a chance to better himself. No one should be judged so harshly with death. The fire that filled her burned and smoldered until it was exhausted by the steady gazes of the 3 protectors. Elia turned back to the young man, who was staring up at her with shock. She knelt down to his level, offering a hand to his. What? He barely whimpered out. I won't hurt you, I promise, Elia assured, giving a gentle smile to the boy. He stared at her face, then her hand, then reached both hands to gingerly take hers. His fingers shook as she tried to take hers, lips quivering as tears spilled out of his eyes. It's alright, you're scared. Please don't kill me, he begged. Elia placing her left hand on the top of his 2 hands clasped around hers, gently squeezing while the bracelet remained hidden underneath the cloth wrap. I won't. I promise. This is a horrible idea, Elia heard Yuida grumble as they started to try and clean up the mess they made. Should we eat these? The crow motioned to the corpses of the people, who Elia still avoided to look at. Nah, he's never a fan of man flesh. It's better to just bury them. Alf grunted as he dragged the larger man to the bush. Hey, Aster, help me with this. You're the one with the huge claws. I'm sure you and Yuida could dig up a good grave in quick time. We've got a schedule to keep. Aster was carefully putting out the fire as he looked at Elia, who was still holding the boy's hand. The young boy quickly cowered behind her, unable to meet his gaze. You sure about this, Elia? He is a bandit. He could very well try and kill you the next chance he gets. I know, but I have a feeling he won't. Is that wrong to have? Naive, but I can't doubt you for wanting to believe in the good of others. Aster conceded. The young boy tugged a little at Elia's arm, drawing her attention away from the rabbit. The young boy stared at her with frightening eyes, his lips shaking. She squeezed his hand in return, easing him a bit. I'm Elia. What's your name? Elia gently asked as she pulled him away from the work the others were doing in getting the forest back to a less battle-thread area. It's Laurent, miss. He spoke quietly, adjusting the cloak and the hat on his head, the black fabric moving to reveal auburn hair, it messy and short. Why did you help me? Because you looked really scared. The other 2 seemed really mean, but you seem good. You didn't kill me even though I can't do anything. Elia looked down and then at him. So, I think that makes you at least a little bit of a good person, right? But your friends are right. What if I just kill you later? Laurent retorted, his voice shaking still. Then it'll be my fault. I made the choice I made, and I have to trust that choice. If I get proven wrong later, then I'll accept that I was wrong too. Elia firmly stated, feeling the familiar fire. Laurent stared at her, a small laugh leaving him. You're really strange. The trek continued, Laurent being placed in Elia's immediate care. He felt uncomfortable around the other 3, who shared a familiar feeling of discomfort of him being so close to Elia. However, the young girl had firmly placed her foot down, telling them that he was good over and over, that their desire to fight was pointless, and that if the boy remained good, they'd simply turn him over to legionaries and Lorite. Why were you with those guys? Elia ended up asking Laurent when they walked in the middle of a sort of formation that they had made. The forest was beginning to thin out by this point, the trees no longer so dense. The wide expanse of plains posts that marked land visible, and cut down tree stumps cutting through the tall, wild yellow grass. I lost a bet, Laurent confined, The big guy, Brute, the boss called him, challenged me to coin flip. I think the boss had a loaded coin. They said if I won, they'd help me. And if I lost, I had to help them. Help you with what? I'm in a bit of trouble with the legionaries. What for? I had snuck into a farmer's barn during the night. One of his goats was killed and they said it was me. Was it? No, a blade killed him. I barely used my bow right. Alia stared at him with bafflement. This boy was in trouble with the police because of a crime he didn't commit. And then people took advantage of it to make him commit horrible crimes. A part of her felt fine now that they did harm to those other men, though her good conscience still was sickened by it. I knew leaving home was a bad idea. You left home. Her heart twinged. Mom died not too long ago. I was the only one left, so I ran away. Don't you have any other family? Laurent shook his head, his eyes downcast. Her heart ached and ripped at the thought of being so totally alone. She felt a connection to this young archer who nearly took her life, as remarkable as that was to her. Just as she felt close to Harnais, Laurent touched a familiar part of her heart that Angela did. All of them suffered from being alone in some way. And Alia didn't want them to suffer for such things. It's loneliness that she knew all too well. You'll turn me into the legionaries, right? That's what your rabbit friend said. Astor's ears twitched ahead of them as he glanced back to them before returning his attention to the front. Yes, Astor did say that, but you're not guilty. If we can prove that, you won't be a criminal, right? Elia offered, smiling to try and ease his worry, but his face appeared more downtrodden than before. I don't think you can really convince them. They'll believe a farmer far sooner than some mixed-blood archer. That word again, the one that Yubida said. What's a mixed blood? Elia asked, before realizing that perhaps it would be prying. Laurent appeared obviously uncomfortable, making Elia kick herself mentally. You don't have to answer. It's okay. A mixed blood is someone from a bloodline of demons. A long time ago, according to my mom, demons used humans and other creatures for a variety of things. Food, playthings, labor. Some even did things that humans that made them have kids. Laurent's hand shook as he tried to keep a steady grip on Elia's hand. I'm a little further disconnected from that line, but a few key things show that I am one. Like what? Elia asked. Again, her filter for what was appropriate out of the window due to sheer curiosity. My eyes, my hair. He reached up, moving his hat. Beneath the mess of hair was not simply a tone of auburn, as Elia originally thought. A short, messy cut of auburn, blonde, and tints of black at the tips. The hat was pulled back down, and your friend's inability to harm me. He looked to Yuida, whose crimson stare came through the huge headdress they wore. Why can't you harm him? Elia directed her question, feeling that it had to be pushing it hard to make Laurent tell her. Mixed blood means demons can't harm them. Their blood burns as pure ones. Can you harm other demons? Naturally. And humans? Of course. Then why not mix? It's just the two together. At that, Yuida stared at Elia, who felt instant regret forming as sweat was on the back of her neck. It's because humans being different from demons. Alf piped up. Yuida's brimming annoyance subsiding instantly. Humanity was blessed by Verta, while demons were cursed by her. Demons do not have the light of mortality, but humans do. Mixing the two bloods together can make the blood almost poison. Elia looked at Laurent, who was looking hard at the ground. Elia thought she had a strong idea and understanding now. Verta granted time to humanity, allowing them to grow and move forwards. Demons weren't given that. Alf had mentioned before that she had fought the demon overlord, and that immortality was a curse in her eyes. So Laurent, in a sense, was both immortal and mortal. A Schrodinger's cat situation, poison and all. Well, I think you're pretty great, Laurent. You're just trying to survive. Elia lamely tried to comfort him. Laurent struggled to smile and squeezed her hand. Perhaps she didn't understand. Didn't quite say what she was going for, and it made her feel powerless. But even if all she could do was offer a hand to hold it, meant something, right? It took some time to get to a road, trudging through high grass and the plains. Thankfully, there are no Pokemon. The posts on the side of the road allowed them to figure out their direction to go. Astor figured that it was a bit past midday. Again, he noted that they were behind schedule again, earning a pointed explanation that it was Astor's idea to bury the bodies. As they walked at a steady, hard pace, Laurent explained some things of the simple life with his fated encounter with his former friends. life on a farm with his mother and father. His father had been called away by the Kingdom of Humanity, directed to go directly to His Majesty when Laurent was still very young, thus leaving the farm in his and his mother's care. It was fine for a few years until his mother came down with a terrible illness. She began to shake every day. She couldn't stand long before she would collapse. I told her I would take care of the farm, that we should get a doctor. Did you? They couldn't do anything. They said she was cursed. Elia frowned, looking down at the road worn by boots, carts, and horses alike. Illness wasn't an issue in Winston. It was immediately taken care of. All things were. Her safety, her health, her education. Learning of Laurent's life, she became painfully aware of her complaints about Winston now seemed exceedingly selfish. So I just wanted to do everything I could to get her to smile. I'd wake up really early and take care of the fields so we could come in and make her something to eat. You can make a lot of things out of potatoes, you know? I didn't know that, no. Elia admitted, Laurent laughing a bit. You can mash them, stew them, cut them up, and roast them over fire. It's hearty, too. It keeps well. I'm dying! Ah! Laurent explained, Elia listening to him intently. Vegetables, fruits, grains, what foreign concepts to her. The food that they had in her world were entirely different from the food here. They grew their food with their own hands, with their own sweat, tears, and rain. They were dedicated farm areas in Winston to make sure that the crops wouldn't be damaged by human hands. It was automated. Food was bland and almost tasteless, simply fancy prepared vitamins. But Elia remembered the taste of the bread and cheese, of the watery soup Lily made her, of the fish she had in the caves. They were all so real. I wonder if they'll let me have some before the legionaries hang me, Laurent mused. Hang you? Criminals are executed, Elia, that's how it works, Laurent stated matter-of-factually, staring at her with bewilderment. You are super strange. You're talking and asking questions like you're not from here. He laughed, a genuine, almost giggly laugh. Yeah, I lived a sheltered life, so I don't know a lot of stuff. Ah, I see, I guess that makes sense, Laurent dumbly agreed, grinning. But hey, if I can have a friend, and at least some potatoes before I die, I think that'll be okay, right? I mean, what else could I do? You could join us? Elia blurted, Aster's ears twitching wildly. She immediately felt all eyes on her. I mean, I don't even know where you're going, let alone why. Besides, your friends don't seem fond of me, Elia tried to retort, babbling a bit in embarrassment. Not too long ago, he was begging not to be killed, and now he was talking about death like it was just an old friend, and it was just bound to happen. Oh! Hydrate, nice. I have hydrated. Thank you. But you were so scared of dying earlier. Oh yeah, death is scary, Laurent responded, earning a completely confused noise from Elia. But if I die, I'd rather not be killed. I think being killed is really scary. Elia couldn't quite understand his way of thinking. How it seemed so grandly different. Execution was still dying. It was still being killed. And if I can die how I want, then I think I'd be okay with it, right? Aster and Al let out an almost agreed noise of approval, as though those words lined up with their own thoughts. It doesn't make sense. Why would you want to die? Don't you want to live? Of course, Elia, Laurent agreed. But I won't get to. I told you I'm a criminal, not in Legionary's eyes, and that farmer. Then we'll prove you're innocent. I don't see how you can, Laurent frowned. That sort of sounds impossible. Elia drew her lips into a line, thinking hard on the idea before something struck her memories. Aster! She suddenly shouted with delight, spooking the rabbit as his ears and whiskers twitched wildly. You're Enigma! Aster stared at her as he slowed down. The rest did as well, confused for a moment. You're Enigma! You said it lets you talk to dead spirits, right? I mean, yes? If you spoke to the ghost spirit, you could tell the legionaries that Laurent didn't do it, Elia explained, her eyes bright. Aster stared at Laurent and then at Elia, seeming torn before relenting. You and I are gonna have to have a long talk about the sudden decisions, Elia. You can't keep doing this impulse stuff. You'll give me a heart attack and ulcers. Aster groaned, hands on his face. Alright, let's get the lore right. Evidently, I've got some business to do now. Laurent stared at Elia with shock, who grinned back at him with thumbs up as they continued down the beat-up road. Hey, can you... Hey, Aster, tell these legionaries that this goat says, he didn't do it. Fine. The trek took about a day, with frequent stops to rest their feet. The roads made by carts and feet were straight and easy to traverse. It didn't make it easy on Elia, who remembered noting that indeed she would get blisters from these boots. However, the quiet talking between the group, ranging from simple questions of Laurent's life as a mixed blood to about Elia's life in Winston, with some parts omitted of course, was relaxing after such a stressful battle. Laurent was as Astra told them. It was a farming town, so the houses were decently shaped, farm hands at work tilling the soil and preparing crops to harvest when autumn arrived. Some glanced up at times to look at the passing party, a few showing obvious confusion and uncertainty. However, none of them bothered to stop them or say anything, perhaps figuring it best just to let them through. The main part of the town was a small collection of buildings on the sides of the road, the buildings providing good shelter from the wind and the sun. They weren't too high, each building being 2 stories at most. The roofs were shingled with shining clay, and the windows were thatched up, flowers filling up the basin beneath them. They were sturdy buildings made of wood and rock. The people bustling between the many buildings. The people were mostly those of the rabbit race. They were as short as Aster, though some far more rotund or remarkably skinny. The clothing and the colored fur were neutral, suiting the very sort ordinariness that came from folk that waved and said hello. Fresh smells of bread and cooking vegetables drifted through the market area, a circular collection of carts and stalls that set up by the people, who beckoned to the group. Aster grimaced, opening his vest to pull out his small coin purse. In the light jingling, it was obvious that he had banked a bit on those sea cucumbers that they had lost. Yuida shifted uncomfortably in the large cloak that Alf had saved from the larger bandit that had attacked them, their feathers poking out through the large holes that Alf had made when he tore through. However, Yuida's stature was enough to make many stare up at them in confusion and awe. Many small forms seemed to watch the group curiously as they entered the market area, noses twitching and eyes wide. "We're drawing a lot of attention, friend," Alf grumbled to Aster. "I'm aware, but I couldn't very well have you two try and sneak around the town. The legionaries would have had your heads." Aster tucked his coin purse back. "Let's find that building. We'll speak with the legionaries, get some food, and be on our way. We can't be late." "You keep saying we're on a schedule, Aster. Why is that?" Elia quietly questioned, carefully moving so that she could hear without him having to raise his voice. "There's a few things we need to avoid if we want to get there before spring. Certain events. Don't really have the time to just wander around," the rabbit explained, smiling and tipping his hat to a young female rabbit that passed, who appeared bashful and cute. Elia remembered that they had to get to Winston within a fortnight, as that was when Hara was supposed to go elementary. What events could possibly come between them and the Temple of Verta? More questions to add to the question sheet, she supposed. "Pardon to interrupt your travels, friends," a voice bellowed to them, Elia looking to the speaker. It was a somewhat taller figure, dressed in a purple robe with an ornament that was ornamented with jewels and crystals, gold trim swirling and dancing on the edges. The face of the person was covered with an overly garish pearly mask, their form covered in heavy robes that Elia had to bet were extremely uncomfortable in the current midday heat. "Sorry, we're not buying your wares," Aster said quickly, trying to get the person to leave. "I am not selling physical items, but prophecies, visions to the future." Elia could feel the annoyance from both Aster and Alf. Alf moved his covered arm to Yuida to not attack the fellow. "I wish to bless thee all with a stunning glimpse into your travels, free of charge for the first person. Sorry, sire, but we don't wish to force you to use your services for free. You're surely worth more, yes?" Laurent piped up, trying to convince the person that they simply couldn't do that. The person dramatically threw their arms about, as though honored and humbled by Laurent's words. "How true, travelers! But I was simply overtaken with this lady's beauty. I could feel her calling out to me from across the market with her dazzling eyes." They motioned to Elia, causing the girl to cover her mouth. "She had rendered speechless. Might I interest you in a fortune, my dear?" Elia looked at her companions, then at the man, before her cheeks puffed, and she let out a loud laugh, throwing her head back in mirth. The person appeared dumbfounded, mouth agape. "You can't be serious. You really think that kind of thing works?" Elia asked between laughs, tears in her eyes. "If others reject you, you go for the easy target and compliment them?" Elia moved to Yuida, laughing and holding onto their arm for support, confusing the crow. "Get out of here. Go find someone else to con." The person's mouth dropped further, hand on their chest in an obviously overly insulted manner. "Come on, we have travels to do, yes?" Aster was grinning wide, waving back away the man as the group traveled out of the market and further down the main street of the town. Ellie, not for nothing, but that was hilarious. What is with those mannerisms? I was so certain you were just normally meek. Aster walked backwards, looking at Elia with a newfound sense of pride. Sure, I'm not certain how to act in a lot of situations here, but a con man's the same no matter where you go. Elia remembered peddlers when she was in Winston, people who tried to get you to go into alleys to see their wares. It's one of the few things Elia picked up from Angela, who always told off those people before they ran off at the threat of being reported. I had a friend who was really good at knowing what to say. Certainly impressive, Laurent agreed. I usually just end up just trying to excuse myself away. He sheepishly tilted his head back and forth, showing his uncertainty. However, as he did, his hand suddenly took hold of Elia's, and he ducked behind her. Yuida's head shot up, scanning the area for possible threats. The legionaries, he barely got out. Ahead of them, the pound of leather and steel came, brandished in prim armor in place. As they marched in unison, emblazoned on their armor was a golden sword and feather. Their visors pulled down and shining in the bright sun. Their silver and gold was accented in deep blues and greens, blue and greens of flowing cloths, and pennons on their lances. They were marching towards them, showing no signs of slowing. However, as abruptly as the pounding feet started, they stopped in front of Aster. What is your business here? The one in the front bellowed, Elia jumping at the command in the voice. Traveling through, friend. Gotta make my way back home to meet family. Aster lied, smiling reassuringly to them. Legionary moved their head, looking at the party before he grunted and looked back to Aster. Interesting party. They're my bodyguards. Is that right? Absolutely, my good fellow. The legionary looked from person to person before landing on Elia. Normally, Elia could keep her cool in these situations, stone-faced and calm, but with Laurent shaking so much she could barely smile properly. Now maybe we'd be on our way. Hello! Greetings and salutations. Welcome to the stream. I'm meeting. How are you, Mystic Spark? Oh god, my nose. Whew. Whoop. I'm afraid not. You will all come with me. We're nearing troubled times, and such an odd group at this time of year is very strange indeed. Ah, my nose is running. This is terrible. Ugh. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I'm gonna clean up my nose. See if I can't make myself feel better. So I'll be right back. go. I'm back. I had to pee. I feel better now. We're getting to the part in the story where, like, one of my least favorite characters comes up, but, like, then one of my favorite characters pops up right after. I'm excited. The Legionary building was surprisingly large and spacious. Chairs and tables about the main common room. The rooms were cool, the stone walls keeping the hot on the outside away while keeping the shade cool. Flickering candles in the halls provided enough light as they were led by legionaries into separate rooms. Elliot tried desperately to keep Laura calm, but the poor boy had broken into tears, hiding in his cloak and his hat, while the legionaries pulled him into his solo room. The rooms they were brought into were cramped and small. A single circular table and 2 chairs, one more worn than the other. No windows, only a single fire from a candle on the table. The legionary that brought her into the room ordered her to sit, Elliot complying quickly. So, what is the reason that you have to come through this town? The legionary pressed continually. We are simply passing through. My friend, the rabbit, he was simply offering me safe passage. Elliot responded firmly each time. The legionary began to make outrageous demands, saying something about how the season was prone to bandits and thieves and murderers. Elliot merely stared at him, causing the man to get more and more frustrated. We can kill you on the spot, little girl, he bellowed in rage. Yes, you can, Elliot agreed calmly, but you won't. The fire in the room suddenly flickered and went out. Frustration and rage suddenly melting into fear and uncertainty on the legionary's face. Quickly, he backed away from the table and rushed out of the room, a heavy lock falling into place. Elliot sat in silence for a moment before she looked at her bracelet. Did you do that, Zenith? I found the wording humorous. I'm not fond of those who think they know everything. It was a few minutes Elliot could figure before the door opened again. A new person walking in. His gait was strong, armor clicking as he sat across from her. The fire suddenly coming back to life as the door was closed and locked by someone in the hall. The new person before her wore similar armor to the other legionaries, though he was adorned with red and gold compared to the blue and green as before. The armor was a bit fancier, perhaps he was a higher rank. His skin was fair, scars littering his cheek and left eye. A small scar was on the left part of his lips. Harsh black eyes stared Elliot down, and pulled back blonde hair, tied at the nape of his neck, allowed Elliot to see his full face. You seem to have scared one of my best interrogators, he spoke, his voice surprisingly soft. His thin eyebrows slowly rose, his head tilting to reveal golden jewels hanging from his ears. Now, you said you were simply traveling. Correct, Elliot said, her fingers gripping a bit at a long tunic. This man was very disconcerting. She wasn't unnerved so much as uncertain how to act. Where are you traveling to? Vague, he shortly responded as he rolled his silver gauntlet hand, black gloves snapping as he stood up. Where are you traveling to? I said home. Alright, you won't budge on that yet. Fair. Why were you traveling with such a strange group of people? I was offered protection by the rabbit, Aster. The man stared at her before pacing a bit behind his chair, Elliot following him with her eyes. A rabbit, a sea bear, a crow, and a mixed blood. Hardly considered normal to be traveling with a human. A wanted criminal, no less. He stopped behind his chair, hands resting on the back of the chair. His fingers drummed as he stared directly into her eyes. Elliot could feel the probing stare, as if looking for a crack, something to dig into. He simply offered protection. I did not know these things. You agreed to go with a group of strangers, non-humans no less, to take you home. Forgive my suspicions, but I can't believe such a claim. Elliot gripped a little harder at her tunic, trying not to show how he was getting to her. But guessing from the smile that twitched at the edge of his lip, he figured out quicker than she realized. So why is a human traveling with such a group? How much did you pay to be protected? They offered it for free. At that, the man snorted. People have kindness in their heart. Sure, humans can, and some beasts can. But such a peculiar group with a murderer in it? I highly doubt it. He isn't a murderer! Elliot bellowed, standing tall, the fire suddenly roaring. Suddenly, Elliot became aware of what he was doing, the fire dying down quickly. The level gaze, the almost knowing smile on the man's lips. He got the answer he was searching for from her. A young human mage pretending to be some defenseless human girl. Is that what you are? He appeared unfazed by the sudden display, stepping around the table towards her. She stepped back, chair clattering to the ground. Elliot could feel the fire seeming to come alive on its own, the heat in the room increasing. I can take care of him, milady. I can burn him alive in his armor, burn this entire place down. No, Zenith. If you do that, everyone will get hurt. No, do not be afraid. I don't intend to hurt you. Just give me answers and I'll let you free. I can't promise the same for the others, but I can let you go. What? A human girl being killed by legionaries would be a terrible tarnish on my record, madam. His voice was snide, his black eyes holding no kindness in his words. But what stays in this room stays within these four walls. Alia felt her blood boil, fingers gripping to white-knuckled rage. This person could be barely considered a man within her eyes. Waylage! A voice came, this man stopping his advance and looking to the door as it unlocked and opened. The rabbit sucker! He's a shaman! He's channeling spirits! What? The man looked to Elia, who stared hard back at him. Did you know about this? I told you. I didn't know about this sort of thing, she said with a mock smile on her face. The man rushed out of the room, following the other as he led him down the hall. Elia let out a slow breath, moving her now disheveled hair from where she stood suddenly. Her bracelet felt heavy under the cloth, the fire blaring and shifting to form the vague shape of Zenith's masked face. Milady, you were in immense danger. You should have called upon me. Zenith, now is not the time for it. You could have been harmed. I know! Zenith, just let me think clearly, okay? She demanded of the flame. Zenith showed his discontent before the flame returned to normal. At the moment, her biggest concern was regarding Aster. She immediately went out of the room, looking in the direction they left, seeing a large group of legionaries pointing their spears at an open door. They all looked pale, visors lifted to see the strange glowing blue light that came from the room. The man who had interrogated her pushed through the crowd, going into the room. Loud shouting came, and the legionaries in panic. Do you suppose he knows what he's doing? Al's voice came to Elia, snapping her free of her thoughts as she whirled around and looked at him. His face appeared beaten up, his fur disheveled, and the strange metal locks around his paws. His tail swayed freely, the scales shimmering in the firelight. Did they hurt you? Ellie asked quietly, becoming deeply aware of what the interrogators could have done to her. Alf let a little shrug roll over his shoulders, a toothy grin visible. Don't worry, I gave them what they had coming. Little no people can threaten people I care about. Ellie reached up, touching his cheek with one hand, his face twitching when she did. Though I think they did a little. Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. They looked back to the legionaries, seeing a bunch of them rushing towards the common room, seeming to not yet noticed that they leaving their chambers. Do they even know we're here? I think they're a little busy. I heard mention that the other general of the legionaries was here. Ah, is that right? Elia struggled to laugh. The room where the blue light came from suddenly flashed, the light fading quickly. After a moment, Aster stepped out, the legionaries pointing their spears at his face. Calm down, Aster said, waving a hand. I was just showing your commander what I was doing. He looked at the horrified blond man over his shoulder, who shook. He looked around at them, motioning them to leave, before he looked down the hall at Ellie and Alf. The armored man flinched, immediately running towards the common room before shouting that the legionaries leave the three of them alone. Now what'd you show 'em? Alf snorted, whiskers twitching as he followed Elia to their companion's side. Well, I did as Elia asked. I showed our friend wasn't the killer, and a few other things that they should know as well. I'm sure you can convince that new one that just got here that too. He looked to Alf, frowning at the locks on his paws. That's unfortunate, friend. They buckled my ankles. He moved his feet, revealing the heavy metal. Our crow and archer are across the common room. We'll probably run into the other general first and prove our case. Elia frowned, looking down the hall. The moments leading to her being separated from Laurent caused her to forget some details about the area, including the stairs they walked down to these rooms, as well as the common room they would now no doubt have to pass. What do you suppose we should do to prove that we're not lethal? They took my swords. They got you chained. Elia looked at Aster before walking down the hall towards the common room. Al, what are you doing? His voice was barely registering in her ears. Her fingers tugging the cloth down to reveal the bracelet, the charm and jewel set free. Just let me do the talking, okay? The common room is bustling, with murmurs and shouting. The man who interrogated Elias speaking with another armored person, helmet and visor on to hide their face. A long blade rested on their hip, hand upon the pommel. Fingers drummed impatiently as the interrogator babbled, along with the original man who had tried to pull answers out of Elia. As she entered the common room, with Alf and Aster right behind her, many chairs scooted loudly on the wooden floor. Many armored men, turning and immediately seeing the sea bear with absolute fear. There they are! The blonde man shouted, pointing at the three, the taller armored person looking at them, tilting their head. A light chuckle came from the silver armor before a light shake of the head. You have obviously mistreated them, they noted. You're not supposed to bind up others in chains unless they're proven as guilty, General Darren. But, Commander Rem, they were harboring a fugitive. They were? Based on what you told me, that was proven wrong, yes? The person approached the three, Elia motioning Alf and Aster with a light move of her arm to back up and allow her space. The person towered over Elia craning her neck a bit to look up at them. There was a special red etching on their armor alongside the golden sword and feather. Reaching up, the figure removed their helmet, revealing a remarkably handsome woman. Long black hair freed from the helm as it pooled down her shoulder. Her face was strong and full, a beauty mark placed just under her right eye. I apologize for General Darren's mistreatment. I will have a medic look at your friend. You must be the leader of their group. No, my friend here is. Elia motioned to Aster, who waved sheepishly, his nose twitching with interest. I see. General Darren is often reported for mistreatment, but to see that he has done these sort of things. I'll have to report him to my boss when I return to Winston. What? General Darren shrieked, looking at her with horror. Commander Rem stared at him over her shoulder, the dark lashes pulling tight to show her anger towards him, causing him to squeak and shrink under her gaze. We shall have your friend released, and you can explain everything to me, all right? Would that be all right with you, miss? Elia looked at the now extended hand of the commander, nodding and shaking it firmly. I'm glad. It seems that one of your comrades is very upset about being separated from you, the young boy. He was crying and begged that they not hurt you. You must mean a lot to him. Yes, he's a very nice and innocent boy. The room they were brought to was large and spacious, carpet and wood mixing together with a large set of bookshelves decorating the walls. A coat of arms matched the sword and feather were on the wall, outlining the strange diamond shape Elia could barely place her finger on, a diamond that wove into a second diamond underneath. Beside the coat of arms there were two swords locked together, lances beside those. There was a large desk, a chair placed behind it with a simple sort of build, not matching the room's delicacies. Elia looked at the chairs. Elf slumping into one of the plush chairs, seeming to immediately fall into slumber, though not showing any signs of snoring as he had before. Aster sat in another, motioning Elia to join him. Sitting beside him on the second chair, he reached up and removed his cap, letting out a loud sigh of relief. I don't know what you had done, Ellie, but man, you saved my skin! Huh? How so? Ellie looked at Aster with confusion, not quite sure what he meant. Well, when they started interrogating me, they asked me about the others and then you. Well, I wasn't going to sell you out. I told them I was going to get you home. The same came from Alf and Yuida, too, though apparently Laurent couldn't stop crying. Well, you eventually spooked one of them real bad, and it gave me time to get my enigma. To use my enigma, so I was able to commune with like you asked, though I don't know what else the General saw. As if on cue, the door opened to reveal General Darren and Commander Rem. Rem moved, allowing Yuida and Laurent entrance. Laurent moved with lightning speed, locking his arms around Ellie and hugging her tightly. Are you safe? Are you hurt? Are you okay? Did they hurt you? His voice was filled with sobs as he buried his face in her chest. Ellie, a touch embarrassed, pat his head and tried to calm his babbling sobs. Yuida moved behind Alf, shaking him roughly to wake him. With a snort, the sea bear sat up. It took him only a moment to spot their enemy, staring at General Darren with annoyance. Need some more water. Commander Ram wishes to speak with you regarding a crime that happened 2 weeks ago that was filed to legionaries by a local and renowned goat seller here in town. He spoke with a monotone drawl. Commander Ram closed the door and walked behind the desk to sit down. If you would read the crime, General, let's get on with this business, yes? Commander Ram spoke, though her voice was far more lax than General Darren's. His face was crossed as he drew himself up and reached into his armor, pulling out a folded paper. Unfolding it, he cleared his voice to speak. Without all the embellishing, yes, I know you're dramatic. A loud huff left him as she spiked the wind from his sails. The crime is as follows. Farmer Nathaniel reported to waking early in the morning to check on his flock of goats. He came to find one of his goats hidden behind the barn, its stomach ripped open and blade embedded in his throat. While investigating, he stumbled upon a trespasser within his barn. Said trespasser immediately ran off the premises. The possible felon had blood on his feet and hands. Possible? Commander Ram questioned. Yes. As he had no confession to the action and no others have come forward, he is currently the only suspect. General Darren stated firmly. It also states that there are no alibis for him as well. The farmer notes that his neighbors heard the goats wailing the night before. I see, so the charge is... General Darren glared hard down at Laurent.
Oh wait, no, I skipped a line.
Because of this, Laurent looked to Elia, his face terrified. Because of this, the only possible suspect has to be the killer. General Darren glared down hard at Laurent. Elia moved to block his gaze. I see. So the charge is based on the word of a farmer and his neighbor that the killer had killed the goat, left his weapon, and then slept in his barn. Commander Rem asked, shuffling the papers on her desk. Correct, Commander. You're an idiot. I beg pardon? General Darren snarled, Aster letting out a low whistle. Why would a killer would leave their prey behind? And also, why would a killer stay on the premise? Do you have proof otherwise? He's a mixed blood! General Darren shouted, motioning to Laurent. There are known killers of livestock and innocents. The demon blood in them is proof of that. Commander Rem stopped moving the papers, her gaze slowly to level on her eyes on his. Yuida's lips were drawn back, teeth bared. General Darren, I don't believe I asked for your opinion. I asked for proof. Commander Rem's voice was a dangerous edge to it, causing the general to freeze up and fingers grip the paper as he looked between all the people in the room. Young Rabbit, Aster, was it? That is me, ma'am. How might I help you? Aster asked, putting his hat back on as he stood, ears twitching. You are a shaman, yes? According to General Darren's claim, you were able to summon forth the spirit of the goat. That is correct, I did indeed, Aster proudly responded, hands behind his back as General Darren gripped the paper, it lightly tearing on the edge. Would you care to repeat it word for word? Aster's grin was almost vicious as he turned to General Darren. His chest puffed. The one who killed me was not a child, but a full-grown man. One with eyes as black as night and armor as shining as the moon, he proclaimed. General Darren's face filled with absolute horror and rage, his cheeks inflamed with anger. I see. Sounds like a legionary. I'll have this building investigated for the possible killer. Commander Rem stood, arms behind her back. You are dismissed, General Darren. My legions will take care of this district now, as you are unfit for duty. The paper ripped in General Darren's hands, his eyes ablaze. Reaching quickly, he drew his blade, an angry shout leaving his throat. He charged across the room at General Rem. At Commander Rem, the woman stepping back from behind the desk. Commander Rem reached for her own blade, seeming unfazed by his behavior. Her blade slipped free of its scabbard as she parried his away, her wrist flicking and slicing his wrist. His sword clattering to the ground as he shrieked. Legionaries entered the room due to the chaos. It took only one motion from Rem to let them know what to do. They grabbed the screaming and panicked general, who yelled choice curses and colorful insults at Commander Rem, who simply sheathed her blade, humming a bit before letting out a light sigh. Should we get those chains off of you all and get you patched up? I'm sure you're starved. Rem being like, I ain't gonna take that bullshit. Which fair, because she's a badass. She's allowed to do that. Ah! My nose! We're almost at halfway. I say with like 3 hours left to the stream. It's a little less than 3, but not by much. Aster sat with his back against the common room wall, his nose twitching as Alf paced back and forth beside the table. You keep doing that and you'll make a hole in the ground. His hands were working on something in his lap, not taking his eyes off of from the fabric. What's taking them? Alf grumbled, his tail wrapped tight around his waist. Elia sat beside Aster, watching Alf with their eyes tracking his movements. Yuida and Laurent were asked to remain in the Commander Rem's chamber while General Darren was escorted away. They were notified that the food would come within the next hour or so, the gentle waft of food catching Alf's attention at times. However, an hour had already passed, causing Alf's restlessness to kick in. Food or the others? Both! Alf threw his large furred arm into the air, showing anguish on his face. I'm starving! I can smell that rack! I can smell that meat from here! I thought seabirds were more fond of fish, Aster noted, glancing up from a seam he found open in their vest. Alf gave him a withered look before dramatically rolling his eyes. The legionaries in the common room watched the three, stuck between fear, curiosity, and a general uncertainty. After the events not long ago, just releasing Alf from his chains caused more of the legionaries to become wary of him and keep at distance from the claws that they saw poking from the brownish fur. Elia watched him, but since their original meeting at Aquadine, Elia could only really see him as someone who was soft inside. But even so, memories of that encounter in the forest came quickly, reminding her that he was indeed dangerous. Why did people so dangerous seek so much to protect her? Elia, Aster's voice came, waving his paw in front of her face. You alright? Your luck is worrying me. Elia looked at him, remembering the callous disregard Aster had in killing one of the bandits. How he spoke so easily about killing him. The blood on the sabers, and her eyes trailed down and seeing the dark stains on his vest and pants. Oh? Sorry, I just may be overthinking things, Elia lamely explained, rubbing the back of her neck. Aster frowned about to speak when a savory scent filled the room. From the kitchen, the large rack was brought out to a large cutting table in the room. It glistened in its juices, the aroma steaming off the large chunks of meat. Elia wasn't quite sure what the beast was so big to have meaty proportions that size. Alf's drool was pooling at his feet, tail wagging happily. Now we eat! The bear wanted to jump, but the chef, a rotund man in his late 50s, stared at him with obvious annoyance. Hold your horses, bear! It's gotta settle first. Cut it with a knife, alright? Not your claws! The chef warned before stomping off and grumbling to himself. Alf pulled his lips into a line, but Elia could see the bottom quiver as drool dripped through the lips and past the large teeth that poked past. Aster got up, standing behind the bear and patting his back. She watched the two, feeling once more that anxiety coming back. She wanted to go home. She wanted to go where she knew she'd be safe. She cared for these people she came to be protected by, but even so, that pit of uncertainty was starting to make her stomach toil. Suddenly, even though food smelled wonderfully seasoned and called to all her senses, Elia felt completely ill. The room seemed to spin. Elia braced her hand on the table before she got up. As she stumbled towards the door opened up, a legionary going past. They gave a confused noise as she pushed them aside and walked outside. The night air did little to calm her stomach. Elia barely got herself to a sort of out-of-the-way place near the building before she heaved, gripping her hair to keep it out of the way. She felt disgusting, horrid. All came swelling, retching again as tears rolled down her face. Why was she even doing this? Why did she agree to this? She should have kept her curiosity down and not ran off into this world in the first place. The burning in her throat came back as she could barely get anything else out, her breathing heavy. Leaning against the side of the building leaning against the side of the Legionaries' building, she slumped down. Choked sobs left her throat as she curled up to her knees into her chest. Her ribs hurt. Lady? The familiar voice of Zenith echoed cautiously in her head. She knew that he probably didn't understand why she was being this way, let alone why she was crying. I'm sorry, it's all finally got to me. I watched them kill people, Zenith. I watched them. People die, my lady. Sure, that's true, but murder, I know they're protecting me, but is protecting me worth someone else's life? If they don't do it, I would have done it. I know you have the ability to protect yourself at that moment. I know if you had the ability to protect yourself at that moment, you would have done what you could to stay alive. See, There are people in this world that will not care how you feel. They will aim to bereft you of your life and make selfish profit off it. Whether emotionally or monetary, they have their goals and you yours. Yours is to stay alive, so you can get back to your home. Elia stared at her knees, considering Zenith's words. He was right. Her goal was to get home, and her friends were trying to help her back, no matter the cost. The uneasy feeling came back again, but Elia swallowed it down. She had to focus. This was the end goal, and she had to strive for it. She couldn't regret her decision, not no matter how much it terrified her in hindsight. Ma'am? Elia flinched at the voice, looking up to her right to see Commander Rem standing there, looking down at her. There was pity in her eyes, obviously seeing the state she was in. You going to be alright? I don't know. I'm scared. Commander Rem sat down next to her, listening to Elia as she gripped her tunic a bit and brought herself into a tighter ball. I don't know where I am. I watched people get killed because my friends were protecting me. They were bandits, but they had lives. I know, so I didn't die, so I could get home, but I still... Life is a heavy burden to bear, madam. Commander Rem sagely spoke, resting her hands on her knees as her armor clicked with her shuffling to get comfortable. But you never have to bear the burden of others' lives on your shoulders, you know? Elia peeked through her hair in tears at Rem, who stared at her knees and thought. Only those who have good hearts tend to put others before themselves. But you need to make sure that you stay alive. Wherever your home is, people are waiting for you, right? Elliot just nodded. Then remember your friends are doing the best they can. And you have to do your best as well. I know it's terrifying. Death is terrifying, and killing is too. Don't let defending yourself make you cold-hearted. You seem like a nice girl, and that sort of thing can really mess with someone. Elia nodded again, though less sure. Her chest heaved again and she turned away, keeping her hair away as she let out a racking cough and tried to hurl only for nothing to be left. Commander Rem rubbed her back, just trying to make sure that the girl knew she was there. Elia stared at the slab of meat before her, the steam carefully swirling up in the bright, juicy cut she was given. Glancing up, the human noticed her friends happily tearing into it, though Elf was given a much larger set of the rack than the chef had prepared. Beside her, Laurent stopped eating, messily wiping his lips with the back of his hand. You okay, Ellie? You okay, Elia? You've been really quiet. When you came in earlier, you looked really pale. The concern tugged at Elia's heart as she pushed the meat on her plate with her fork. It looked and smelled wonderful, but that empty hollow in her stomach reminded her that she wasn't hungry. I just had a lot on my mind. Even she could barely get the words out. Laurent's concern painted on his dirty face. The young man grabbed hold of one of her hands, squeezing to reassure. It was kind, the gesture itself soothing. Are people used to killing in this world? She murmured loud enough for her companion to hear. Laurent looked down at his food, pressing his knife into it as he moved it around on his plate. Yes, there was a detachment in that response. Death is a natural thing, you know? Death is, yes, but murder? Do you consider it murder, Elia? Aster spoke to her left, chomping on the meat before carefully pushing it to the side to eat the potatoes that were roasted and seasoned next to it. Yes, killing someone is murder. Her thoughts were firm. Even in self-defense? The rabbit asked, ears twitching. Elia looked at the rabbit before back at her food. What about animals? We kill them for substance as well as plants. Is that murder too? That's... Water. Elia's perspective began to shift again, mind swirling and reeling. These were all good points, but they were pulling from her main concern, taking away from what she and Commander Rem had spoken about previous. Little? Alf's large voice pulled her from the vortex of thoughts, her eyes meeting his calm brown ones. His face betrayed every little movement to show his worry, his mouth slightly slacked and whiskers twitching beneath the heavy fur. Elia could barely form words, her fingers gripping onto Laurent's hand, trying to anchor herself down and think rationally. The once jumbled mess in her brain began to straighten itself out as she considered the words spoken to her previously. Murder is the act of killing another being, specifically being with complete and rational thought, who will either defend themselves or not from the act. Murder is to take the life of another being with thoughts and feelings and a past of their own. Leia closed her eyes, not wishing to acknowledge the staring looks from not only those around her, but those who were curious to the conversation. We do not consider killing animals as murder because they were bred for the purpose of being killed. Cows, goats, pigs, and the like. While there are wild variants, have been domesticated for the pure purpose of being killed for consumptions. Lessons, things of books, the past, it all overtook the uncertainty in her mind. However, to take the life of another being, who are not there for that purpose, it is deemed murder. We killed a group of bandits, who were going about their lives. Death could have been avoided. She looked to her right at Laurent, who gave her a pained look in response before turning his head away. She then looked to everyone surrounding her, who listened intently to her. We will do everything we can to avoid murdering anyone else, okay? Death is a permanent answer with no way to reverse it. If we're defending ourselves, we defend, not kill, understand? The entire mess hall had gone silent. Even legionaries stared at her with shock. Quiet murmurs snaked through, nipping at her ears. While normally this is a situation she'd rather have kept in private, she couldn't stop herself. It's like an invisible force had pushed her to say it, to get herself completely out. Yuida moved, standing from their seat and walking over to Elia. She simply stared at the much taller demon before a sheepish gasp left her as Yuida wrapped their arms and body around Elia. The feathers tickled. We defend you. The crow stated firmly, Elia feeling way too aware of how close their bodies were. Her cheeks were red, and she tried to babble a response before a few legionaries as well, appearing sheepish before they speak up. Madam? Another hydrate! Hell yeah! I'm a bit surprised Claire's not the one doing that. She's usually all over that. Madam? One spoke up, a young man of a few years older than him, but almost the boyish roundness of his cheeks that were dotted with freckles. His messy hair was tousled with one of his comrades beside him. That's a really kind of short-sighted view. What about criminals, or people who attack us? Criminals should only be tried properly. See, like how you originally planned to kill my friend with a crime he didn't commit. Yuito moved away from Elia so she could stand. Her knees hurt, shaking and nearly threatening to buckle. She had to be strong. The force from before was pushing her forwards. Crime shouldn't be just pushed only by one account. There should be as much evidence as possible. You have to make sure that you have the right person. Elia looked down, chewing on the inside of her mouth. Why was she defending her point so much? Even with that pushing force, there was something else. People who are tried should be presented before their peers. It should be a judge who is neutral. There should be no prejudice, no cruelty to them. A party of people who will view it logically, though she knew exactly where this was coming from. The Chancellor entered her mind, of long lessons before the students of harsh reprimands. They were always just. There were proper punishments, even her own, of having to sit down and speak with him directly, with long hours of silently bearing the berating tone, of how she shouldn't be so distracted, so lost in dreams. She was supposed to focus and become another flower bloomed in the bloom to take care of the future. Of mild anger in her voice. She would always end up there, in a place to be chastised for being her. Even so. Elia? Rem's voice shattered the memories, reminding her of the reality. The entire room stared at her. Rem stood by the group of legionaries, intrigue on her face. Eyes seemed to be boring into her. It was coming back like a hurricane. Her voice remained locked in her throat. Panic began to set in. A welling of uncertain, turbulent sorrow and fear. Why? What was there to fear? It was just talking in front of many strangers, judging eyes. What if she messed up? What if she said the wrong thing? Her friends could be in danger if she said the wrong thing. God, what was she doing? She was endangering everyone with her different thoughts. It no doubt went against what they all knew. Swirled around her throat, her heart. Her eyes darted about, trying to gauge those around her. It became such a blur. Too much at once. Sensory overload. Elia, focus. Focus on my voice. I'll take over for you. See, Smith? I know what to do. Fire seemed to billow in her mouth. For a moment she saw her friend, staring at her with concern. The next she seemed to be completely disconnected from the situation. Outside looking in, she reached her hands up, fingers seeming to press against the surface before her. The image distorted, no longer allowing her to see where she had once been. The room fell away, the air stagnant. Wherever she was now, it seemed hauntingly familiar. Welcome! She turned to the voice, a familiar cloaked figure standing across from the mirror. She was standing by. A gentle smile was on their lips, the cloak billowing. As Elia noticed, there was no feet before, merely a shadow. The space was endless, though a faint ripple of light seemed to emit from Elia as she moved. You're the person who gave me that bracelet, aren't you? The figure nodded, the smile seeming to twitch at the recognition. Where am I? I suppose you could say you're in a place separate from your mind. Zenith is taking care of your little speech right now, so I figured I should bring you here and talk with you directly. The figures turned, their faces turning away as they floated in the darkness. Elia simply stared before the figure turned to look at them, lips opening into a light laugh. Well now, come along. I don't want you to get lost in here. Lost? Elia quickly rushed after them, the figure leading them into the darkness. Their silhouette was barely visible in the pitch black. Elia struggling to follow as they seemed to disappear and reappear ahead of her. Her steps called a ripple each time, as if banishing the silhouette away. Each time that she was certain to be close, they were further away. A familiar sense of frustration returned, of traveling in no direction. Reaching her left hand forwards, a jingle echoed, a sudden burst of light filling the darkness, erupting from the bracelet on her left wrist. A bell chimed, and as she did, the darkness melted away. As the light's bloom faded, Elia's eyes adjusted to the revealed space. A grassy hill, a vast open blue sky. Little petals poked through the thick grass blades, tiny wildflowers swaying in the breeze. Puffy clouds above, the warmth of the sun. Elia looked around, entranced by the scene. Do you like it? It's an old memory of ours. Something very far away. The figures stood nearby, a deep blue cloak covering their form. This time the build was more visible. A giant of a person, blue hair peeking through the shadow of the hood. The voice was a deep baritone, too. A memory? Yes, a memory. Something that can never come back. At least, not as it once has been. That world is gone now, lost in the fragments of memories and souls that still wander this world. Ellie wasn't sure she understood, but she definitely nodded. Do you know why you're in this world? No, I'll be honest, I came here by accident. The figure gave a deep, rumbling laugh, and her lips giving a gentle smile. Then it hasn't become clear to you yet, then. I'm sure you'll learn it in time. But you came here for a reason, even if you yourself are unaware of it. The light began to overflow Elia's vision again, one eye closing as she reached out to the figure. The weightlessness clung to her, dragging her back into the darkness of reality. The cloaked figure smiled, offering their hand, a hand worn with hard work and calluses. I wish you luck, my lady. I'll see you very soon. Elia blinked, the world suddenly slamming back into her waking thoughts. Her senses returning all at once. At that moment, she was sitting at the table, alone. The mess hall was dark, only a few oil lanterns hung and giving the room a ruddy glow. Alf snorted, waking at the sound of the wood grinding when she stood up and pushed the bench. The sea bear adjusted himself from his seated position on a nearby bench. Little, are you awake? He spoke with calm, his lumbering form going to her, his large palm resting on top of her head. She reached up, touching the rough outer parts of the soft tissue of his paw, first gently prodding the center parts. Now, why are you doing that? He questioned, his whiskers twitching, and he moved his paw at her touch. Are you alright? I guess, she dumbly responded, holding his paw in both her hands. Her eyes were focused on the texture of the paw, thumbs brushing the bumps. That person. Shaking her head a bit, Alia looked at Alf, who watched her curiously. Where's everyone? Asleep. Asleep, little. You spoke for a while. But it seems your words stuck with the people here. You certainly surprised a few of us. Elliot frowned a bit, uncertain if she could even ask what she had said. After that, you said you were sleepy and passed out right at the table after you sat back down. To be fair, I still feel tired. Squeaking as her form was lifted, Alf carried her in his arms towards the stairs that led to their sleeping areas. Alf! No time to protest. Just rest, little. We have a long journey to make to Winston. That's right, their journey. They had to get to Winston to see Hara. Then they could go to the Temple of Verda on the edge of that map. Elia rested her head on Alf's chest. Yes, tomorrow was another day, and they would be on their journey once more. Morning passed without incident. Commander Rem offered them supplies. They ate a small breakfast, though Elia couldn't eat much despite hunger nagging her. Commander Rem ate with them, other legionaries coming to Elia to tell her how incredible her speech was. She told them she would take Elia's words to heart and consider looking into a way to reform the proper procedures for trials of criminals. The tall warrior gave Elia a pat on the head, gifting her with a surprising tool. A sword? Elia questioned, holding the wrapped light sword in her hand. The one-handed blade gave Elia the willies, she'd admit. The young woman wasn't prepared for the idea of using it in battle. The others were somewhat distracted with checking their supplies and packs. Yes, you must learn to protect yourself. I figured a simple sword would be good. There's also reports of monster sightings on the way to Winston, so I wanted you to make sure that you'll be safe. At the mention of monsters, Yuida snorted. I don't mean demons, my friend, I mean actual monsters. Actual monsters? Is there a difference for humans with monsters to demons? Laurent asked as he adjusted the straps of his bow and quiver, getting the supply pack offered by the commander. Alf grunted as Aster loaded another pack on his back, the sea bear grumbling that he wasn't a mule. Yes, these things that were described in the reports, they're furious beasts. Weapons seem to do little, but magic seems to affect them. A few of the legionaries were able to slay them, but instead of corpses, they turned to black ash. Elia swallowed hard at the description, vague memories of the burning battle and the black sand that came from the person in Azana's hands. So, please, be careful. Where have they been spotted? Aster looked up from his twin blades, adjusting the straps that hid them in his vest. Is it on the roads or off the roads? If you stay on the roads, you should be fine. Legionaries only found them because they thought they saw fires off the roads. Don't make any fires and you should be safe, I think. Aster considered Rem's warning and pulled out a slip from his vest. whispering to it. It shifted into the form of a falcon, it preening its feathers for a moment before Aster rose his arm, letting it off into flight. Elia remembered Aster had said that it was one of his spirits. That would mean that she had seen them all now. Travel safe, all of you. Please, perhaps we'll meet again. Rem waved to them as they departed, the legionaries escorting them safely from the town. Travel went quick. Their legs finally rested, carrying them a goodly distance. A few leagues every few hours, though Aster laughed at Alf's mild grumbling about how slow they were moving. By midday, they rested beside the road for a short lunch, sitting beside the rickety fence of a farmstead. Farm hands were hard at work, waving at them shortly before returning to their tilling. It's so odd to see mortal beings seeming fine with me, Yuda vaguely noted as they continued on. The crow demon had taken it upon themselves to fly ahead every once in a while, returning to tell them that if they saw anyone ahead. I suppose it would normally be shocking to see a demon, huh? Laurent laughed lightly, walking beside the taller demon. The half-demon seemed to be more comfortable with Yuida than Elia last remembered. Perhaps something happened between them, kinship, perhaps, in their blood. It was nice, as Elia wanted to avoid unnecessary conflicts between her friends. Yes, for centuries, the instant a human saw me, I'd be struck with spears and blades. Now it seems that those humans do not fear demons as they used to. Yuida hummed slightly, adjusting their headdress. Jewels jingled, the pitch-black feathers fluffing slightly in their arms. Not sure if I should be insulted or not. Perhaps they see nothing to fear. Demon attacks are something people use to scare kids nowadays. It's a long time since Berta banished demons. Aster noted his plated with slips, the black drawing shifting on the white surface. The falcon hadn't returned yet. Elia watched, feeling the heat from her bracelet. My lady, something on your mind? What did you say to everyone last night? I simply told them what I believed they should hear from your heart. You needn't worry. Okay. Haziness? Yes, my lady. Can I do magic like Aster can? There was no response at first, and there was a faint humming in Elia's ears. It wouldn't be fair to say that you can do magic like him, but you most certainly can use magic. You've used it before. I have? When Elia spoke aloud, the others looked at her with confusion. Al's brow went up a bit, and he tilted his head with his whiskers twitching. Aster's nose twitched as his eyebrows went up as well. Sorry, I was thinking out loud, she apologized, forcing a smile. The others looked at her before simply letting it lie. Seeing that whatever Zenith had Elia say yesterday had mellowed her out to surprise everyone with her speaking suddenly. Perhaps simply they just thought that she had a lot on her mind. To be fair, she did. It even now swimming in her brain and swirling over her doubts and uncertainties. My nose is running! Why is my nose running? I'm not warm! I'm not cold! My body's being dumb! The nights were quiet, at least to Elia they were. Only the bird song and bug chirping were there, their party in a small circle beside the road. Alf and Aster kept watch, switching off to get some rest. The nights passed without incident, as did the days. Elia honestly thought Commander Rem's warnings were without merit, until one day, before they ended up in the next town, Moron, Elia felt a strange familiar sense of being watched. That night, she was standing watch with Aster, staring out the darkness of the brush and trees that dotted the land nearby. You feel it too, Aster whispered, paws resting on the pommel of his blades. Her hands nervously touched the blade looped at her hips, fingers touching and rubbing the hilt. Could she even use this thing? Aster had taught her a bit, but their lessons were short, since traveling currently was their main focus. They're watching us. Aster's voice hovered on a whisper, the blades coming loose as he kept his eyes trained on the shadows. Elia strained her eyes until she finally could pick up the movements. Cat-like heavy fur that moved with deep and steady breathing, raised hackles with careful steps to push the ground to the side. The moon was the only light they had. The tiny flickers of the light from the floating stones above dotted the ground with many specks of light. Even so, Elia felt she could see so much more. The movements of the breeze, the breaking of the earth, the roots and leaves from the trees, the leaping forms of the huge beast as it let out a terrifying roar. Elia felt herself frozen where she stood, once more watching as time seemed to slow. Time. Her hand gripped the hilt, a fluid motion as it was drawn forth. the long blade sliding through the shadow beast like water. It let out a gurgling cry as the blade split it in two, dissolved to ash, Elia holding the blade in the air where she had cut the beast through. She stared at the blade as it all came back to her, lowering the blade. She had looked to Aster, seeing the astonished look in his face, his nose twitching rapidly. "How'd you do that?" was all the rabbit could manage as the other three stared at Elia with her blade drawn in the ash that remained of the beast. Stretch! You right, Stretch! I'm actually gonna go get some more water. Water! Water! I'll be right back. We need water. Water! Water! I need liquid! I need liquid nourishment. No, wait, that's a smoothie.
What was I gonna say?
That's a smoothie, not a water. Liquid hydration. I mean, it is.
Not wrong.
Just a weird way to word it.
I need to gently choke you.
Liquid hydration.
Gently suplexes.
Oh, you talking to Raven?
No, you.
Oh, to me. Why?
Gently suplexes you.
But why though? Why do you want to suplex me? Don't do it. I need my baddie still. Because I don't want to be suplexed, that's why not.
Gently suplexes.
No!
Red.
Unacceptable answer, I hate it.
Luigi time.
Coward. 1 second, I'm gonna be right back.
Uh-oh.
Hide!
Don't.
I already got a call for stretch, I didn't fully stretch.
Don't you dare. I will eat you.
Sanctuary!
Sanctuary. Ah!
What's wrong, Con? Don't want tickles?
I'm fragile, no tickles.
Such an empty threat. Okay, I'm back. And you're right, it is an empty threat when Mike gives that to me. Okay. Chapter 14. A fire popped between the group, eyes still trained on Elia's face as she stared down at a lap. You have no idea where it came from, Laurent finally asked, his expression worried as he leaned a bit to look at Elia's face. She simply shook her head. Strange, Aster murmured as he touched his pin, pulling it from his hair. It glowed as he whispered to it, Elia looking up at him with a frown. Let me guess, you think it's something weird, right? Aster looked at her with his nose twitching as he frowned a little. Elia, I don't want to doubt you, but I've seen you fight so far. I've seen trained swordsmen who have entered situations like that and fumbled. But it was like you knew exactly what to do. I didn't even know how to combat those creatures, and you did so flawlessly. Elia sighed, hands on her face, her bracelet jingling as she considered her friend's words. He was right, of course. It made no sense for her to suddenly know what to do with this situation. She never was versed in this sort of thing, and every time she and Aster tried to spar, he disarmed her quickly. Perhaps it's a stroke of magic, Yuida spoke up, Elia peeking between her fingers at the demon across the fire. There was gentleness in those crimson eyes as they considered their next words. We talked before. You didn't understand, but then you did. Yes? Perhaps it's like that? Elia moved her hands from her face and then looked at Aster. Aster frowned, not sure if he could simply let it be that. Magic is strange. Little is not from our realm, and strange things have been happening ever since we were at Victor's cave. Perhaps she isn't trained. It comes at random? Alf agreed with Yuida. The the demon appearing relieved. Laurent nodded, a big grin on his face. Yeah, it's gotta be something like that. Maybe it's Lady Verda's blessing. Aster snorted at the half-demon's words. You believe in Verda? Yep, seen her myself. At that, Alf looked immediately at him with curiosity. Saw her in my dream, radiant as can be. She's the one who told me I should leave home. So I have to thank her for meeting all of you. Elia smiled a bit and nodded. The mention of the patron goddess at the time reminded Elia of those dreams, those visions. Her hand unconsciously went to the sword charm on her bracelet. My lady, it's nothing. It was nothing. But Elia felt something deeper was at play here. Perhaps that spirit she had met when Zenith had control of her body was right. She needed to find out why she was here. Maybe then she could find her way home. The next morning came, and they came to the outskirts of a busy town, a high wall blocking them from entering the village and gates strong closed. Aster pouted, looking at his packs before conceding. We have to go in there, he said blandly. We have to? Alf asked, his large-scale tail swaying. Laurent always seemed to immediately go to Elia's side when the tail uncoiled from the heavy tunic and cloak that the large sea bear wore. I could fly us? Yuida offered, seeming already to take into account the height of the wall. No, I can get us in. My purse just isn't gonna like me. Aster grumbled, reaching into his vest and going to the side gate. A slot opened, Aster speaking quietly with who was on the other side. Coins were placed inside the slot before it closed, the rabbit crouching as he returned to them. Give them a bit, they're opening the gate for us. You have to pay to get in there? Elia tilted her head, confused, as all the previous places they had been to didn't require it. Moron is a trading town. They don't want people to just come in without means of showing business. If we had a cart with the sea cucumbers, we could have gotten in fine. Aster huffed, Alf laughing before patting him hard on the shoulder. Aster, friend, at least we made it one piece. By Verda, you owe me, not only for the cart, but those cucumbers. I will forward the bill to Farlow. At the mention of the other sea bear's brother, Elia is suddenly keenly aware how long it's been since she had dropped into this realm. Almost 2 weeks. Were people worried about her at home? They had to be, right? And Angela, God, Angela must have been worried sick. Elia rubbed her arm, fingers scratching at the skin under the bracelet. Elia? Yuda's voice broke Elia's nervousness as the gates creaked open. Do you wish to hold my hand? They offered the talon hand to the human, who simply nodded and took it without a second thought. There was a light squeeze from the demon, trying to reassure her that they were there for her. Elia found comfort in that hand, squeezing Laurence in her other one. 2 non-humans walked with her through the gate into the bustling city of Moron. Moron was as Aster and Alf had previously described it. It was far more city, akin to Aquadine, than a small town of the road like Lorite had been. The rabbit settlement had been small, suiting the race that called it home. Moron, on the other hand, was bustling with several races, some that Elia hadn't even seen before. Bird people, long-necked cranes, short-beaked finches, ferret-like sorts with long bodies and tiny faces as they discussed business. There were mortals among them, some light, some dark, some with strange armor that looked layered, and the others with armor Elia remembered from books. Some round, some thin, tall, and short. To Elia, it was hard for her not to notice every person and being in the busy streets. Thankfully, Yuida was leading the 2 starry-eyed children through the market while they followed Alf and Aster complaining the entire way. Butter. As they came to the central part of the main market, the bustle seemed to get even more grand, almost choking. The morning market sang with sales of bread, eggs, and meat, fine clothes, perfumes from all around the habitable realm. To Elia's surprise, there were fresh woven baskets by people who resembled deers, their antlers decorated with flowers and garlands of leaves and berries. They appeared nervous as the people approached, but seemed delighted to exchange items for coin or other items. This place is busy, Laurent noted with delight. One second. busy, Laurent noted with delight, his eyes bright as his mouth dripped with drool as he looked at the many fresh foods people offered. Music filled the market, the center where people seemed to toil around, filled with song as different creatures played tunes on their lutes, flutes, and simple drums. Is it a festival? Alf grunted, making sure not to step on any smaller shorts as he walked and parted the crowd a bit. Nah, this is just the morning crowd. The market is busy with early birds, workers, and residents. The merchants know better than to let any business go to waste. Astor reached into his hat, fumbling inside to pull out a gold coin and throwing it into the bucket in front of the band in the center of the market. They gave a whistle and waved, seeing that they knew Astor, who responded with a matching wave and smile. It's going to be busy all day, of course, but morning and night is the busiest. Alf and Astor's conversation was drowned out by the loud myriad of voices. The throng was shifting and moving, the group distracted by different people in the market. Yuida, Laurent, and Elia soon found that they were separated from the two, trying to get from the huge crowd. Yuida said that they should search for them using their clawed hands, and the request of a shop owner to climb the high ground to get a good perch and search for their friends. Elia and Laurent sat on the side of the sea of people, beside the shop that sold glass figures. Laurent found himself entranced by them, carefully holding them and asking questions of the owners, who happily told them about the process. Elia was left alone, sitting on a crate next to one of the thin alleyways that separated the many buildings that led into another system of thin alleys, and paths between them all. Rule number 1 of groups: if you know your group is doing something, it's best to remain exactly where you are. Don't run off. Those lessons regarding safety told at the Novalis Academy came back, making the young girl snort. Of course she would remember those now when the lessons made sense. Madam, a voice quiet, spoke to her from the side. Looking, she got off the crate, believing that she was getting in the way of a person who spoke. However, the one who spoke appeared very much like the fortune-teller con man from Lorite. However, certain dramatic flares were not in their attire. Dull purple hair draped over their left eye, messy and wavy. However, a gentle amber eye beckoned Elia. I wish to ask you about that trinket you were wearing. Elia put a hand on her bracelet, a sword in neutral temperature. Was there no danger then? Do not be afraid. I am a speaker of sorts. Speaker? Why'd my music stop? Music, why'd you stop? Yes, I'm still watching! That was a weird thing to call yourself. He looked like a fortune teller, not some bureaucratic speaker she could put a thought to. Yes, I speak to the elements of the world. From that, I can call upon the memories of those items. Elia could feel the suspicion growing in her. The person was weirding her out. Perhaps calling for Yuida or Laurent would be smart. Shut up, it counts. Listening and watching is... I doubt people are fully watching this stream. I think they're just going to have it in the background. And that's okay. This person was weirding her out. Perhaps calling for Yuida or Laurent would be smart. But before she could, however, the person spoke again. You're not of this world, are you? The way the person had said that set Elia's entire body on edge. Her hair stood on end, a chill running through her. The once gentle amber eye was accusative, demanding an honest answer. However, Elia felt in the pit of her stomach that it wouldn't matter what she said. This person knew. They knew. You needn't worry, they said offhandedly. I shan't tell another soul. They offered that as assurance, but all it did was make Elia even more disconcerted. There was no guarantee that everyone would be like Alf or Astor, bound by religious values to protect her and view her as a positive influence. Outstretching their palm, Elia noted that the strange purple diamond was upon the palm. Something in the back of her mind, recognizing it from somewhere. Please, for just a moment, I wish to touch that trinket of yours. Why? Elia asked quietly, keeping her hands to her side. If she waited long enough, Laurent or Yuida would come back and this stranger would leave. That trinket has a voice that calls to the heavens themselves, wielding a fire of most irremovable reality. It calls to the deepest part of people's power, the person explained, delight on their face. How do I know you won't take it? Elia pressed, wanting to get away quickly. At that, the person broke into a peal of laughter. Oh, I can't. Whoever wields it is the keeper, and it only has one keeper. I could never take it off of you. That made Elia relax a bit mentally, but her body was still on guard and frigid. She couldn't risk this person getting close to her. They knew she was an outsider. They knew about her bracelet. Elia's thoughts ceased there. They knew something about it. Something even Zenith didn't seem to willing to speak about. They knew something that could help her find out why she was here in the first place. For but a moment she almost abandoned her caution and offered her hand. They knew about the bracelet. The hand that often seemed to push her forwards before seemed to stop her, placing a hand on her chest and pushing her back. Without realizing she had already taken a few steps back, her hand wrapped around her wrist to cover the bracelet. Just because they had knowledge didn't mean that they were of good intent. Even if they claimed it belonged to only one person, there was no guarantee that they were being honest. You're cautious. It's a wise trait to have, especially with this one. An unfamiliar voice echoed in Elia's head, the once calm temperature of the bracelet and charm suddenly flaring to life. The robed figure flinched, drawing their hand back as the startled gas left them. However, it melted into a look crossed between concern and annoyance. Now, I can sense there is hostility. Truly, I mean no harm, madam. I don't trust you. You're a stranger. I learned plenty about what to do regarding strangers. The person's amber eye turned to a shining gold as they drew themselves up. You dare deny a speaker their duty, they accused. No, I deny someone to come near me if I don't know them. Their lip was drawn into a line, eye narrowing. I see. You shan't allow me close, just as you haven't before, my child. When they spoke, Elia felt someone behind her. Turning around suddenly, Yuida blinked with confusion at her expression. What's wrong, Eddie? Yuida looked behind her, her confusion more obvious. You look scared. Was there someone threatening you? Yes, this person! And as she turned to address the figure, though, no one was there. Noting nothing there as proof that person even being there. The bracelet was still hot, perhaps suddenly made aware of danger. Aware of danger she might have been in. There had been a person. Water! What kind of person? Yuida knelt a bit so that they were eye level with Elia. Well, you remember that fortune teller guy from before? Yuida nodded. They looked like that, but they didn't look as fancy. They claimed they were a speaker? Speaker? The confusion seemed to only grow. Maybe Astra will know. Elia offered before opting to change the subject. Did you find Alpha and him, by the way? Yuida nodded and took Elia's hand. She hadn't realized it, but she had been shaking. Gripping the crow demon's hand, Yuida tapped on the glass of the shop, getting Laurent's attention, and he dashed out, blissfully unaware. Yuida told him something in that strange sort of language, causing him to become embarrassed, looking down with shame. Sorry, you're right. I should have stayed with Elia, he nodded aloud. Elia blinked, a bit shocked that Laurent knew that language. Wait, is that why you two are suddenly so close? Both of them looked at Elia, suddenly aware that they had a conversation in front of her. Elia, that's... Yuida, in rare form, was embarrassed, bits of red appearing on their cheeks. Commander Rem had suggested we find a way to bond, so she offered that I teach him words from my era of speech. Elia smiled, squeezing both their hands. That's alright, I was just curious on why you two had suddenly gotten so close so quickly. You're like his teacher, I can respect that. Laurent rubbed the back of his neck, looking to the side sheepishly. Come on, let's go get our other two idiot friends and find a way to get to the next town, yeah? Laurent and Yuida looked at each other and then at Elia, nodding with resolve. They went into the crowd together, gripping each other's hands to make sure they didn't break apart. You two were just pounding along. You didn't even bother to make sure we were there, Yuida scolded Alf and Alistair, having pulled them aside to a less bustling street. A few passersby snickered as the large crow demon yelled at the two other beasts, seeming to delight in the way that both their ears and heads hung from their personal shame. What would have happened if I hadn't gone to a perch to find you? We would have found you guys eventually? Astor offered, trying to smile and to shrink under Yuida's hard crimson gaze. We were certain you guys were behind us. We figured with Alf you couldn't lose us anyways. I'm sorry, little. I should have paid more attention. Alf whimpered out his apology, Elia trying not to sway beneath those big sorrowful eyes that stood with tears. Yuida was punishing them for their recklessness. It was fair for them to do so, and as their separating led to Elia getting into a dangerous situation. Aster's almost half-hearted statement of just finding them later did sting Elia, but she understood that he probably didn't mean it in a negative way. The two of you have been incredibly reckless as of late. You especially, Aster. Their voice went low as Aster's ears flattening on his hat as he looked at his feet. He adjusted how he stood, arms crossed. He looked like a child being scolded by his parents. Yuida, I think you're being harsh, Laurent interjected, gently tugging on their feathers. His face was kind, trying to appeal to them. We all make mistakes, right? Elia said it herself. It's mortal to err, and that all we can do is learn from those mistakes and choices we make. Elia blinked, confused at first by Laurent's words. It must have been part of that grand speech she gave when Zenith was in control of her. Her hand subconsciously went to the charm, fiddling with it. Do you agree with Yuida or Laurent, Zenith? Madam, it seems rather cruel to ask. How come? Because both of them are right. Your young friend has been reckless as of late, not with actions as much as his words. It may be because he's worried? Even so, milady. His behavior indicates something else is at play. Hold on, Elia broke into the conversation, her arms at her side to cut away from Zenith while she considered everything. It was a good thing that they were in a quiet area, which gave her freedom to speak without fear of being overheard. Aster, are you acting like this because of last night? Aster didn't immediately respond, his ears twitching as he shifted his crossed arms. Yes. We already figured this out, Laurent moved to Elia's side, worry on his face. It's magic, right? That's why. That's so easy an explanation, but it can't be right. Aster snapped back, his eyes hard on Laurent. You're a half-blood, so you just accept that Elia could be a Verta incarnate if someone told you sooner than someone else. But to just brush what she did aside as magic. Aster bit his lip, his blunt teeth grinding a bit into the fur before he gave a frustrated huff. You can't just sit aside and just accept that it's magic alone. Alf looked to Aster, slowly tilting his head before his tail uncurled from his tunic and swayed. Alf then moved, placing a hand on the top of Aster's head. The rabbit moved, The rabbit flinched, his ears shooting up. His eyes were wide with those twitching. His eyes were wide and nose twitched wildly. However, after a moment, Alf's paw began to gently pet Aster's head. Why can't you believe it's magic? Alf asked softly, his whiskers peeking through the thick brown fur. It was so quick. So sudden. Magic requires building up the will. I know the bracelet has a lot of magic in it, but it was so focused, almost instant. I couldn't even feel the magic come free, Aster explained quietly. The energy in the air had been torn apart when she sliced that monster in half, like it was a fire burning through parchment. It felt like no trace of that monster behind. I don't even know how to fight those things, but to see Elia do so effortlessly, I can't even accept magic as the only reason. Elia frowned, now seeing what Aster was bothered by. It made no sense for her to do what she did. It defied the logic of this world, with his world. The other three were so quick to jump to her defense, defying his reality. I don't know how it happened, Elia spoke softly, closing her eyes. Should she tell them? Should she expose Zenith for the visions she had seen? Would they push her away or despise her? Would they accept it without question as they did everything else? Before you go on another tirade, Ali. Aster raised his hand, moving Alf's paw off his head. Do you remember why we started our journey? It was to get you to the Temple of Verta, to get you home. You're an outsider. Wait, did I miss something? Laurent asked, sheepishly laughing. You're going to the temple? That's at the edge. Why are you going there? Yuida looked at Laurent, placing a tattooed hand on his messy hair. We're taking her home. She's not of our world. A child sent from the outside. At Yuida's words, Laurent's eyes went wide with wonder. How was the subject of Elia's status not come up around him? But he did not appear to be upset by the knowledge, but rather awed by it. I want to help! Laurent beamed, taking both of Elia's hands with delight. Lady Verta called you to us, and we have to take you home. That's what we're supposed to do, yeah? He looked at Alf and then Aster for reassurance. While Alf nodded, Aster looked away with an obvious annoyance. Elia frowned, letting go of Laurent's hands and then going to the shorter rabbit. He shied from her stare, discomfort obvious. Aster? The rabbit grunted, his body language screaming how he wanted to curl away. I'm not mad, she started, gently tilting up his hat to get a better look at his face. I'm sorry that I don't have a better explanation for why I could do what I did before. I'm not even sure how I did either. It's like I'd fought those things before. That time slowed down and I could react in that instant. I don't even know why I'm in this world, but you and Alf have been helping me so much along the way. I don't want you to think I'm hiding anything from either of you. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes as she put her hand on the sword charm as it jingled. I want to show you all something. I don't think it'll really help your opinion of me. but I don't want to keep secrets. She lifted her hand a bit. Alf's paw encompassed over hers, stopping her movement. Alia looked up at his face, about to protest. However, something strange occurred. In Alf's place stood a tall man with crimson hair, his dark complexion covered in blood-red marks. Loose-fitting lavender robes covered his torso and legs, gold charms hanging on the keeping the robes on. His callous hands moved her arm back down, shaking his head. Now is not the time, young one. You have much you need to do first before revealing this card. What? The world seemed to fall away, familiar lights flickering at the edge of her vision. Who are you? Alia shouted, the man smiling. The giant looked around, the lights seeming to shake at the lights before shaking his head with a mocking smile. I'm a fragment of something long ago. Someone like you had this journey before. This all feels familiar to us. I simply hope you can convince her. I don't wish to distract you from your journey, but do make haste. You have an event to attend, and if you stay here too long, you'll miss someone very important. You're talking about Harney? If we don't get there in time, will we miss him? You remember, don't you? The choices you make determine how the future turns out. Consider every choice carefully. Trust what your heart is telling you. And time shall lead you forward. The darkness draws close to you. Be careful of the tools you have. Elia? Snapping back, Alf was holding Elia's face with both of his paws, staring at her. Blinking a few times, Elia was bewildered to find herself in a nearby bench, the others all huddled around her. You collapsed suddenly. Are you alright? I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. Earlier I met this person who called themselves a speaker. They must have done something. She explained, not sure why she brought up that person. The title Aster jumped, horror on his face. There's a speaker here in town? Damn it, we're going to stay gather information, but if the speakers are already caught up to us. He gnawed at his thin lip again before opting to grind his teeth instead. How long ago did you meet them? Not long after we separated, Yuita stated firmly, eyebrows slowly going up. What is a speaker? We demons aren't versed in this. Laurent nodded in agreement, helping Alf sit Elia up. A speaker is a follower of Verta. Well, they're a particular group that follows Verta. They used to be a relatively small group of no import, but recently they started babbling prophecies and the like and being within the reflecting crystals and passages from Verta's writings containing warnings of the end of the world. They're probably able to tell that Elia was in an instant. Elia frowned, realizing that the speaker was able to tell that she wasn't from this world very fast, especially since she was dressed in proper clothes. We'll only need to be able to stay one night here. I think they'll give me enough time to get us somewheres and we can travel faster by cart. We won't get to Winston unless we start getting faster. Oh, that's right. It's the season of Luminous. You're trying to avoid the traffic during the Great Light Fair in Exelda, aren't you? Laurent figured as he held Elia's hand subconsciously. Great Light Fair? Elia questioned, figuring that if she knew what it was, it'd make more sense to her. She had heard of the celebrations of great importance held in her world many centuries back, but had stopped due to certain political reasons that even now made no sense to her. The closest thing they had to celebrations or fairs were the classes of the academy graduating. That was really it. The Great Light Fair is a festival that takes place in Exalta every year. My mother and father took me to it once when I was younger. The reflecting crystals on the side get all bright, and you can't even see the stars, and everyone stays up all night to enjoy the colors of it. The days around it, people come to Exalta and share their wares that reflect light really well. There's even a huge performance from nearby towns with their dancers. Laurent began to babble about how his parents told him that the festival was also connected to the past of Verta, but he didn't really remember that part very well. The reflecting crystals have been around for centuries. I imagine the connection to Verta was implemented long after the festival was made. Yuita snorted as she looked around them, arms crossed. We should find a place to rest and supply. Since Aster seems keen to getting us a cart, Alf, you go with him. I'll stay with these two. Laurent puffed his cheeks, Alf lightly patting his head. Nose.
My nose is all ready.
We'll go to the Silver Wing. It's on the east end of town. It's pretty busy, but I know that if you mention me, the owner will get us a couple of rooms. Guy owes me a few favors, Astor told them, Yuida nodding as the group parted after getting the major street again. The roads winded a bit, but after asking for directions, though Elia wasn't sure if they were giving directions out of the goodwill of their hearts or out of fear of the crow demon, they found their destination. They came to the Silverwing Tavern of Muron, Elia noting that it reminded her of the one in Aquadine, though the lack of rotten fish smell was a plus. Yuida remained at the back of the group, while Elia and Laurent explained the lodging to the owner. Elia noted that Yuida appeared incredibly uncomfortable in these sort of situations, though that was fair, as Yuida had been living in those caverns for a long time. Even so, Elia couldn't help but remain by the tall demon's side, hand-holding theirs, and Laurent, of course, remained by Elia's side, making the small trio rather content. They were given a pair of rooms, Laurent opting to take a room with Yuida and Astor, while Alf and Elia would take the other. Thankfully, the two rooms had a door connecting them. Ellie didn't know why, but having the two rooms connected put her at ease. You need a bath, Yuda stated suddenly to Laurent and Elia as they were talking about foods and what they had seen in the market. They had set some of the bags they were carrying down, Alf having given a few to Yuida to carry there. Huh? They both looked up at them, and then almost simultaneously lifted their arms and smelled. The immediate reaction of the scent meant that Yuida was right. Elia hadn't realized how disgusting she smelled, as well as the messy condition her clothes were in. While they had been with the Legionaries, they had given them a change of clothes, saying that they only having one set was bad. Elia never realized how much she missed the technology of her world, or even the multiple sets of school clothing she had. All too well, Elia was reminded how homesick she was of not only her life, but her family and Angela. There had been a repetition in that, and that she was so comfortable in, she almost realized she had taken it for granted. Yuida shooed the two towards the small bathing room the tavern provided. Elia and Laurent embarrassed as Yuida forced them forward to the bath. Don't leave till you're clean. I'm watching the door. With that, the demon slammed the door to the shared bathing room. The steam was thick, tiny windows filtering in light. The two stood there, dumbstruck, as they considered how to proceed. Elia was the first to start undressing, Laurent turning away quickly. Couldn't we have taken turns? Elia noted as she put on an experimental toe in the water. It was wonderfully warm, and she sunk into it, sighing with relief. She didn't realize how badly she wanted a bath after all the traveling they had done. Her blisters were definitely thanking her. Laurent sheepishly pulled off his heavy clothes, Elia covering her eyes with modesty. Once he was in the water and sunk in a bit, he gave her the okay to look. I think Yuida just wanted us to be quick, Laurent forced out a reply, his face dusted red over his freckles. I hadn't taken a bath with a girl since my mom would wash with me. Elia laughed, earning a hurt look from him. To be fair, I haven't bathed with anyone else since I was little too. I guess no matter the world, mothers bathing their kids is a constant. Laurent smiled, relaxing in the water as he stared up at the black slate ceiling. Could you tell me about your world? I mean, I found out you're an outsider. I guess that explains how you acted when we first met, huh? Elia strained a laugh, remembering how she told him that she was sheltered. I always remember when people would talk about the stories of outsiders. They said Lady Verto was one, that she spoke spells and languages no one knew. There were other stories of outsiders, of bodies found in the sea that wore strange clothes, or creatures' corpses appearing in areas that were completely peaceful with huge gashes in them. No one could ever really explain why it happened, but it did. It happened long before our Lady Verta appeared. I guess they must have come through the reflecting crystals, right? Laurent looked at Elia, who reached for a bottle near the bath that had purple liquid in it. She carefully popped it open, sniffing it before finding she liked the scent. It wasn't flowery like she expected, but rather like sweet fruits. I don't remember what I saw inside the reflecting crystal when I came into the world. I just sort of fell? Elia lamely spoke as she put some of the liquid in her hand and put it to her hair into a lather. With one hand, she handed the bottle to Laurent, who watched her and mimicked her. Letting it soak in her hair a bit, Elia considered what to tell Laurent of her arrival. I was with my friend, Angela. We had seen some grass and decided to follow it. Well, where I'm from, grass isn't really a thing? Both of Laurent's eyebrows shot up, shock playing on his face. Yeah, crazy, isn't it? Considering everything you see here, flower, grass, bugs, swarms, all of that, none of that is where I'm from. All of our stuff is super clean, super perfect. Elia dunked herself into the water, washing up the soapy liquid, and relishing in the weightlessness while underwater. Her hair free-floating, her eyes closed, her body surrounded in heat. It was nice. Laurent had mimicked her, cheeks puffed, puffed up to hold his breath, as they rose back up in the same time, though Laurent struggled to get his breath back as he coughed. How can you stand under the water without holding your breath? Well, in school, swimming was a physical activity we had to take. One of the first lessons was learning how to sink. You just blow out air from your nose as you go below the water slowly, and then I hear a follow. Hello. Bixby 72. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Water. And I put that back. Okay. Back to reading. You just blow air out of your nose, and as you go below the water slowly, and then keep yourself calm. You kind of just float below the surface that way. Helps fight panicking. Though I wasn't too good at it, Elia wrung out her hair, using some of the liquid she used to wash down her hair to get her body now. Laurent looked away, flushing when he realized what she was doing. But as I was saying, Angela and I saw some grass nearby a river that flowed through our town. And we went to investigate. I got carried away and I saw some glowing mushrooms. When I did, it just suddenly started falling. Thought I was going to die, honestly. Elia went beneath the water to be modest as she gave the bottle to Laurent. He considered her words as he washed up, letting Elia have time to reflect on that time. Those cliffs were desolate. But they were surrounded in a perfect circle of wildlife and trees. And those dragons. Hey, Laurent. Laurent made a noise of confusion as he rubbed his arms, getting the dirt and mud off of them. Are dragons common in this world? He snorted loudly before giggling. No. Dragons are fairy tales here. Sure, there are monsters, but the last time dragons ever were brought up was during the era of the demon overlord. They apparently could summon dragons from their blood, but no, dragons aren't real. Merchants like pretending they sell dragon blood or dragon scale, but it's all fake. Elia frowned, hand on her chin. That didn't seem right. After all, she saw a cavern full of the incandescent dragons. Feather and scales like crystal. Why do you ask? Well, to be honest, I never told Alpha after this, but when I arrived, I was in this sort of cliff area, and the caverns I was in, they were full of dragons. Laurent blinked, eyes wide. How could you tell? Are there dragons in your world? No, but there are a lot of stories about them. Huge lizards with wings that could blacken the sky. And just looking at those creatures, all my brain could think of was dragons. You said it was a cliff area? Yes. Well, cliffs aren't uncommon, but if it was anything, it might have been past the swamplands, where the demons used to roam before Lady Verda destroyed them. She didn't destroy them. Laurent appeared confused. After all, you're here, so is Yuida, so she didn't destroy them. Laurent frowned before smiling gently. That's true. Thanks. The half-demon scratched at the back of his neck, sheepishly laughing as he began to get out of the water. Covering her eyes, Elia listened to Laurent walk off to a different part of the bathing room to grab what she guessed would be a towel. He came back, tapping her shoulder and helping her out of the water and wrapping her in a plush fabric. It was warm like the water, causing her to sigh with relief. Hey, Elia. The brunette made a noise of curiosity. Why do you think Lady Verda spared demons? I think it's sort of like, why would you trust anyone if you know if some people could be liars? She had faith in them. She believed in them. She took care of the ones who no doubt causing immense suffering, the Overlord, and maybe took care of the really, really bad ones. But not all demons are bad. Yuida isn't bad. You aren't. Your parents weren't either, right? So it's because Verda believed in them that you exist now. Faith sometimes is all you need to make the world a little better. Elia held her towel, her hands resting on her bracelet. The sword charm gave a pleasant warmth, a soft hum seeming to come from Zenith regarding her words. I see. That's a nice way of looking at it. Well, I'm really glad to exist here together with you, Laurent. I'm really happy you're in the world. Laurent stared at her, his face neutral for quite a while. Elia thought for a moment that she had said something wrong, till tears began to form in his eyes. They fell soundlessly, his nose scrunching as he tried to keep it in, but whimpers and hiccups left him. Elia moved, pulling the young boy tight to her. He gripped her towel, her arms bracing him and rubbing his back. Yuida carefully peeked in, steam letting out as they did. They noted the scene and silently closed the door back up to allow them time together.
There's a film on my... How long has this film been on my mouse? Get out of here, I don't like you. Get off of my mouse, you're confusing my brain. my brain. Get off of my mouse.
There we go. I feel better. There we go. I feel better. When they came out, Yuta offered them 2 packages wrapped in paper. Fresh clothes. Asher said he contacted a small shop in town to send you some. Elia opened a bit to get a peek, noting that it was a gentle cream color, like her first dress had been. She missed that dress. Laurent peeked at his as well, smiling a little at the light brown fabric. The 3 hurried upstairs. Yuta stopped by the kitchen in the tavern to ask for some simple foods to eat. When they got to the rooms, Laurent went into his room and closed the door to allow himself some privacy. Elia opened the package, pulling out the outfit. It was brown hose with thicker socks to help protect her feet from more blisters with a cream-colored dress. The sleeves were short, tied with purple cord. There was also a pair of thin gloves, with a few fingers free. Elia looked at Yuida with bewilderment. You're going to be using a sword. Did you want calluses to form? Elia looked at the gloves, carefully slipping them on. Gripping her hands a bit, Elia frowned. The soft fabric was so foreign, but there was a faint tinge of familiarity in it. For a moment she swore that something was on her palms, a faint purple mark. Whispers unintelligible began to hum at the edges of her vision, voices far off. It looks good on you. Of course, she made it herself. Both of you stop arguing. Yes, ma'am. I feel like I've done this before. Ah, maybe, but what are we remembering? I'll start 16 in a second. I'm just gonna sip some water. There we go. That seems better. Elia, Yuda's voice brought Elia back into reality. Her hands clenched suddenly. You're just staring at your hands. Something on your mind. Elia looked at the tall crow demon, her lips drawn into a line as she considered the whispering that had distracted her. Are there times when you feel like you're remembering something you never did? Something you're certain you experienced but you never physically did? Yuida considered Elia's question, arms crossed as they drummed their talon on their arms. I can't say I have, but I knew of other demons that did. They said it was like they were repeating themselves, but they didn't remember doing it themselves, rather as someone else. Yuida pulled out Elia's clothes, shaking out the dress. The cord that bound to the waist was loosed, something that Elia figured would probably need help putting it on properly. Before putting on the hose, she stopped, considering the form beneath the towel. Are you embarrassed? The demon asked, looking at her as their headdress jingled quietly. Elia looked at them, noting their attire, and considering if it was something that mattered to them. Not much that. I wanted to ask if it came with any undergarments. Yuida tilted their head. Small clothes? Yuida snorted, teeth showing as they laughed. Why would you need those? Elia wasn't surprised by the question. Well, clothes, no matter the fabric, can be incredibly uncomfortable, yes? Yuida nodded. Well, considering that Elia motioned to her body before Yuida understood. You could do as I do? The immediate and intense reaction from Elia being a squeal of embarrassment and immediate rejection caused Laurent to tap on the door in concern and ask if everything was alright. Do not mind, Elia does not know what to do with not having small clothes. Yuida! Laurent began to babble in that old language, Yuida trying not to squawk in their laughter as they used the wall for support. Elia was incredibly embarrassed by Yuida's mirth. Hiding her face in her hands, the demon seemed incredibly comfortable in their own body. That was being on display was fine. Until Aster came back and gave them a package of their own. What? You need to wear something of your own. We can't have you naked. You also have to do something about the headdress. Aster was noting while giving Elia another package while she was wrapped in a blanket. She opened it, relieved that it was indeed small clothes. Getting dressed into the blanket was a struggle, but it was done while she was carefully wrapping the fabric over her torso with a slight confusion. Yuida snorted, baring their teeth. What is wrong with my form? Nothing? Nothing? Oh, for sure it is. he set down a large bag that clattered as he did. Laurent had returned to the room, dressed in a long green sleeved tunic and leather chest guard. A black breasted guard for archery protected his right side. The brown pants shifted as he knelt to look at the bag Alf set down. Laurent carefully inspected it, giving a little wave of awe, a small sound of awe at its contents. However, unless you want to wear a heavy cloak in the middle of the heat, light clothes would be better than nothing. Alia reached for her new dress, slipping her hose on and sliding the loose-fitting golden cream dress on. Aster gave her a thumbs up, Alia echoing it with a big smile. Yuida snorted. I will still appear as a demon. My horns won't suddenly go away, and the headdress is part of my identity. Aster huffed, pinching the bridge of his tiny nose in his paw. We figured you'd say that, Alf surmised, going over the large pack and pulling out a dark purple piece of fabric. Alia and Laurent stared as Alf turned to Yuida, who drew back their lips in a snarl. Don't fight this, Yuida. Just let us get this on you, and it'll be fine. You won't have to have anything else. I don't need clothes, Yuida squawked. Alia and Laurent taking a deep breath and moving behind them and taking hold of their arms. Yuida froze up, quickly looking at the two with shock, while Alf approached and began to lightly pull the fabric around their body. Aster watched with some morbid delight as Yuida flailed in Alia and Laurent's arms while the fabric was pulled to cover their body. When Alf deemed it proper, he took a step back, Yuida panting with annoyance. Alia and Laurent looked at Yuida, making a few changes on the makeshift outfit that was pulled over their demon friend's body. It still allowed their legs free, but simply covered their torso and hips. It was pretty much a sheet thrown over Yuida's body. Can you move properly? Laurent asked, moving Yuida's arm up and down before the demon snapped their arm away from him, rolling their shoulder. Yuida huffed, reluctantly agreeing that she could move fine now. She could move fine in it. See, it's not so hard. Aster barely ducked out of the way of a black feather being stabbed into the wall next to where his head used to be. Alia stared at Yuida, noting the change in Yuida's stance with the cloth around them. You know, you look like one of those old angel statues from my world, Alia blurted, Yuida looking at her with surprise. Angel? Yuida sounded out. The words harsh on their tongue and teeth. Yeah, in my world, artists made statues of winged humans called angels. It was incredibly religious usually, and based around one's religion's god. They were beings that supposedly came from the heavens. During my time, all we have is pictures, but I can see why people were really taken away by them. You're breathtaking, Yuida. The room went silent, Elia's smile bright. Yuida stared at her until the dusts of red began to cover her cheeks and neck, their mouth agape. Quickly, Yuida tilted their headdress down, hiding their face, while a murmured thanks left them. Freya's a reminder that Elia is, actually in this case she'd be pan as hell. My headphones fell! Bad time.
It's the headphones.
No, why? Why do you do this, hon? Why? As the cart Aster had bought wouldn't be available until the next morning, the group would opted to stay in the inn while they got their preparations complete. Elia, however, was staring hard at the sword Commander Wren had given her. It was heavy, but not like she expected. When she held Aster's blades, they were really light, but short. The blade alone was about half her arm length, a bit heavy in the hilt. Even so, she couldn't get the feeling out of her when she sliced the monster. It felt as light as a feather when she did it. It made no sense. Can magic be used to make weapons lighter? She asked Aster as the two of them went down to the main common room of the inn so they could pick up the food Yuida had asked for earlier. Yeah, of course. Again, the natural force can be used for a lot of things. But to constantly make a weapon lighter, you either would have to engrave runes into it, or consistently enforce your will on it, both of which can be very energy consuming. Momentarily doing it won't use too much, but can still be hard on the user. Aster got to the kitchen door, tapping on it twice. The maid in the inn peeked out. Aster quietly explained that they were here for some food. She motioned them to wait a moment and ducked back inside. How so? If you put too much force into your will, you'll send the weapon flying. I've seen people do it plenty of times at the Academy of Magic. It was funny watching someone try to make something levitate only to send it flying through a window. The kitchen door opened, the young maid bringing out a large tray for them to take. It was covered in fruits, some breads, and what looked like to be old dried meat. Elia and Aster carefully brought it with them up the stairs, stumbling a bit since their heights were different. Tapping with the back of her shoe on the door, Elia figured it would be best to consider practicing more. There's no guarantee I'll be able to do whatever I did last night again. Aster's ears twitched as the door opened, Alf reaching his paw beneath the tray and picking it up out of their hands to pull it into the room. Would you please teach me more about magic and about sword fighting? Aster stared at Elia for a moment, causing Elia to get momentarily nervous. Of course, he finally said, smiling. I don't have any idea what you do with your magic you got from Victor, what that bracelet does, but I know that you don't know how to use a sword right. A bit more practice and we'll practice each chance we get. Let's eat and then we'll go find some quiet place to practice. Some quiet place to practice. Yeah. Oh God! Water down the wrong pipe. I'm dying. Ow. Oh God, I'm dying. I'm choking on my existence. I'm okay. Okay, I'm good. I'm okay. It's fine.
Step dying, it's forbidden.
I'm fine. Bongos. It took hours for Asher to call for them to stop. Elia panted, her lungs on fire as her sword clattered to the ground. Aster whistled low as he tucked his sabers away in his vest. Her body felt like it burned, her arms hurting and sore. Asher didn't even look like he broke a sweat, grabbing his hat off a nearby crate and slipping it on effortlessly. You're still sloppy. Your stance is a mess, and you leave a lot of openings. He began to criticize, Elia feeling the stab of each one. But you're certainly learning fast. I held back before because I remember you telling us that you encountered that demon and you thought you broke a rib. When Yuida checked you before, they said you had tenderness. It was several days ago, of course, but I didn't know humans could heal that fast. She picked up her blade, carefully sheathing it. We don't heal fast. What are you talking about? Aster looked at her with astonishment, tilting his head. Then are you in pain right now? Elia touched her side, feeling there before it dawned on her. It wasn't tender. Broken bones, sprains, or even bruising that bad wouldn't heal that quick. Carefully, she recalled something else, ghosting her fingers over her throat. The cuts weren't there. She wasn't hurting anywhere where she should be. Those kinds of wounds, they would have left a mark. Bruising, aches, pains. She had felt the pain immediately at first. She knew for a fact that she had trouble breathing when she was first thrown into the wall by Zenith. Ellie, you in there? You're looking like you're staring off into nothing. Last few times you've done that, you ended up passing out. Alia looked at Aster's waving paw in front of her face, frowning. I'm not sure what's going on, Aster. Humans don't heal this quick. Sure, there are stories of fast-healing humans, but the damage I sustained, I shouldn't have been this quick, Elia admitted, her bracelet jingling as she unconsciously bit a bit at her nails. Aster noticed and pulled her hand away from her mouth before staring at the bracelet. Maybe your magic is incredibly strong and it's healing you on its own. It's not unfounded when someone taps into their natural force that they start doing things without thought, but I thought your world didn't have magic. That you wouldn't naturally have magic in you. That's why I figured having you go through Victor's trial would help you with that little want of not being able to defend yourself. Aster calmly examined the bracelet, looking at the gems embedded into the black metal that wove around her wrist and the two charms that dangled on it. His paw gently held her wrist in place, a frown forming as he considered the trinket. You said earlier you met a speaker, yes? Yeah. They said that this bracelet belonged to someone before. That it belonged only to one person. Is that right? Aster frowned deeply, his brows furrowing. I haven't seen anything like it before, but the fact that the speaker recognizes it is worrying. It must belong to a head of their group, maybe. Elia frowned as well, looking down before shaking her head. Aster, I need to tell you something. I know you don't trust me. I never said, but I need to show you something, okay? Remember how I told you that I fought that demon? Once more, she felt like something was holding her back. Those dark eyes that stared at her warned her it wasn't time. She gripped the charm. Are you certain, my lady? You've used me as thy enemy. Yes, I am. He needs to know. I understand. Please forgive me for a moment. Elia flinched as fire ripped through her veins. Collapsing to her knees, her head swam with agony as fire began to billow from her lips. Aster quickly stepped back, confused and scared as the fire swirled about her. Elia struggled to keep her eyes open, the fire fading as it began to take its owner's shape. The familiar long black arms folded, carefully moving to protect her as the popping crack of that familiar blue flame echoed behind her. Aster's eyes traveled up, his face filled with horror. The demon! He barely got out, hands immediately going to his sabers. No, wait, please! Elia started, her body swaying as she tried to stand. Zenith moved one of his clawed hands to catch her, delicately holding her steady. This is Zenith. He attacked us because his former master sent him at us. Is that right? Aster quietly asked, fingers still gripping around the hilts of his blade. Yes, but now he considers me his master, right? Elia looked over his shoulder at the towering beast, his eyes soft and delicate. Always, my lady. There was an adoration in his voice that caused Elia's pale cheeks to redden before she looked back to Aster. The rabbit's lips were drawn into a line, eyes narrow. Why did you wait to tell us? Because of this. Because I knew your first reaction would be negative. I wanted to wait till I knew it was best to tell you. He really won't hurt me. He even threatened to burn a few people for the sake of protecting me. He's almost as obsessive as Alf at times. Zenith grunted, off-put by the comparison. I knew I'd have to wait until something had to be done. Earlier I wanted to tell you all, but something stopped me. I don't know why it keeps happening, but... My lady. Zenith's voice distracted Elia, causing her to look at him. He wasn't staring down at her or Aster, but rather beyond. Following his eyes, Elia and Aster looked, spotting a fugitive black shadow that began to step out into the afternoon sunlight. The figure's shoes clicked on the cobblestone in the area as they had been sparring at. Elia only needed a moment to recognize the figure as the speaker from before. They bowed dramatically, golden eyes shining in the light. My, Aster the rabbit shaman of Tillam. Had we known that you were escorting the outsider, we would have come to take her off your hands sooner. The speakers smiled to Aster, their tone speaking volumes. The speakers weren't fond of him, and he wasn't fond of them either. Sorry, I got paid to take her to the temple. And while I know you want the glory, I can't let you take Ellie from me. Elia went for her sword, her senses going into overdrive before Zenith moved around her. Standing before her, his hair moved of its own accord, not a single waft of air passing them. You will not lay a finger on her. Zenith's voice resounded, Aster flinching for a moment, his ears twitching with surprise. The speaker, however, appeared unfazed. They looked up at Zenith, the towering demon trying to appear imposing. A glint of delight came into the speaker's eye. A demon. Ah, the holy teachings of Verda have prepared us for this. Elia felt a rumble in her chest, something burning and clenching. The speaker rose their hand toward Zenith. Fingers splayed as that strange purple mark once more seemed to appear upon their palm. Zenith, please, come back to the bracelet. We'll take care of this. Elia croaked out, her ribs feeling like they were constricting. Zenith looked back at her, concern filling his eyes before he erupted into embers of flames before them, swirling into the air. They converged to where they had taken the form of that red sword charm on her bracelet. The fire that seemed to swirl in Elia began to subside, Aster this time coming to her side and supporting her. He gave her a small smile, shaking his head. You're gonna be the death of us, you know, he whispered. I hope not. I told you I don't want you to get hurt for my sake. Then make it easier on the whole of us, yes? Then make it easier on the whole of us, yes? Speaker's voice cut through their whispers, their footsteps echoing as they approached. Their arms were out, a gentle smile on their face. Come with us, Madam Outsider. That bracelet is proof enough of our words, our beliefs. No harm shall come to you or your companions. They reassured, but Elia found she couldn't trust their voice. Something else is at play here. I'm sorry, but I won't let you. Elia stood, hand gripping the hilt of her blade and drawing it slowly. The speaker appeared disheartened before shaking their head. We don't wish to use force, Our Lady. Please, come with us. Anyone who wants to force me to do anything isn't someone I can trust. Either back down or I'll make you myself. The speaker appeared genuinely shocked, hand on their chest as they stepped back from Elia. The girl continued to step forward, the speaker retreating back in turn. Their face appeared hurt before a sad sigh left them. As you wish, Our Lady. However, we shall continue to pursue. Your safety is our most important mission. The day will come when you awake to your reality. We wish to be there when it occurs. The speaker looked to Aster, eye narrowing. Hopefully, it will not be delayed by this mockery of "Do not insult my friend!" Elia shouted the command in her voice, surprising both Aster and the speaker. "If you value your safety, I suggest leaving without another word." The speaker opened their mouth before struggling for a moment and quickly running away, disappearing into the deep blue shadows of the afternoon. For a moment, Elia waited, wanting to be sure that they were gone, before she sheathed her blade, turning back to Aster. Aster was dumbstruck, jaw dropped. Leah smiled, offering her hand to him, which he took, and the two of them returned to the inn, not speaking a single word. The speaker threatened to attack you. Elia told them what had happened in the small, quiet part of town Aster and her had gone to, including about the demon that was currently holding her and sat her in its lap. It was mindlessly brushing and braiding her hair with the delicate and practiced motions. Alf's tail swayed wildly, his claws threatening to come out, but Elia continuously reminded him that Zenith wouldn't hurt her. The speakers aren't supposed to even go near outsiders, let alone threaten to hurt them, Alf grumbled, laying on his back to try and get his traitorous tail from showing his annoyance in this whole situation. Yuida stared hard at Zenith, crimson eyes narrowing on the masked demon's face. "You are older than I," Yuida stated firmly, Zenith's clawed fingers stopping for a moment to look at the other demon. The slit eyes blinked slowly before returning to tending to Elia's hair, braided and unbraided over and over. Elia found comfort in it, and judging from how calm Zenith was, he seemed to as well. "I have no sense of age. I have existed. That is all I know." Zenith's voice rumbled, Laurent looking curiously at the tangle of legs and arms that seemed somehow to connect to the main body of the demon. "I have had many forms. I find this one suits my current purpose." He hummed, the vibrations of it going to the tips of his fingers. What have you seen? What other demons have you known?" "Many things. Many demons. Though long ago even we did not view ourselves as such." Zenith mused quietly, stopping for a moment. Elia craned her neck to look up at him, staring at his eyes. They appeared sad, distraught. She moved her hands to take two of his, the distant sadness fading as he returned to work on her hair. "We were merely denizens of this realm. Our purpose was to exist and tend to it. That's all a demon is. Mortal beings love to weave tales that demons are all those negative thoughts in humanity. I found humans tend to be more disastrous." The group went quiet, remembering the legionary that had tried to pin Laurent with a crime, as well as the group of bandits that aimed to kill them. "Mr. Zenith?" Laurent called the demon's attention, the large demon's hands once more stopping, so he could regard the small half-demon. "Why did you pick Elia? I thought demons were free-roaming except for the ones who were controlled by the demon overlord." At that, Zenith snorted loudly, shaking his head with the locks of his hair swaying. "None were truly controlled willingly by the overlord. What they did to control. Regardless, to answer your question, my lady bears her flame. I am to serve that flame. It is my true purpose." Elia looked down at her bracelet, the glittering jewel there, alive with light. "Though I've never been comfortable revealing myself to mortal beings. Most run at the sight of me." Zenith looked to Aster, Alf, and then at Elia. The three of them could only nervously laugh, remembering their first encounter with him. "Though I'll admit to some apprehension, I haven't been around another demon, let alone a half-demon, in several centuries." Yuida blinked, frowning as they considered his words. "Where have you been, then?" "I know people who talk about you. Where have you been, then? I know people would talk about you if you were ever saw." Laurent asked, eyes bright with curiosity. Yuida stared hard at Zenith before snapping their talons. "You were hiding." Zenith hummed at Yuida's deduction before that deep rumbling laugh came again. "I was right to trust in you. You are correct. Originally I was a charm at my lady's bracelet, but before that I found myself most comfortable in a vessel. Human bodies are weak, and demons need freedom to move." As if to punctuate this point, Zenith moved his legs, trying to adjust in the crammed confines of the room. However, some items mortal beings make tend to extend far beyond the mortal mind. For example, the shaman Slips, or Enigma. Aster's ears twitched at the mention of him, looking up from his whetstone sliding on a saber. Weapons, artifacts, even simply books. The range of their power is truly astounding. But I found myself fond of one particular vessel. The group stared at him, waiting for him to elaborate before Elia pieced it together. A sword. Zenith's eyes reflected that smile he couldn't show. You're a demon that lives in a sword. That's the sort of thing you hear in fairy tales. Aster snorted, though his nose twitched despite that. Swords possessed by great powers. It's almost funny. He slid the whetstone slowly before frowning. But I suppose I didn't think old demons still existed. I guess we're all getting a reality check, aren't we? As the night progressed, Elia popped awake in Xena's arms. The demon had long since stopped playing with her hair. Carefully, she looked around the room, noticing only Alf remained fast asleep in his bed. The door to the other room was closed, and the others no doubt having gone to bed. Looking up at the huge demon, his eyes were closed, his hair moving of its own accord. One pair of hands was making sure Elia stayed where she was upon his lap, but the others were moving, touching the air. Little flakes of light seemed to ring as he did, small lines connecting the dots together. A web of light flickered around him. His fingers danced on the connections. Zenith? Zenith at first didn't respond, but after a moment he opened one eye, looking down at her. What are you doing? I'm speaking with the natural force to speak with my vessel. The sword? I didn't know. The words hung on her lips, his clawed fingers stopping to wait for her to finish. Harney's sword had spoke to him, hadn't it? Then maybe... Can you talk to someone for me? Someone? Yes, my friend. I'm really worried for him. Zena's fingers moved again, although slower than before. He considered her request, his neck cracking a bit as he tilted it to the right and then to the left. Please, Zenith. He looked down at her again, Elia doing her best to show her plead in her eyes. I can see what I can do, my lady. Zenith relented, one of his hands coming down to pet her head. I cannot guarantee it, but I will try for you, my lady. He tried to assure, Elia smiling a bit as she watched him work. Each light he touched gave a faint chime, a small song seeming to form as time progressed. After a while, his finger touched one, a red light emitting from it. He moved it on the threads of light in the air, bringing it directly in front of him. My lady, I believe I have found him. Elia stared at the small red light, her left hand reaching instinctively. Her fingers touched against Zena's black bones first before they touched the red light. A familiar warmth filled her. The feeling of Harney's gloved hand touching hers. Even now, she remembered the feeling of him rubbing her thumb against her wrist. Harney? Her voice was hovering over a whisper, hoping that he'd hear her even in the slightest. At first, the silence was crushing. Had Zenith been wrong? Perhaps it wasn't working. Huh? Who? The voice sounded far off, static on the edge of her hearing. Wait, Elia? The voice began to clear up, sounding as though he had heard her from across the room. How are you talking to me? It shouldn't be possible. Elia looked up at Zenith, who made a motion with one hand to keep quiet about him. I learned how to tap into the natural force, and I remember you saying with the transport rings that they'll take you wherever you imagined. Then I thought, maybe if I imagined you, I could talk to you. Elia realized as she spoke how embarrassing her words were, her cheeks reddening as Zenith seemed humored by it. Oh, I see. Gosh, that's Harney also sounded really embarrassed. How are you? Are you doing alright? How's your shoulder? Elia quickly fired off questions, trying to distract from her rather flustering explanation. Harney let out a peal of laughter, his voice loud in her ears. Zenith noticed the slight flinch caused by the volume, moving the light a little away from her fingers. My shoulder's almost completely healed. My master said that if it was damaged, I couldn't do any work, and that they wanted me to be productive. His voice was trying to be jovial, but the hint of pain was obvious to Elia. I see. What are you doing? Are you still going to be there to meet us? Zenith's eyes closed as his bones moved. For a moment, his body seemed to ripple, some of the bones moving to protect the glowing blue flame before his ribs. Zenith, are you okay? She moved her fingers from the light, Zenith letting out a rattling sigh. My form is tired, my lady. I should return to my sleeping form. Elia apologized, but Zenith simply shook his head, a smile in his eyes. I was happy to hold you, my lady. It's been a very long time since I did. At those kind words, Zenith transformed into gentle light before reforming into the sword charm at her wrist. A long time since he had held her. What a forlorn thing to say. Elia? Renee's voice came to her ear, reminding her that she was having a conversation with him. Her hand scrambled to get the red light into her hands, cupping it close. I said I was going to be able to meet you, though I may be a bit late. Ah, how come? Elia looked around, not sure if she should move from where she was, holding that little red light. My master has a task for me to complete. Their familiar hasn't returned, and because of that I have to be careful how I travel around. She touched the charm, sighing softly. Something on your mind? Renee, I have so many questions, so many things I want to know. About you, about this world, even about my own friends. I don't know. I know you don't have the time to spare for such things. I never said that. If you have time right now, I can answer some questions you have. Renee's voice was tinged with excitement, Elia's eyes going bright. Carefully, she released the little light, floating in the air. She quietly rushed over to her small pack, pulling out the little packet of papers before returning to the light and holding it. Okay, Harney, there's going to be a lot, so are you ready? One more hour and then the stream's done. Gosh, it's already 7. Holy guacamole. Time flies when I'm reading my book. No, 7. You're in a different time zone than I am. I'm in Central. You're in Eastern. Don't give me that 8 bull honky. Stretch! I gotta stretch! You know what that means, hon?
Uh-oh.
I gotta stretch! I gotta stretch! Which, I mean, I'm going to stretch, yes.
But first you're gonna come over and tickle me because I was a little shit.
But first I'm gonna tickle you!
Oh, no.
Yes.
Yeah. Back up!
No, no, never! No, you can't make me!
No. No.
Okay. I tormented the husband. I did the required thing. Okay. I'm back. And we're on my favorite chapter. Chapter 17 is my favorite. It's a lot of Harney stuff, which makes me glad, because I like Harney. Did my music finish? Actually, this works perfectly. There we go. It was said eons ago that before the land was formed and the world was mostly water, the giants rose from beneath the waves, cracking the land apart and forming the land. Harney had begun with the story of the world. It was the place to start for most people who would question the world. Go from the beginning. Formed from the magma and bedrock beneath the sea, they clawed and crawled upon the land that began to erupt beneath them. Harney's boots scratched the loose earth he walked on, torch in his hand. As Harney began to walk deeper into the cave, carvings were illuminated upon the walls, of great dragons and demons fighting with humans in a singular shape, fighting with them with a long staff with a hook at its end. The large expanse of our land became surrounded by heavy and dense steam until the water began to boil, and the steam formed to clouds and rain. The once fiery giants became beings of shining rock and crystal. Huh, I never realized how creation myths were so similar between this world and mine. Elia's voice rang in his head as he turned his head to look at the adjacent wall. Upon it were carvings of fire consuming the dragons and demons, a singular shape now joined by many. He ran his finger on it, old dust coming off of it as he did. Rene frowned, considering that the mission imposed by his master before going deeper into the cavern was to find an object of power. It wasn't the first time Harney had been sent off to do a task like this, but to do it so close to Tilam and its city, it hedged close to dangerous. Many claim it isn't a myth, especially since the giants assisted Berta in her conquest against the demons. His footsteps echoed. Victor said it was thanks to Verda that they could sleep and become mountains. Were there no mountains prior? No, there were. But compared to now, they weren't quite as huge and imposing. Harney examined, moving his red hair from his face to get a clear view of the cavern as it began to open up. It was a huge chamber, glowing blue water and a ring in the center. In the center of that was a long-forgotten ring, surrounded by a metal cage. The cage was jagged and sharp. Harney trying to figure a means to lift it, noting that it was embedded into snow beneath the pedestal there. He looked around with his torch, the room covered in oppressive darkness. Perhaps the ring was behind it, or perhaps a blue light was protecting the ring from it. A few giants had collapsed, no longer able to move, forming some of the older mountain ranges, but most of them are sleeping ones, like Victor. I see. I apologize. Please continue. Alright, so after the giants became crystals, some were said to be higher than the sky. There they broke off parts of themselves and placed those crystals in the sky. That's where the reflecting crystals are said to come from. Harney next to the pedestal, noting the engravings on it. It was incredibly old, the language archaic. However, Harney had some knowledge of the older text, pulling out a paper from his pouch and then tucking it beneath his outer coat to place it against it. Scratching a piece of charcoal against it, imprinted the marks so that he could read it better in the torchlight. Those giants continued to roam the land. It's uncertain of what actually caused life to form. Most people guess it came from the seas or from beneath the earth, but soon the world was crawling with all manner of creatures. Certain groups will tell you some grand god made them, but I can't really abide by that theory. Harney looked around in the room again, trying to explore more of the huge cavern, carefully climbing perfectly carved stairs that seemed to surround the blue ring protected pedestal. It's also a common thread between this world and mine. It's almost reassuring. Leia laughed quietly. It must have been dark. She had been whispering almost the entire time they had been talking. No doubt her companions were asleep, but she wanted to learn about the magic she had received. His hand unconsciously went to the blade at his hip. It was strange that it had been quiet for so long. But Harney had simply assumed it was sleeping. The blue steel wasn't a talkative sword anyway. What other questions did you have? Harney would admit that he didn't mind Elia's quiet voice as company as he explored this dark, dank cavern. The Tillam region had two of these sorts of caverns devoted to the exploits of the great goddess Verda. However, one was said to have been destroyed by a cave-in. This was the last one in this region still intact. This would mark the 10th that Harney had explored under the command of his master. Okay, there was a small rustle of papers at her side before she spoke again. You remember when I told you when I was first falling, when I saw those lights? Why were you distressed by that? Ah, that, right. At the time I couldn't explain myself well. Harney admitted that as he had pushed deeper into the darkness, using the glowing pool as an anchoring point. He touched his hand to the wall, the smooth surface free of the dust that was in the prior hall. Those pink lights may have been made by my master. My master has a few abilities, all of them dealing with souls for the most part. You remember how I said that when we meet in person I speak your name, right? As my master doesn't know your name, they can't control you directly. However, since you ended up on those cliffs, you were in their domain. If anything, it may be how they sent their familiar at you before. I see, so those lights are a sign of their power. Then, I have another question. Elia let it hang for a moment before she took a shaky breath. Could they have been the one who made me possible to learn magic? To use it? The torch popped loudly in the silence. Harney's blue eye fixed on the mural before him, a glorious figure with hair that billowed about her, staff in hand, with a flaming fire burnt within a lantern that hung in its hook. Robes of a reddish purple, the visage of Verda often described. Yes, I suppose it's possible, Harney quietly responded. However, even so, they wouldn't have any power on you. I promise. They themselves need to hear your name from you. Harney, do you know who the speakers are? Harney grimaced. He wasn't a fan of speakers. After all, the speakers love to nose in business that's definitely not their own. Yes, of course I do. Are they associated with a symbol? That question took him off guard, his blue eye following the mural till it landed on another one upon a different wall. It was the so-called demon overlord. As his eyes landed on the face of them, his breath became caught in his throat. Harney? With hands outstretched to their side, a pair of purple marks was there, with a diamond that seemed to intertwine with another below it. Like an eye with a teardrop beneath it. Huh? How do you know what I was going to ask? Alia's voice was a bit louder, confused and intrigued. Harney lowered the torch, reaching up to grip his scarf a bit. It suddenly felt freezing in the cavern, the oppressive darkness overwhelming. It pushed hard upon his body, his legs giving out from the sudden force. Even here, he found himself kneeling before that form. It's a symbol that's often associated with Verta. He tried to keep his voice steady, but even he heard the crack. Arne, is everything okay? I'm sorry, I saw something I felt I shouldn't have. I'm alright. He tried to reassure her as the oppressive weight seemed to subside. As he moved the torch away from the second mural, looking back to the center pedestal. There, the blue ring around it was growing brighter, and the cave seemed to have vanished in the blink of an eye. But the symbol is one attributed to Verta. It's the mark of the way the energy moved in the world. It's kind of why it looks like an infinity feeding into itself. But you said it looked like an eye and a tear. I hadn't realized it, but you're right. I wonder why that is. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Harne went to the pedestal, picking up the small ring. It would never fit any of his fingers, or even his master's for that matter. It made no sense for him to come fetch it, especially with the knowledge that he had just learned. He carefully looked at it, setting the torch on the pedestal so the light could illuminate the ring better. The inside was engraved with a message, once more in the older text, but a few words were understandable in their current dialect. Our wish. He hummed before returning it into his pouch, carefully wrapping the tiny ring in a small red cloth. Tucking it away, he picked up the torch before looking around the room again. The murals were once more covered in that heavy darkness, unable to be seen without the direct light. The fire flickered in the darkness as he stepped away from the pedestal. A powerful silence suddenly overtook him, his head whipping around as he held the torch aloft. Elia? He called, his blue eye darting about. The silence was thick, the pounding of his heart echoing in his ears. So you came back here. Stumbling as he turned to where the voice came from, his eyes met a glowing blue light, small in stature. The light illuminated a wall he hadn't checked, the mural upon it damaged beyond recognition. There was a mix of figures on it, faces and bodies cracked to pieces and sliced apart slate. The cuts weren't from a blade, rather a beast. Who goes there? Harne shouted at the light, drawing his blade with his free hand. His blade shined in the torchlight, the flames flickering on its surface. Do not be afraid. The light began to approach, its form taking shape. Small shoes, small hands. A dress and a large bag. Hair like midday sky and eyes like the deep sea. Decoration of multi-hued flowers covering that hair. An innocence so overwhelming that Harne stumbled back, his back hitting the pedestal. Her expression was soft, gentle, kind, something Harne wasn't used to. Whenever his master bore such a similar expression, it was to pull at his humanity, to hurt him and remind him of his reality. He was their pawn, their tool, and he chose that life. Even so, this girl seemed to dare to stare deep into him, sympathy and understanding on such a young face. They approached closer, Harne feeling his feet dip into the pool, the water deeper than expected. He slipped, clinging to the pedestal before slipping and slamming onto his back. His blade clattered loudly as it hit the ground. You bear such a brilliant fire in you. Harne stared in horror at the girl, his chest pounding to almost deafening. Memories of younger years, of meeting his master after running away with blue steel, after rejection in the middle of that fall morning, of that once gentle smile that the very line uttered. He grabbed hold of the blade, pointing it directly at her in fear, and anger filled his blood. She stopped, eyes blinking before they brightened. That blade! You shall not touch me! The girl drew her hands back from going to touch the blade, her smile falling a bit before she tried to strongly keep it up. She got on her knees near him, as though to bring herself to his level. He moved back, other hand resting on the pedestal, water dripping off of his boots as he struggled to get back up. The torch lay to the side, flickering. However, the girl cast no shadow. Amidst the glow of the torch, a natural white glow emitted from her, seeming to push back the encroaching darkness. Please, fulfill the wish within you. The girl reached a hand carefully to him, Harne keeping the blade leveled to her, his breath heavy. That wish within your heart, your soul, the one all humanity bears. As the words left her lips, she began to fade, the darkness slowly returning as that gentle white light faded into nothingness. Harne stood there for a moment before lowering his breath with a slow sigh. Elia's voice had not returned, no doubt their mental connection severed. Scooping up the torch, he sheathed his blade before starting to make his way back to the entrance of the cavern. Stopping in the opening, he turned to look back at the center of the room, noticing the ring of water no longer was glowing. Perhaps that little girl was the spirit that resided within the cavern, and she was put to rest. Even so, it brought up more questions than answers. Running a hand through his hair, a heavy sigh left his lips as he passed the carvings he noticed when he first came into the hall. The cave system was thankfully straightforward, and he ended up at the entrance pretty quick. Harney pushed past the heavy foliage that blocked the entryway, the moon high in the sky, the reflecting crystals reflecting the light, each night seeming to get brighter. The day of light would be here soon, which would give Harney ample time to meet with Elia. His master despised the light that bright and opted to remain in their caves and care for their dragons, and perhaps pull more information out of those they took in. Harney reached into his pouch, pulling out the red cloth. Staring at it for a moment, he considered the small girl inside. Wish inside my soul, huh? Harney murmured before he felt a familiar surge in the air. The shadows of a nearby tree distorted, shifting as a golden glow came shining out of it, before the flares of pink light appeared. Taking shape, the familiar form of his master appeared as they skipped a bit over to him, carefully sticking to the shadows. Did you find anything interesting, Seisen? You were in there for a while, his master purred, cloak billowing around their form. Harney knew they weren't physically there, merely a projection that was lifelike. However, Harney also knew that his master's control on him was near absolute. Too many years and injuries gave proof to that. I found a few murals, those stories of bird that were passed down and about the demon overlord, he reported as he gripped the red cloth. He considered telling his master about the ring until his eyes met his master's, causing Harney to jump back. You've been distracted as of late, Seisen. Whatever could be the reason for that? Your mind wanders around, pitter-pattering about aimlessly like you're looking for something. They hummed, approaching closer as their faces drew near. Gold eyes staring deep into Harney's blue. So what is it? The treasure that was within that place? A ring. Harney automatically answered, his grip tight on the cloth. It balled into a fist. His master giggled, a haunting wickedness in it. I see! See, was that so hard to tell me? Harney could feel the sweat on the back of his neck. We'll go to the next territory and find the next one. We'll be finished with this task soon. They rejoiced, spinning on the spot before hopping back to the shadows. Master! Harney wasn't sure what pushed him to do it, to call for his master, but it stopped the projection before they looked back at him curiously. Why are we gathering these? What's the purpose? Huh? Didn't you know? His master placed a hand on their cheek, appearing genuinely surprised before smiling. Those treasures were left behind by that wretch. The toxic way they spoke, how black seemed to line their tongue. So I'm going to make sure to destroy every last one. They have no place like this. They have no place in this world, after all. After a beat of silence, they broke into laughter. Did I scare you? I was joking, of course. They're simply trinkets that believers left on these sites she visited. Stuff she touched that they thought were blessed. Life is such a funny thing, isn't it? Now, don't hang around here too long, Seisen. You have more work to do. With that final note, their master hopped into the shadows, sinking and vanishing within them. Harney let out an explosive sigh of relief, running a hand through his hair before shaking it to try and pull himself back down. His master was so two-sided. He didn't know if he should believe either story. Something else was at play, and that mural inside the cavern that the considered demon overlord still haunted the back of Harney's mind, as well as that little girl who appeared. Looking about, Harney considered his master's words as he started off again into the deep night. Many thoughts, many questions plaguing his turmoil-filled mind. A falcon watched his movements from high up tree branch before taking flight into the night. Ha! Oh god. There we go. Alright. Chapter 18. Let's see if I can get one more chapter done, and I'll call it a night. And if you want to read more, you'll have to read my book. I'm giving you a really good taste of it. Chapter 18. A quiet morning song echoed as the group got their cart. Oh, baby. We're nearing one of my favorite chapters. Maybe I can get to it before I finish the stream. Chapter 18. A quiet morning song echoed as the group got their cart from the sleepy market. Dawn was cutting into the sky, slowly banishing the knife in the golden rays of the sun. Oh, that's where it was for a second there. Aster pulled out two familiar slips from his vest, whispering to them before they took on the shape of the horse-like creatures. With Laurent's gentle touch and guidance, they got them locked to the cart, Elf climbing onto the covered wagon. He grunted as he hauled the couple crates the merchants gave them. "What's in the boxes?" Elia asked Aster as Laurent helped her into the cart. Yuida had offered to sit beside the rabbit while he steered the cart. At first, Aster appeared confused, but Yuida made a vague gesture, something that Aster seemed to immediately recognize. Alf sat between the boxes, appearing cramped, his tail tucked into his new leather tunic. Laurent adjusted his green tunic, fixing the clasp connecting his quiver to his quiver. "A few supplies for the Great Light Fair. Evidently, we time traveling at a good time for merchants, since some can't go to Exalda due to their own personal reasons, as well as some stuff to give to a few farmsteads." Aster snapped the reins with the horses jolting forward at a canter as they made their way out of the market town. Elias sat at the back of the wagon, staring out at the town as they passed. Her makeshift notebook was laying on her lap. The charcoal pencil there as she mindlessly wrote things she noticed, things to ask questions about at some point. Laurent sat beside her, confused to see her handwriting. "What are you writing?" Elias stopped, looking away from the town back to her friend. "Oh, I don't know a lot about this world, so I've been writing down questions." "Can I see?" Nervous at first, she placed the notebook into his hands. He looked at the page before his eyebrows knitted together in annoyance. "I can't read this. I don't recognize the letters at all." "To be fair, I don't recognize the letters in this world either. I can figure what some words say based on context, but if you just show me a word I haven't figured out, I'll just be as lost as you." She took the notebook back before tucking it into her pouch. Instead, Elia opted to watch as they passed the gates of Moron and back out into the wide plain dotted with trees. The glades closed behind their cart, a resounding boom echoing their departure. "Lots of travelers on the road." Aster's voice popped Elia out of her dozing, a snort leaving her as she wiped the drool that dribbled down her chin. Laurent was sitting next to her, his black wide-rimmed hat hiding his face. She looked to Aster and Yuida, watching them quietly talk together. "Have you felt it?" Yuida whispered at the rabbit, his ears twitching as his paw deftly flicked the reins. Her energy. "Yeah, I saw when we encountered the speaker." Elia felt she shouldn't be hearing this conversation, but her eyes met Elf's, who held one finger over his lip. She strained her ears, listening over the clatter of the wagon and the sound of the horses ripping the earth with each step they made. It's like something is over her. No, that's not the right word. Perhaps something's standing in her place. I noticed it when we were in our room. She stared at her hands and asked if I ever felt the sense like I was experiencing memories not my own. I see. And it really has been hanging on her. What is that it is hanging on her? I felt it, but I can't describe it. I think it's a soul? Maybe something more. But with her fainting spells, it might be the latter. Elia felt a familiar warmth on her wrist, looking down to see the faint glow of Zenith's charm. When she showed me her familiar, I thought it might have been Zenith, but the energy isn't the same at all. No, his is fire. The source of constant shifting, but that energy that holds on her is very stagnant, like it's holding her in place. You're better with words than me. Yuida praised the rabbit, a light laugh leaving him. Yes, when I encountered her, I swore I felt that energy before. That energy, a presence that seems overwhelming. It didn't become obvious until after we met her again when she left Victor and met you. Elia blinked, her hand touching her bracelet at the thought. That's right, and she received the bracelet then. And started using her magic. It was then too, along with Zenith. Zenith's worth suddenly seemed distant. The metal of the bracelet freezing on her wrist. Even the gloves she wore did little to protect the chill. What a curious thing. A familiar voice took Elia's mind away from the conversation, as her eyes went to Laurent beside her. In his place, however, sat a cloaked figure she had encountered in that field of her vision when Zenith overtook her. Reaching a hand up, they pulled the hood back to reveal long blue hair, their face strong and eyes a gentle blue. Marks adorned their face, gold chains and metal about their tied-back hair. Do you suppose they can sense us? Elia went to speak, but the man moved a finger over his lips to quiet her. Now, they can't see us. If you speak, you'll be looking very concerning to them, especially to your bear friend. Elia stared hard at the man, her eyes demanding to know who he even was. His lips were drawn into a reassuring smile as he sat back in the cart. His giant height, when he stood, seemed to not exist, just as he said, he couldn't be seen by others. His cloak hung loosely on his shoulders, revealing the creamy skin that was covered in more of those blue marks like the ones on his face. "Do not confuse her." The strong, commanding voice came from Alf's direction. Elliot looked, blinking with confusion. His shape was replaced by the giant man of the crimson hair and dark skin. Those robes he wore shifted as he adjusted how he sat. "Be direct, Ulos. Don't waste her time with prattle." It made no sense how either of them were there. The world weirdly fuzzy. Of course, Xenos." The man named Ulos turned to assure, the red eyes hard on the blue-haired man. "Young lady, we may be the presence they sense. I told you the place I showed you were fragments of a world left behind. Perhaps it would have been better to say that we are those fragments. Because we are those fragments. We never change." Ulos sat back, considering for a moment as he tapped his hand on his chin. "You haven't figured out why you're here yet, correct?" Elliot struggled on how to show she didn't understand why she ended up here, opting for a simply unsure wiggle of her hand, her bracelet jiggling. "Ah, that's fair. I shouldn't be rushing you." Xenos huffed with annoyance, flames seeming to ripple from his lips as he reached forward, grabbing the front of Ulos' cloak and forcing him forwards. "Be direct," Xenos ordered, Ulos giving a nervous laugh before Xenos released his cloak. It was odd to Elliot to witness these strange specters of sorts speaking to her. They were fragments of a world left behind. Did that mean that the girl she had met when she received her bracelet was one as well? Did she have a personality, an existence, just like Xenos and Ulos? This whole business was making her head hurt. It was bad enough still questioning the validity of this world being real or dream, along with the worry of the speaker's warning, and that impending closeness of the time that they needed to meet Hara. Her head spun, her vision blurring for a moment. "Breathe. You need to be present for us to remain here." Maybe we're simply confusing her, brother. "My dear, please rest. Perhaps we can pick a better time to speak." Ulos gently placed a hand on her shoulder, the touch freezing. Her hands overlapped his, the chill increasing. She stared at him through blurred eyes, the giant man seeming to understand the gesture. "Do you wish for us to explain why we're here?" A very faint nod. "I see." He moved, sitting on top of the boxes and directly in front of her, so she could simply stare ahead without focusing elsewhere. His wrist jingled, revealing golden armbands there. "What an ostentatious fellow," Elia laughed to herself. "I'll do the best I can. I haven't had to do this for centuries, so I may miss something." Xenos remained quiet, arms crossed. Elia turned to look around the wagon, but the entire cart seemed to be consumed by a strange haze of red and blue. As though her senses were diluted while she spoke with these two. She could barely feel her own fingers. "We are fragments of a world left behind. We will never get that world back. That is simply impossible," Ulos began, his once cheerful voice serious. "However, that which destroyed our world, that tore not only it, but us to pieces, still lives. They still walk this realm, something made of the pieces of our realm. Just with forging a weapon, you don't destroy something completely. You can only reshape it with different tools. Matter couldn't be destroyed, only changed. That was logical. Whoever destroyed that realm simply tore it apart and then reshaped it. Before, they kept redoing that, pulling it apart, returning it to the hearth, and then reshaping it. However, they can no longer do that. This world has been spinning and going forward, something that person never wanted." Elia remembered the vision of Xana and that woman, of her speaking of time and how Xana could never grasp it. Perhaps Xana was that person, but she never got a good look at them. She knows they're an enemy, but she doesn't know who they are. "We simply wish to find that person and make sure they never do it again. A realm can only be torn apart so many times. If they do it too much, it crumbles and merely returns to the eternal." Xenos spoke, distracting her from the thoughts of enemies for the moment. "We do not expect you to find them for us. Rather, we are merely using you as a vessel till we find that enemy. We apologize for the intrusion on you." Xenos bowed his head, Ulos sputtering his denial. "Xenos, you can't just say that to someone. She's more than a vessel. She could help us as well. The last person we had tried to help us perished. This girl has a life to live. If we stall her of that life, we are just as terrible as that monster. Using her as a vessel is the best thing we can do for her sake. No doubt forcing her to do this for us would be beyond more stress than she needs. Zeno's words were sound, though being called a vessel swelled up strange feelings in her. Hadn't someone else called her a vessel before? It's only for a while, young lady. Please bear with my brother's stupidity until we can find a means to leave you. Eulas's voice shot up an octave as he seemed to scream at Xenos about how calling someone that was cruel and heartless. Elia couldn't focus on it, however. It muffled an array of strange feelings. A numb cotton feeling, as the world seemed to fall away in a familiar black haze. Another fainting spell. These two were the cause? No, that didn't seem right. They even said they need her to be present for them to speak. Drowned away in a haze of swirling light and shadow. Her head hitting something soft as she once again slipped into a weightless unconsciousness. Wake up. A whisper echoed, trying to pull off the black curtain of Elia's senses. She struggled against it, the curtain heavy and leaded against her body. A form of total body paralysis. The whisper was barely there, just at the edges of her mind. Please, Elia, wake up. Gripping the edges of the curtain, Elia tried to pull it away. It fought her, becoming black sludge that weighed heavier. It swelled in her throat, swimming in her stomach, and making her feel positively wretched. Doubt, uncertainty, revolving mysteries, and dread. It all choked and clawed at her throat. That weight crushed her bones, grinding into her organs. It felt like every part of her was going to become flat from the weight, the pressure settling on her ribs, her lungs, her heart. I never should have left. Should have gone home, like a good girl. I shouldn't have followed those lights. Regret began to burn her eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks. She swore she would live without regret and accept her decisions. She was just a kid, though, a child. What did she know about anything? She rushed stupidly, denying reason and proper thought. She threw away safety because she was curious. Curiosity killed the cat. Wherever this world was, dream or not, it tracked her. Even if she made it to the so-called temple, could she ever return home? Was she doomed to wander this world for eternity, wondering if anyone cared if she was gone? If there was even a point to going back? She pulled along by her hopes, her wants. She didn't want to feel alone. She didn't want the world to feel like it judged her for every little movement she made. Alia could only feel her consciousness try to slip from her. She got her wish. She came to a world where none of those things from Winston mattered, and instead she decided on her own to carry burden after burden. Mystery and questions and illogical promises. Alia, please wake up! Her eyes struggled. What was the point of waking? Either she'd be home in her personal hell, or she'd be in another world trying to figure out how to get back to it. Perhaps if she slept, she'd be able to let it go. Letting it go sounded nice. If she never woke, she'd remain in this quiet place, where her thoughts of regret could just fade to dust. Or she could fade to dust. Elia! The voice shocked her awake, her head slamming right into Laurent's forehead. The half-demon yelped, reeling back as he rubbed the now growing red welt. Elia rubbed her own forehead, the pair of them mumbling quiet noises of pain. All of her senses had come back abruptly. I mean, if you're reading. Oh, why are we still here? Just to suffer? Good Metal Gear reference. Solid A+. It's very much, I didn't mean for it to come off like that, but it absolutely is just that line. Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Now we're all sons of bitches. All her senses came back abruptly, her eyes focusing on Laurent in front of her. The cart was mostly empty. A few crates and heavy sacks still left. Laurent looked at Elia with concern before crawling back to her. Are you okay? You were mumbling in your sleep and you were sweating a lot. Elia rubbed her face, feeling the sweat that matted her hair. She was asleep again. Perhaps the moments with Xenos and Eulas were also a dream. Once more she considered her thoughts from that dream. The regret and deep-seated doubt began to come back in full, her eyes downcast. Yes, I'm okay, just had a troubling dream. Laurent's eyes were pleading, taking her clammy hands. If you want, we can talk about it? He offered a gentle smile. Playing on his face. She wanted to tell him, but that need to take responsibility for her choices stopped her. She had to accept the choices she made. She couldn't turn back time, or suddenly fix everything. All she could do was keep moving forwards. She moved her hands from his, wiping them on her dress. I'm alright. Thank you, though, Laurent. Elia tried to reassure, but the sad eyes of the half-demon still watched He watched her before he relented and jumped out of the cart. Why have we stopped? We're dropping off some stuff from a merchant. It was well past noon now, perhaps close to late afternoon. There was a hazy, thin overcast, the sun unable to cut through that light gray. It was strange not to see the sky above them. Elliot became so used to seeing the bright blue and puffy white clouds of those reflecting crystals high in the sky. Another reminder of her dream. Curtain that blocks the light. Once more she tried to distance herself from that dream, hopping down herself. Asher was off the road, talking to a tall fellow with long black hair. It was tied into a bun, it messy and barely keeping it off his neck. Beside him was a young woman with red hair, it billowing down her back, tied loosely with purple ribbon. Their clothes were ordinary fare, simple brown, tan, and linen white. Why did you order all of this stuff? Astor asked, trading coins with the gentleman. He huffed with annoyance before motioning for the woman to help with the crate. They cracked it open, double-checking the goods inside. Astor and Yuida appeared stunned by the contents. Alf as well stopped what he was doing to stare. Laurent and Elia came up to see what was inside. Elia's heart hitting her stomach. The insides were filled with weapons, swords, daggers, and arrows. We need it, the man replied with almost deathly calm. Whether you travelers know it or not, we simple folk have been dealing with a huge problem. Monsters appeared during the dead of night. My wife and I couldn't take hearing that people were vanishing, never to be seen again. The woman nodded gently before taking up one of the long blades from the crate. Elia felt unsettled seeing someone with such a gentle face holding such a dangerous weapon. So, since the legionaries aren't doing anything, we're taking it on ourselves to solve our problem. Monsters? What kind of monsters? Yuida asked, carefully adjusting the purple sheet they wore. Beasts of great size, the woman quickly responded, her eyes closed as if to recall. Larger than you or your bear friend. Teeth and claws as sharp as scythes. Ferocious howls that rattled the glass of our home. The speakers came and assured us that we would be safe, but we shan't take such chances. If the legions shan't protect, and the speakers give little more than words, we shall protect ourselves from such horrid nightmares. The way she spoke put Elia's teeth on edge. Our friends and family shall not be ripped from life by beasts that aim to take it. Beloved, you're getting excited. The man laughed a bit, gently ruffling the red hair of his wife. Forgive her. These attacks are giving us memories of times past. Memories? Forgive me, friend, but the legionaries said that only recently that these sort of things happened. Nay, rabbit, Astor explained, nose and ears twitching. Nay, rabbit friend. Rather, this has been happening many times before. Perhaps this is the first time the legionaries care for it, though. Ashen beasts, as the speakers call them, have plagued our lands for centuries. While no longer the demons that Lady Verda banished away, the speakers claim them remnants of the overlord she slain. My beloved and I have hunted these beasts in our younger years. We wish to make sure that those other farmers and tradesmen who live out in this area are properly armed and ready for them. The man took up one of the stranger devices, a crossbow, if Elia figured her old weaponry right. Notching an arrow in it, he tested the slide on it, smiling a bit and nodding. Reaching into his waistband, he pulled out a small pouch, placing 2 gold coins in Asher's paw. The rabbit sputtered, ears wildly twitching. Consider it a gift of good faith, friend rabbit. You brought us not only weapons, but a peace of mind. To know that the legions are finally caring about the plights of us normal folk is nice. Plights of normal folk? Aren't they supposed to always help you? Elia quietly asked, feeling a bit betrayed at the notion that the legionary is not helping the normal people. She knew that, by all accounts, the legionaries probably couldn't help everyone. They were knights, but they had rules that they had to follow, higher-ups they had to appease. And some, such as the knight who threatened Laurent's life, were entirely in it for themselves. But remembering Commander Rem's kind smile made Elia want to believe that that many legions were like her. Nay, young one, many of the legions of this district are actually under a long decree that was placed by His Majesty about 15 years ago. Astor gave an annoyed huff. They're still looking for the prince. He went missing, and they're still trying to find him. For all we know, he's gone out and then fell into a ditch. The rabbit crossed his arms, the woman laughing sympathetically. Until a body is found, they will never give up on their search. It seems to be the common goal to distract legionaries from more morally sound duties. It ends up resting on us to protect ourselves. It is our lives to defend, so we will fight tooth and nail to make sure that we survive. The woman spoke with steeled resolve, drawing herself up as she took one side of the crate. Her husband came to the other side before the both of them looked to the party of mismatched people. Travel safe, young ones. May the guiding eye of Lady Verda protect you. The days leading to when they arrived in Exalta were quiet. Yuida and Astor muttered to one another, but it wasn't anything Elia could find concern in it. It wasn't any of them, but rather once more mentions of the prince. Elia admitted that since she wasn't from the realm, she had no idea what this talk was about. Laurent explained it to Elia when she asked why it mattered so much, since usually kings and queens could just have more children. The Prince of Humanity, or the Crown Prince, isn't born into royalty, Laurent explained, smiling a bit at getting to teach Elia. He sat down with legs crossed as Elf watched him use Elia's charcoal pencil to draw a family tree upon a large piece of parchment they had in one of their bags. There are two major families of Winston, I hear. Of course, I think people would tell you that there are hundreds, but I don't know if they're recognized. Anyhow, Winston's royal family is known only to give birth to girls. No one knows why. They said it is a curse placed on the females of the family. Laurent wiggled his finger as if to pretend to cast magic before laughing. No one knows for sure, but it seems to always be that way. A weird coincidence? Elia tilted her head, looking at the family tree Laurent made. By the looks of it, it always seemed to go down a specific line of female heirs, with a male being married in. So then, who is the second family? The second is the Protectors, right, Alf? Laurent asked, looking at the bear who simply shrugged. Do you not know this stuff? I know stuff about humans, but unlike Little, I only cared about merchants. Alf admitted. Elia gently placed her hand on top of his large paw. A smile twitched on his face, whiskers poking through the thick brown fur. Hey, Aster! How much do you know about the Winston royal family? Laurent called to him from the front of the cart, the rabbit tilting his hat up as he considered. Generally what everybody else knows. The prince went missing 15 years ago, and that's about all I really cared about. I have had other business to worry about. Eureka scoffed, hiding her smile behind her taloned hand. Like how your clan's constantly pestering you to get wed? Aster's ears shot up as he looked at Yuida with abject humiliation. Alf let a boisterous laugh, the mirth contagious. I told you about that in confidence, Yuida! Aster hid his face in his hat, his own horses seeming to lighten their master's embarrassment. Yuida patted him on the shoulder, the crow demon giving a toothy grin. It's alright, I hardly see yourself being linked to another. Why do you say that? Aster peeked from his hat at them. Because you're a moron. Aster pulled off his hat and smacked Yuida playfully with it, while the crow let out a squawk of mock shock. Elia smiled a bit before Laurent returned to writing more on the large sheet of parchment. So the prince is missing, and the one who is supposed to be married in, right? Was he part of the Protector family? Yeah, strange, because I don't know how this started, but there's technically two, I think? Like, two Protector families, just in case one family gets wiped out. Elia watched him begin to draw up two separate trees that connected to the other. To be fair, that did happen though, so I heard. Oh, the other family got wiped out. First I'm hearing it. Aster spoke up, looking back at them. Where did you hear that? I heard it from some other farmhands when my father would take me to the market a few winters back. They said someone had burned the whole estate they owned to the ground. Charred remains were all that were left. Aster sucked in a breath, shaking his head with dismay. That's too bad. I suppose both families had enemies. But burning isn't a very good way to go. I'd rather go out either in my sleep or with old age. Why were they wiped out? Elia asked, feeling disgusted at the fate of that family. Probably to give more chance to the different family to take their place. I don't know if there's anything the king or queen planned to do about that. It's hard enough time with their daughter. Elia nodded, embarrassingly aware of how raising a girl wasn't easy if you had to focus on your career, especially if you're royalty. The daughter probably had a lot of pressure on her own, having to learn about all the stuff of running their country. So there's no prince. The princess is alone, and the legionaries are focused on trying to find a prince. Why not allow a different royal or lord to marry her? The Accords of Verda, Yuda spoke up, everyone looking at her. It was made by her. Before I hid in my cave centuries ago, I heard the demons who were freed from the overlords speak about how she made humanity follow some rules, specifically regarding the relationships of humans and demons. Yuda crossed their arms, feathers ruffling when they mindlessly began to preen them with their talons. The Accord stated that humans had to form a relation with demons in a way that was satisfactory for both parties. Yes, I have been legit reading for 7 hours. I've only taken short breaks. I've stopped to eat momentarily, drink some water, and go to the bathroom. No, I'm actually stopping in about 20 minutes. There's too many. I have like 100 more pages to go through if I tried to read all of this, and my throat would just shot. But I'm pretty much only reading until probably the end of this chapter, and I'm going to call it a night. I don't usually talk for this long. Like, ever. I drink lots of water, which is nice. There are 288 pages overall. I'm currently on page 189. So a family that was originally formed from a human and demon wedlock offered their arms as a means of service to the crown, and the crowners married one of those children. Laurent's eyebrows were raised high, his eyes wide with shock. The princes have all been demons? No, they're like you. Half. Laurent blinked a few times, trying to get that information to sink in. They apparently wielded weapons forged by demons as well, perhaps to keep that blood in check. No doubt the blood has become very thin from demon influence, but that was the origin. After Yuida finished and the word sunk in, they spoke up again. Or so I heard. So it was word of mouth. Elf snorted, steam leaving their large nose. So could be a bunch of chum. Words are always a bunch of piece of fat we chew, Astor jokes, playing with his yellow hairpin for a moment before frowning as he considered something. So the Accords stopped the possibility of another prince, at least in that sense. What if the prince is never found? Is there a clause? I can't imagine that reading the Accords of Verda is easily accessible. Judging by Yuida's statement, no one else seems to know about it. Elia lamely responded as she looked over at the parchment. But if the prince is never found, usually there's a backup. I don't imagine the king and queen would just let their princess rule alone. If she ever came out, she'd probably get suitors. Astor crossed his arms silent for a moment before he looked to see everyone staring at him with confusion. What? Something I said? You said if she ever came out. Elia leaned on her hand, frowning. What do you mean? Isn't the princess supposed to be viewed by the public? I hear she's lovely. How would people be able to say that without meeting her? Laurent added. Look, I heard she never left the castle. No one's seen her since she was really little. Back when her protector was in place caring for her. They made noises about that, and then the prince announcement, and then before the prince even vanished, no one had seen her. I don't even know what they're thinking, but I figured Princess Marat was probably sick of being cooped up.
Yeah, and I think I'm gonna stop there. Wah.
I forgot to have my music on it. Again, this is not what I normally do. Normally I play games. But I wanted to do this today because it's my birthday. And I wanted to show that I feel confident in my writing despite me finding multiple errors in my writing. Yay. I'm going to let my voice rest tomorrow, so, I can stream on Monday. Play more Okage Shadow King. It'll be fun. I think I'm going to end the stream there. I know I said I was going to go till 8, but, I don't want to get too wrapped up in another chapter and then it end up going more and more, because I like reading my own stuff for some reason. If you're curious about reading the novel yourself, there's some special things that are only in the Kindle version, and the link for it is actually down below. For buying it, you can buy it on most Amazon platforms. I don't like supporting Amazon, but it was the only place I could actually self-publish where I didn't have to put a lot of money into it, because I was super poor when I published it, and at some point I'm going to actually see about getting an actual publisher, and it'll be nice. But I want to wait until I'm done writing the second book before I do that. I need to work on it. I'm 150 pages into the second book already. I've hit a wall. I know where to go, but writing it on paper is like drawing it. It's just a pain in my butt. Which is what it is. So thank you guys for who did stay around. Thank you very much for for listening, and those who are listening after, say like people who are watching this on YouTube or something. Oh, nice! Congrats to him. I'm glad that he published a book. It's a really kind of terrifying experience because you're essentially handing off your work to somebody else and going, judge it fairly. Please don't judge me. I have to. Obviously, reading it today, I realized, I gotta go through it and edit it again, which just is what it is. You end up. It's good to have another person be your editor. I'm stretching. On my knee. Okay. Writing is terrifying. Let's be real here. Like writing for yourself is a lot of fun, but then if you share it with other people, you start getting that anxiety of like, oh God, is it good? Is it terrible? Is it great? Am I screwed? Oh God. All I ended up with was papers on computer science. Hey, it ends up happening. For a long time when I was in high school, I would just write fanfics and RP. And I still RP even now, even though I haven't done it in a few months. And I feel bad. But regardless, it's good to try and put yourself out there. And like, I hope people say that they're pretty good, but I can't read this shit. It's too boring. Yeah, science papers are like, academic papers are just tiring to read. And it's like, yeah, I can write them, but they're boring as shit. No one likes to write or read academic papers. Which just is what it is. There's not much we can do about it. People, you gotta put it in a form so that way others can enjoy it, I guess. And even if you don't like it, if other people like it, then it's just like, okay, then I know my writing's good, even if I can't read it because it's too boring. Alright, I think I'm going to end the stream there. Thank you everybody who listened. I appreciate it greatly. I see it over there on my husband's side. I saw that, hon. I saw that on your screen.
What's up? Just running out duality.
But thank you guys for coming on by. For those who are listening to this in post, say on YouTube or something, thank you. I appreciate it.
Easy, but fucking it's tedious because 300 points to fucking get that shit.
You guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you for joining me for my birthday stream.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, Dietrich. I appreciate it, Darius. Thank you for the birthday wish again.
I'm really happy I got that raid. It was a surprise, and I appreciate it immensely. And thank you very much. My audio is quiet? That's weird. I mean, I started talking a little quieter. That's just because my husband's doing Destiny stuff now. But, I'm gonna go now. And you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you again for the birthday wishes and for joining me for my stream. And I'll see you all on Monday. Bye-bye.